let's just go ahead and get through Nightmare.
Good day.
Hi there.
I will cleanse this wilderness. Evil dwells within this cave. I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore. duty here is done.
You have... Hello.
Good day.
I need a key.
Tuesday. What is it? Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate you. That's weird. Hi, Baseball 101. How you doing? Wow, this is called Diablo II Resurrected. It's a remaster of the game Diablo II Lord of Destruction that was made back in 2001. Right around there. It is my favorite game. It's a lot of fun. For the hearts. Appreciate you. The help for hearts. Where do I play this? I play it on PC. This is my
I can't carry it.
my laptop. For my OBS that converts the stream to mobile format.
This tower shall be cleansed of evil. I am overburdened.
For the follow on Twitch, appreciate ya. Making copies. Hardcore, so I can't take any risks.
Welcome.
That's not bad. That's not bad either. Let's see. Alright, I can put that one away. Don't need it right now.
Good evening.
I'd love to get a lum rune off of the mechanics. It'd be really nice. We can make a smoke. Soul rune's good.
I've earned the right to this abandoned trove.
Itchy nose. okay. I kind of have to wear that. Yeah.
Good evening.
How about that, huh? Alright. Let's see. There's some... I already have a copy of that. There's another one. I actually want to get Deckard, so I'm going to go do that. Deckard Dane. Ooh, Chances. Alright, I'll take that. Heck yeah. Not a very good roll, but that's okay. Have to 100% the map to find what I'm looking for, don't I? Yeah, I do. Alright, stop it. There it is. Okay.
This tree bristles with magic.
Good morning. Oh.
What a tragic end to Tristram. I can't carry it.
Unique ring. Alright. Maybe I got a... whatchamacallit? A Nagel ring. That'd be even more magic find.
Upgrade. Good day.
Ah, just a mantle heal. Oh well.
Good day.
I need a key. Even the light cannot pierce this gloom.
Well, then just try harder.
I am overburdened. This will help the sisters turn the tide against evil.
overburdened. I am overburdened.
I can't carry it.
Good to see you.
Oh,
Oh.
good day.
Good day.
This is no place for a warrior to die.
Oh. It was right there. Did you love the battle? Down there. Just pit spawn foul dog. Foul pooch.
I can't carry anymore.
Another one that was right next to it. Would have made a great speedrun set of maps there.
There is great evil here.
Gosh dang it.
I can't carry anymore.
am overburdened. I can't carry anymore. Hello.
Good to see you.
Good evening.
Forgot to get my rare ring. Lightning resist 22. I mean, there's really not much else, but it's better than that. Alright, well. Stacked up on lightning resistance.
Good evening.
Hey, John's One Gamer 2. What's up? Yo, yo, yo.
I need a key.
This is Diablo II Resurrected. It is the remaster of Diablo II Lord of Destruction from 2001. My favorite game. Hardcore, so I gotta be particularly careful. I die once, I'm dead.
My work here is
I
finished.
haven't played this one yet. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
This. Well, your presence honors me.
Yeah, I definitely recommend this one. It's my favorite game. I think it's the strongest recommendation for games that I can give.
But you... Welcome.
I need fire resistance. Pretty bad. That one's good. Fire resist 18. Alright. I'll put that on.
Let's jump some domestic news. What's that? From the AP, NYC mayoral candidate is arrested at immigration court after linking arms with man being detained. What a scam. Theater kids.
There we go. That's a little better.
You don't have the authority to arrest me. Clearly do. No, this is a real law against me. This whole orders no surrounding residents not being
I bet. Good day.
I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use. I'll put that to good use.
Apparently, this guy was also seen aiding illegal immigrants to become white ice. He had to pour out 40 hours. This guy's going to jail.
I need a key.
Like your content a lot, that's why I'm going to subscribe. Thank you, Jaws1 Gamer 2.0. I really appreciate you. Welcome to the family. Glad to have you here.
I need a key.
Sadly, I should be departing into a deep slumber now. Good night. Have a good night, buddy.
need a key. I can't carry anymore. Impossible. Hello.
Good day.
Thank you for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate ya.
He said, war in Iran, let's go. I know, ISIS already got Speedrun here. They're allowing Americans to go. This is illegal immigrants as well. They're choosing to do this. Yeah, I saw this clip where this woman's like, if you're okay with families being at the park, it's like,
It's locked. I need a key.
Percentage map again. Oh, those are annoying. Oh well. Damn it. This way. You have awakened. That was a quick slumber. very fast naps. Thank you for the emoji. Really? I 100%ed this one too? My goodness. Talk about bad luck. Oh well. I'm getting XP.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, now that's good. Damn, look at that. That's boss. Let's see, this one. Yeah, I'll put it there. If it is, how far have you progressed? My furthest character I've ever gotten on hardcore is a level 71 barbarian, and it was whatchamacallit, Act 5 of Nightmare. It's not that I don't have the ability to get farther, it's just that I've never really tried. So now I'm probably gonna try.
Overburdened. I can't.
Really?
I can't carry anything.
Hope you make it to the end. Thank you, John One Gamer 2.0. Appreciate you.
Greetings. Yes.
How may I help you?
Dun, 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 dun. Let's see here. Oh. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare anybody. be right back. I gotta go do my laundry.
The ground's nipples are tingling. Hey guys, it's the first time I was ever been arrested. He was millionaires and he's like, oh, it comes to me.
Be right back. Carmen, get up here.
This guy is softer than cookie dough. I don't think this guy's ever looked at a yacht in his life. This is why theater kids are like, they have nothing. He needs to go back to high school. So there's like every inner city kid right now is being like, I was mercilessly beaten by my teacher. Like, there was a janitor that cracked me on the head with a stick. One gangbanger shot in my house. He's like, he grabbed my arm, and I said, why are my being taken? Is that the worst thing that ever happened to you? I pray this never happens to you. Actually, I hope it happens to you. Because otherwise they're gonna have soft with this guy.
Initially, when we went in there to try and talk to Percy Loki, approached me aggressively with the intent to get the Secret Service, yeah, of course, to get the Secret Service attack so that way you can actually get sprayed in the program. And the whole point is just so that way you can do more of this making content.
It's crazy that politicians don't
Try to actually do their job and try to make content like YouTubers because that's how they get their name out there. That's how they get. And I have seen that.
there's this is what Carl Benjamin's point is in democracy. That the incentives, I mean, you could argue that these are the incentives that are presented with the advent of social media, the advent of morality. So those who go viral will potentially go viral. It's flashy clothes. And so therefore you just follow it.
Alright.
Yeah, incentives. And if they did not work, right? Doing something. This is also
What was I doing? I just had to go do something real quick. I'm good. I'm good. Whoops, shit. Excuse me. Goodness. Do I like The Last of Us? I've never watched it, but I heard the first season was really good, and then the second season went downhill, which happens more often than it should, but that's just what I heard, though. I don't know if that's actually the case. Excuse me. Got allergies going on right now. because of character's absence. Yeah, didn't they like unalive the main character? And everybody despised that.
I can't carry anymore.
They're trying to do the Game of Thrones thing, and no, they just no, they shouldn't be doing that. Yeah. Have I played the games? No, but I've watched people play them.
Light guide my way in this accursed place.
I heard the Last of Us remake was way overpriced, but you know, if it had been priced reasonably, it would have been much better received. They're kind of putting their own foot in their mouth. They had a great series of games there, and now they're just self-sabotaging, it seems. I don't really play shooters all that often. I'm not necessarily opposed to them or anything. It's just I don't play them that often. That's all.
Yes.
So I can't really say definitively which one or what my favorites are.
Good evening. Excited for the Rebirth movie releasing.
Never be extinguished.
Another one that I'm not necessarily well versed in, but from what I've seen of it, it looks like it'd be pretty fun. Pretty fun to watch. All that. I did that. Like it just popped.
Hi, good to see you.
Greetings.
I'm wanting to up this just for fun. just to, yeah, just for fun. Two games where you can build your own park, and they are releasing a new one. It's a way for edible and extendable for creativity. Good stuff, good stuff. More of a sandbox. This is a story mode. Rock on. So not necessarily a sandbox, but has a sandbox element. Thank you for the emojis.
Greetings. When the
It's locked.
Excuse me. I like the game Oblivion. It's pretty fun, to be honest.
Surely is the product of a twisted mind.
I never played it, but it does look like the remake, and from what I've heard, the remake is fantastic. It looks like it's going to be good.
stay a while and
So,
listen.
Would I buy it and play it? I'm willing to. I just haven't gotten around to it.
Good day.
I beat Skyrim. Bought it and played the remake. It is so good. Yeah, it appears to be. Definitely. Definitely. Excuse me.
It's locked.
Did you hear about the guy who got arrested for trying to buy a Switch 2 and he forgot to, he was on parole? It's pretty fun. Oh, really?
Greetings.
Blessings.
Interesting. I mean, house arrest, yeah. Either way, I know what you mean. I know what you meant. Excuse me.
carry anymore. Yes?
How may I help you?
10 life.
His destroyers said I'm not against Israel. They don't want to ask this question because we asked. With the precision of
Fire res, alright.
Russia's bombings, how did Israel decide herself?
How long have you been live for? An hour and 39 minutes, and I will be live for another 20 or so, playing this game, and then after this, I'm going to be doing a marathon of my video essays, and I'll still be in the chat if you want to ask me questions. I'll just be answering in the chat. Mozzarella.
Rest in peace.
Fire of Lazarus.
Soul.
Let's see. Try and get on your map.
I am overburdened. Impossible.
You might stay a while and listen.
Good evening.
That way?
Not enough money.
I shall now slumber for the rest of the night now. Alright, Jaws. You have a good night, buddy. If you decide to come back, well, I'll say hi again. I thanketh you for the fabulous conversation, but I have to depart. Goodbye. Goodbye. Hey, Taylor Craghead, how you doing, man? Tired after running another marathon? How'd you do? got second? What was your time? Hours, 23 minutes. Goodness gracious. Which marathon was this? That's an insane time, dude. I wish I could still run. No, I need to stop thinking about that.
I can't carry it.
Good job, buddy. Super stoked for you. No clue what the name was. I did it with my brothers and beat all of them. Well, I mean, I understand with that kind of a time.
Yes.
Good day.
They're slow. Yeah. What is it? I don't think this is the right thing. Yeah, it's not. What was it again? I'll figure it out later. It's fine. back, Taylor. I'm gonna hop off here in just a few minutes and put on a marathon for you guys.
I shall honor Tal Rasha's sacrifice by destroying all the prime evils. This
It's just they say it is. Wait, Angela is back. There we go. She's on a simple search. You have find right now. Angela.
Greetings. Good day.
Excuse me.
I
Perhaps I could trade this for something more valuable.
Excuse me.
Greetings.
What?
What can I do for me? Never.
I don't have a perfect emerald. How about that? Thought I did. Oh well.
Thanks.
He's super poisoned.
Good day.
Alright.
Stay a while and listen. Hello.
Alright, we're switching on over to the marathon.
A finite number, no matter how large, is still infinitesimally small compared to infinity. It's just the way it works. We know very, very little. Learning is better than stagnation. One of the reasons I make these videos. For my progeny, my descendants, my family members, whether they're directly from my line or my nephews or great-nephews, etc., blah, 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 blah. I make these videos so that maybe I can give them a couple kernels of truth when they are alive and trying to sift through the social and cultural and political and economic mores of their times. Because it's never easy. It's never easy, especially when the leaders renege on their responsibilities. There was a book that I read a long time ago, back when I was like 20 years old, called Where Have All the Leaders Gone? It's written by a CEO of, I believe it was GM. He was the CEO of GM for a while. I forget the guy's name. It was a long time ago that I read the book, but the title was Where Have All the Leaders Gone? And people reneging on their responsibilities. Some of us are forced into that position. I want to lead, but I have like 2 people that listen to me to any degree. And I tell you, I want to lead, but you can't force people to want to follow you. It's the way it works. I'm a military veteran, and I still only have a handful of people that listen to me. It's just the way it is. They have to decide it. Doesn't matter how clear your message is. If they don't want to hear it, if they're not receptive, it's not going to do anything. So try to make it as poignant and clear and receivable as possible. That Aristotelian mean. Meet people where they are, but always try to nudge them to get better. And contributing is better than not contributing. Again, that's why I'm doing this. So to all of my descendants, anybody else who might be watching this in the year 2100, well, let's just say 2030, I don't know, try to be better. You don't have to go hard. You just have to go. Little incremental improvements are enough. Believe in yourself that you can do it. I promise you, you can if you try. Learn about compound interest. It's not just something that is related to money. It's related to everything that you consistently put effort into, as long as you're not being suffocated by exterior forces for one reason or another. But even then, it still has its effect. So, alright guys, that's all I got for today. I'll come back at you in a little bit, a couple hours with a short. I'm going to be writing with my friend Kara again today. We missed last week because she had jury duty, but love y'all. Peace. Hello everybody, welcome to day 118 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this one, I'm going to read another essay that I wrote a while back. This one called Be a Principled Individual. So here we go. How do you determine the genuine charitable actions of a charity? Where the donated money goes. Where does that money have to go in order for the charity to be considered charitable? 1, those who need it primarily, and 2, those who the charity says it is to go to. Who does the charity say the money is to go to? Do they need it? Do not look at what internal numbers say goes to the actual charity. You must discern what is actual charity, not simply listen to what the organization calls charity. For instance, a charity can define charitable work in a category called other expenses, quote unquote. But that money goes to paying for large employee pleasure junkets and vacations. This means you must look at what the charity is building, what it is providing to the needy, whether that provided capital be physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, or some other combination thereof. Oftentimes, this means you must go directly to the people that the charity claims to be helping and see for yourself how those people are being helped. To the point of the Clinton Foundation accepting money from Saudi Arabia, approximately $25 million total. This was back in 2016. While Hillary Clinton was not Secretary of State, you donate to those who support your causes. Expect the donors, if the foundation is transparent, to be requisite to the foundation's mission. There is no way to differentiate when a foundation/charity operates in the dark. Thus, good people, de facto, should not, and exercising discernment, will not associate with charities that operate in the dark. Saudi Arabia appreciates this opaqueness, and by their morality, this should come as no surprise. What else could this mean? Again, this was written in 2016, so things have changed since then. It comes down to building society through your own actions. And if you are to entrust your works to the hands of others, it is the duty of the principled individual to have a high standard of proof put upon your desired surrogates. Extreme vetting, if you will. It is understood that we all make mistakes, but the principled individual will own up to said mistakes and take corrective action. They will not hide from it or enshroud it in darkness. When given any power, 1, exercise it with discretion through discernment, and 2, it is your duty to discern. Don't plead the fifth or turn a blind eye or act dumb, which was one of the tools that both Joe Biden and George H.W. Bush used while they were quote-unquote president. Society is now empowered with knowledge, at a magnitude and reach the likes of which the world has never seen, and it is only becoming more profound with every passing day. It is the principled individual's duty to change their ways when confronted with sacred cow-shattering truths. And if they do not, it is because they do not want the truth, and are thus not principled. It is clear this system is a facade, and evil entities have taken it over. In the same vein that gun control laws will only be obeyed by law-abiding citizens, Logic 101, and thus increase human suffering rather than decrease it, evil people can hijack a principled system and use otherwise moral laws to take advantage of good people. In darkness, you cannot see clearly enough that the evil people do not share your morals at the most basic and fundamental of levels. This is why government is a necessary evil, built to restrain the wickedness of man while itself being incredibly wicked. Missing discernment, the dangerous servant that government is supposed to be, becomes a lethal master. At this transition, where a structure no longer serves the sovereignty of the principled individual, you instead serve it. And this is the point where it must come down. It is not solely government, however. This is true with any institution, or even individual. The institution, when it loses sight of its mission, the individual, where one's Tower of Babel notion of self-importance begins to erode the sense of service to one another that is the bedrock of any community that may survive in perpetuity, or even in the short term. You are your brother's keeper. This is why it is so important to emphasize the difference between free markets and governments. Free markets, if truly free, constantly and continuously keep everyone and everything accountable under their auspices. This is why companies and individuals constantly go bankrupt. A racist businessman will be boycotted and will eventually be competed out of the market. A betraying woman will see no allies as there is no honor among thieves, etc. Thus, the free market is accountable to the nobility or wickedness of the human soul. If society wants a particular modality, individual, product, ethic, or anything else to achieve greater prominence, this is precisely what happens. Keeping this in mind, if a person is successful in the free market, either they in fact are not the amoral/immoral things you are calling them, talking about primarily President Trump and how the mainstream media back then was trying to paint him as some type of demonic figure, when in fact he's a pretty decent guy. Nor are the structures they build, or there is an aspect of yourself that terrifies you, one that you must project upon others or build a demand for in that very same market. For such a perception of immorality, you need look no further than yourself. Why do you think the success rate of most entrepreneurs hovers somewhere around 10%? An idea, in order for it to truly succeed, the progenitor must truly believe in it and spread that belief to others in some way, shape, or form. Any company, or most importantly, individual, absent regulation/legislation, they're the same thing, no matter how large the company becomes or the individual's ego, will be fully susceptible to collapse due to the accountability of said free market. Of all types of institutions, no aspect of a charity should ever operate in the dark. And never let a charity convince you otherwise. Ultimately, no institution should operate in any way in the dark, but tactically, a charity least of all. If there is ever any suspicion of where and how charitable donations are being spent, said charity's duty is to immediately prove to you the truth. And the most clear evidence to this point, aside from personal direct experience, is video evidence. Information on a moral charity should be easily accessible to anyone in any way, shape, or form that its contributors request, and immediately so. There should be no gray area. Fear prevents us from wanting to see the truth because we fear what we will reveal within ourselves. To truly discern the truth, you must look at facts, not words, shown through one's actions, and the fruits of a person's labor is evidence of intent, evidence of who someone actually is. In a world run by Satan, evil is crafty and constantly on the move. Truth can at first be very difficult to discern, but you must look, ultimately, at one's individual and direct actions, because even direct and willful surrogates can be occluded, and through this darkness, compromised. This, as well, cannot be emphasized enough. You judge a tree by its fruits, not by what is claimed by others that such a tree produces. To simply listen to a demagogue shirks direct experience, and those using words of sorcery to tell you what the truth is rather than letting you experience it for yourself are attempting to take a falsely anointed position. They have become your false idol as you turn your back on action. You would turn your back, thus, on truth, which you must see with your own eyes. Belief, truth, is personal, and no one else can ever tell you what you see. If they themselves cannot see from your eyes, only you. There's an old proverb that connects to this, where the axe convinced us that he was one of us to the trees because his handle was wood. Something to think about. In this world, there can be no salvation, and when the light shines like disinfectant on all dark corners, revealing for everyone to see what is actually happening, if you continue to deny it, you have sown your loyalties and proven that you stand against truth, for you genuinely do not want it. The same is true in the other direction. The difference comes down to one fundamental thing, which itself is based upon another bedrock. Does one seek to build or destroy? And what is the most important thing you could ever build? People. The soul. the human spirit. Structures, people, institutions that advance this end are healthy and good. And at the bedrock of all of this is love. Alright, guys. That's all I got for you today. Be a principled individual. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 119 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Tim, Phil, Carl, just know that I was picking up what you were putting down yesterday. Thank you. I appreciate you. The ripple effect of the things that we say and do in life are much more far-reaching than most any of us can anticipate. There are a handful of us who get the blessing of knowing directly through objective numbers just how far-reaching that impact is, such as people with gigantic YouTube channels with 2 million subscribers, that type of thing, or other platform reach. But when you pick up the threads of the things that you've been saying in all of your videos, but in particular the last video that I posted, in the speech patterns and the things about which people are talking on those giant platforms in such perfect order and synchronicity, eventually a pattern becomes more than simple coincidence. It's a means of communication. If you can't speak to somebody directly, I can't even... There's a handful of people out there that'll be able to pick up on specifically what I'm talking about or who I'm talking to. A handful of a handful. Because I have only a number of people that subscribe to this channel, and perhaps my views, if you guys have seen it, are not reflective of the people that are actually seeing the video. Or maybe you saw it in the future, using that looking glass that we've been talking about so much. And at some point, maybe 10 years from now, that video, having only 20 views now, might have 2 million, or even 1 billion, if it is important and far-reaching enough. If it has enough positive impact. I know that you guys know. Never do you talk directly to me, but you could, if you so desired. I wouldn't try to impel you into doing anything silly. I'd just be your friend, like you are being to me in an indirect manner. I do appreciate that. Trying to tell me in as clear a terms as you can without speaking directly to me, because for some reason you don't seem to be allowed to, that I actually do matter. Thank you. And there you go again. If nothing else is gleaned from this video, because I'm speaking in occluded language, then the importance of gratitude. It's everything. Because you look at everything that I could have done with my life, that could have been done with my life, all of my accolades, my past experiences, the work that I've put in, and how seemingly I'm being wasted in my current state. Go back to first principles. The most important thing that you can build is the individual, the soul, the human spirit, as I said in my last video. And as long as you have the ability to do that, and you are actively doing it, then you're succeeding. Then you're winning. I could also put it to you this way. If in all other timelines, I would have fallen down on my ass and been utterly destroyed, and I would no longer even be alive right now. Right? But I am alive now. And I'm sowing the seeds of gratitude and strength in other people, then all of that in the future is icing on the cake and is good. Be a positive force, no matter the adversity that you face in life. And frankly, you could even say in spite of, not despite, in spite of, to really stick it to the demon, which you and I, all of us, we know is real. It's really there, and it does not play fair. It never has. I live here as a human being. I have followed the rules, and the demon doesn't. Only ever the demon tries to attack me in ways that people can't see. That's why this crucifixion disease I have, you can't see it on the outside. You have to actually do an angiogram to see that I don't have arteries in my arms and legs. I don't have pulses in my wrists. The demon cheats. So I tell you, with extreme gratitude, all of you, thank you. I love you guys. I mean that. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 120 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I hope you're all doing great on this fine, beautiful Saturday here, at least in Roseville, California. The sun is shining. It's going to be nice and warm today. I got my doggos keeping me company, hanging out. They just lay on my bed while I do my business and stuff, personal work. So aside from the stuff that I do on a typical day, which is I work out 4 days per week, sometimes more. I might work out today, we'll see. I read anywhere between 10 pages to an entire book in any given day. I write between 500 words to 2,000 words, if you will, depending on how I feel and what other things I have to do that day. I post about anywhere between 4 to 15 videos on various YouTube channels and other platforms, because you never want to centralize your efforts. You definitely don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. YouTube is a great, very powerful tool, but ultimately it has its flaws and its biases, and it could fall at any point in the near future if Rumble does actually succeed like I myself am hoping it does, and many other people in the alternative media sphere. So thankfully it's not as alternative as it used to be. It's actually becoming more mainstream, getting people to see that you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. Then YouTube won't be the only kid on the block. They won't have the monopoly that they have now. They won't be able to get away with allowing a YouTube channel to have 26,000 subscribers and get 40 views on a long-form video. Yeah. I am not going to get over that. This is not acceptable. But of course, it's not just that YouTube channel that we're talking about. There are many really big YouTube channels that are having catastrophic view trends. I'm I mean, I've been watching several channels with in excess of 1 million subscribers that are getting like 5,000 views on a long-form video. Sounds like a lot to you and me, but it's nothing compared to what they, one, usually get, and two, what they should be getting. It's a very simple process to discern how many impressions a video should be getting, but they're not giving the videos the impressions. It's very simple. It is very, very simple. There's no cosmic calculation about this. The number of impressions your video gets, number of times that you put it in front of somebody, is the number of subscribers that that channel has plus 1,000. And then you can give a multiplier for the number of comments, number of likes, number of shares, and all that stuff, depending on how often they're shared and liked and what have you. But, and that can happen over the course of, say, a week, maybe 2 weeks. Depending on the time of year, maybe you give it a month to get that number of impressions or more. But I'm going off on a tangent here. The main thing I was trying to get at is that most of our days are populated with banalities, mundane things, because we live in a linear form of time. We have to live from day to day, you and I. We live the long way around, as the doctor in Doctor Who says when he punches his way through Splantium to get to Gallifrey from the prison that he's in. It's a long story. But if you had the ability to move about through time as if it were a river or a mountain that you could climb, and it's nothing crazy or difficult to do, then the times where your day is filled with mundane things, or banalities, or unimportant, seemingly, things from day to day, from moment to moment, you could fill that up instead with things of consequence. Go from one important event to another as you have energy to do so, don't wear yourself out, and have a positive effect on those events. If nothing else, have no effect on the event, but have an effect on you. You see it, you experience it, you observe it, and you learn from it. We have something that's similar to that in videos and audio files and the internet, but it's not the same thing as actually having a reinstantiated event that is literally happening before your very eyes, and the people that you see within it are real. It's not a recording. It's actually happening. When we invent time travel, time will no longer exist. Or rather, when it becomes something that everybody has access to, time will no longer exist. But so long as only a select number of people have access to it, they have to work to guide us towards that timeline where everybody can have access to it. To get all of the disparate perspectives, the forceful wills to stop trying to hurt people and dominate others, so that we can all collectively be on the same playing field and get access to it, and therefore make it so it's no longer important. When everybody's special, nobody is. And that's good in this regard, because you get access to everything and anything that you want, and everybody gets it. But this is not possible so long as there are other people that are trying to be authoritarian and dominate you. Our days will no longer be filled with banalities unless we want them to be filled with banalities. We'll fully have the opportunity to choose what we want to choose. And if we decide we want to walk upon the surface of Mars, we could go to a different instantiation 10,000 years into our perceived futures, where we've begun to colonize Mars and walk about the cities on its surface that we've started to build. It won't be cosmic, even though it's cosmic. Lo, the irony. The banality and the mundane nature of our day-to-day lives is what I'm trying to get at here. And how it might not be that way for much longer. And everybody is going to get precisely what they want. It's going to be, in some way, shape, or form, equivalent to heaven. And that heaven, if you're constantly advancing technologies and understandings and innovations, and there is no time separation, no barrier, there's no abstraction. You don't have to wait for it. You can just go to it. Think about it. What you imagine as reality, therefore, is. So when you say your perception is reality, full access to a machine that travels through time as if it's nothing literally makes it so that eventually everything is immediately possible when time no longer exists. Come on, guys, put this together, because we're all going to be working to advance those things. All right, that's all I got for today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 121 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I hope you're all having a great day. It's a little dreary and rainy here right now in Roseville, California on this fine Sunday. And, you know, I'm putting in a little bit extra effort into the YouTube channel right now, realizing that it is probably going to be just as I am inclined to believe, in that I'll push this boulder up the hill once more, and it's going to come clobber me down on the ground. That is to say, I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me, just like everything else. I can compare this simply to things that I've done in the last couple of years. So far, my novel is, from what I can tell, not selling very well, even though I know it's a good book, because it's not being advertised properly by the company that, through which I went. Put a tremendous amount of effort and money into getting that book written and published, and the lackluster results are what I get. I tried to help my mother build her slot YouTube channel, one of the most popular niches that exist on YouTube. And she's got a lot of subscribers, but the channel's not making any money because YouTube put a block on the channel for some reason. We get no views on the long-form videos. I see channels out there that get hundreds to thousands of subscribers a day. So many of them that post nonsense, that post nothing of any really real value. And, you know, they get money hand over fist. We were going to do the slot stuff anyway, and we get a quintuple benefit out of it. We spend time with one another, we get to have some fun, we get to travel, we get to have recordings for the future, have a legacy in order for family to remember going forward. And the fifth point was to make some money off of it. But there's no money coming out. So I know that I'll have the carpet pulled out from under me again. But that's not the purpose of me doing this next stage in my professional evolution, if you will. Basically, the way I see it is every time the forces around me pull the carpet out from under me, it is yet another indication that this world is not made for me, and gives another opportunity to those who pay attention to look at those things that had to collapse or didn't succeed and either fix them or destroy them. So, YouTube, as well as other social media platforms, are a means by which you publicize yourself. They're really good for advertising. You advertise the brand that is you and the things you do. And if I cannot be advertised without putting too much of a target on my head, if that's something that would happen, then the world is screwed up. And it needs to be fixed. So the point I'm making here is, I say to God, okay, fine. Carpet's going to be pulled out from me here again. Where to next? I don't want to tarry on any system or program or institution for any longer than I have to, because I don't have the time to waste. I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me again, like Sisyphus. Yes, indeed. That's been my whole life. But it's almost like I knew that before I even came here. And I accepted that as my reality, what it was going to be, what it is. And simply, yes, sir, where to next? Let's get the job done. Let me be the emotional, physical, spiritual, mental sponge that the world needs in order to soak up all the negativity and destructive energy. But I don't want to tarry too much longer on anything that I don't have to. So I'm putting a little bit of extra advertising into my current personal YouTube channel. The great thing about this, so long as YouTube itself doesn't collapse as an entity, is that this will last forever. But at the same time, I'm not simply posting it on YouTube, I'm also posting it on other platforms. That's the thing. Well, I might not get much traction on these videos now. They could get traction 10 years in the future. It is possible. I'm not saying it will happen. In fact, the overwhelming likelihood is that it's not going to happen, because it only happens with people who have any real noticeable impact on the world, something of which I do not. But the opportunity is there. So I say, yes, sir. Where do I go next? What would you like me to do next? But I don't want to waste my time on these things. It's life. It is life. I have said on many occasions, and I still mean this, okay, I'm going to do what you want me to do, God, of course, because I serve you, period, end of story. But if I am really being idle and wasted this much, why am I even here? Why am I even on Earth? Of course, I was writing about this in my journal, right here, last night. The answer to that question is an answer that I already know, even though I, superficially, am not important. And that answer is, each and every one of us is a proof of concept. If you can stand up against the darkest of evils that this world has to offer and survive, that inspires other people. And one of those darkest evils that it has to provide is to put you in a state of mediocrity despite immense capacity. It's the way it works. And also, the longer you endure, like Atlas carrying the world on his back, the more time you give the rest of the world to fix what's fucked up, which is a lot. My body is broken. I used to run marathons, and I was good at it. Now I can hardly walk. That was in an effort to discourage me, to demoralize me. If I were to have just been straight up killed by the dark force, Satan, then God would have already won. But instead, he seeks to discourage and to make me resent God. That's the purpose behind it all. Something which can never happen. It's not possible. And I made that abundantly clear that that is not possible. Because I know what God is, and I know what the evil of this world and the evil period is. God is love. So the things that are evil that are happening to me are not God. Period. End of story. And the argument is, okay, well then I guess the evil is more powerful than the good. No. And even if that were the case, fine. I'll be part of the good. I'm not trying to be part of the winning team if that's the case. I'm trying to be part of what is good. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care if I have to be taken down low. Morality is something... Here's one of the phrases that I always say. It's very important. A world where morality is not a disadvantage is worth dying and if need be, or fighting and if need be, dying for. I do not want to live in a world, I do not want to live in a universe where morality is a disadvantage. Just like the Spartans, when they stood, those 300 warriors at that channel, protecting their country, they did that knowing that either they die or they be slaves. I'll stand up no matter how much I have to suffer. I don't care. I mean, I do. I wish I didn't have to. Ideally, I wouldn't have to. But I will not submit to a future of entropy and decay, tyranny, evil, erasure of the individual. I will not accept that. So I say, yes, sir, God. Where do you want me to go to next? What's the next job? I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me again? So be it. Will this ever stop? Probably not. But it's all right. One of the greatest pains of my life is that all of this, if humanity doesn't fix it before I die, will be for naught. I'll have no children, no legacy of my own. And I say to that, I wanted to give presents to this world, presents in my own descendants, but the world didn't want those presents. Okay, I pass away, I die, but this is just a physical body. It's not me. It's not only what I am. So be it. I can accept that. It just sucks. I'm thinking, this Sisyphean idea of pushing this boulder up this hill, being Atlas with the stone, the earth on your back, was brought up to me by watching a video of a woman in whom I am interested. And I believe she me. But nothing will be done, because apparently she's been told not to do anything by exterior forces. I can't have what I want. So be it. But we can wait. We're going to try. Maybe we can fix it before I die. Maybe. But it's okay if we can't. It's all right. Because, you want to know why? We're making progress. We're trying. All we have to do is at least try. and it will get better. It's all right. Anyways, that's all I got for today, guys. Don't give up. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 122 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this one, it's going to be a review of Letters from a Stoic by Lucius Seneca. Now, this book was written basically as a dialogue between Seneca, Lucius Seneca, and Lucilius, who was one of the children of the emperor at that time. Now, Lucius Seneca was born around 4 AD, so right around the time when Jesus was alive, and the emperor of his youth was Tiberius Caesar, for the Roman Empire. But Lucius Seneca was a Stoic, obviously, and his perspective, or his philosophy on life, which is basically... So the way I see it, there are two different types of philosophies in general. The first one is the theoretical philosophy, where you develop entire realms of thought, like, say, the cognitive theoretic model of the universe being a construction for the whole of what it is to think, meta-thinking, metaphysical, metaphilosophical. And you have Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative. You have I Think, Therefore I Am by René Descartes. People who create entire modalities of thought within the idea of philosophy. And then you have those who have a philosophy that is designed to help you live a better life. That's really what Stoicism is. It's the application, kind of the engineering side of philosophy. So you have the theoreticians, and then you have the engineers. Both are extremely important, and both have their place. Seneca would be a philosophical engineer, in my perspective. But his philosophical perspectives, nevertheless, were so difficult for the general public to accept at that time that he was actually banished to the island of Corsica, I believe it was, when he was in his 50s. Right around near the end of his life, and was brought back into the fold of the empire so that he could teach Lucilius, the soon-to-be emperor of the Roman Empire. And the way this book is written is a dialogue. It's basically them writing letters back to one another. You never get the letters of Lucilius, the ones he wrote to Seneca, but he writes back to Lucilius with the various ideas that he has, the various philosophical teachings. And it was actually designed intentionally, and they say so much in the book, to where it was not just meant to be for Lucilius. It was meant to be actually broadly publicized about the intelligentsia of the Roman Empire at that time, so that they could all read it as well, and get the full brunt of Seneca's philosophical teachings with respect to Stoicism. Basically, what you see me doing here with you, with all these videos, and my ability to talk to you directly, if you were to send letters or communications back to me, let's say it were a recorded telephone call or a recorded Skype, that's the equivalent of this. I'd have the Skype call recorded and posted to my YouTube channel for everybody to see. And any ideas that came about from that, everybody would be able to glean. It's a very good philosophical book. Lots of really good concepts in it. I have a bunch of notes written here. I'm going to go ahead and go through them. So, he brings up the point that you should not read a humongous amount of philosophical works or novels or poems or anything like that just to read them. And the idea he is coming about, or he's trying to present here, is that you, again, like I said, you don't want to read them just to read them. You want to read them to actually get a lowest common denominator truth out of them. Every work that comes from somebody of actual value, somebody who's actually trying to produce valuable works, like this one, like the cognitive theoretic model of the universe, like Immanuel Kant's philosophical writings, like Socrates, Aristotle. You don't have to accept whatever they say whole hog, and in fact you shouldn't. But you can find the kernels of truth within them. That's what Seneca's really getting at when he says don't read a bunch of stuff just to read it. So I disagree with the way he wrote it in the first part of essay number 1, but the general idea is there. He also says, I'm glad to learn in order that I may teach, which is the point of this all. Again, that's why I'm reading all these novels and these books, so that I can give you guys a basic general review of it, and you can decide whether or not you want to also glean those kernels of truth from those books as well. This is one of those books that you definitely should read. It is really good. He also disregards maxims in favor of looking at the whole philosopher. That is to say, don't just try to find the 5-word quips to give to somebody about somebody else's teachings if you don't really understand what they mean by it. There's a lot. He speaks of a lot of intelligentsia at the time that know these maxims as if they're wise, but in fact they just know those 5 words that a philosopher said, and that's it. So he's got a very good point there. It ties into having the whole picture approach. I also found it really interesting that he has a lot of proto-Christian echoes in his writings, which it kind of makes sense because he lives during the time of Jesus. Kind of makes sense, but at the same time, he wasn't Christian. It makes me think of the 100th monkey theory, which is to say, the cultural zeitgeist, which is an underlying paradigm of the world at the time, might actually have some type of thread that connects us all together subconsciously that we don't actually consciously know about. Where a great thinker 2,000 miles away on the planet spouts out some amazing ideas that have a ripple effect on everybody around them, and those ripples, without you even knowing, reach all the way over to you in your subconscious, because we're all connected. And this also harkens to the idea, why would Jesus even come to a province of the Roman Empire at all? It's because he believes, that there was something salvageable within Rome. Not just the Jewish people, not just Israel, not just Jerusalem, but that there was something salvageable within Rome in general. Pontius Pilate, who had great respect for Jesus, had to do what he did, and Jesus told him that he was required to do it, partially so that Rome would stay stable, at least for a couple hundred more years. It eventually collapsed, sure, but the entirety of Roman civilization is kind of the thread of all civilization. And I think Jesus knows that. More than I think. I'm almost certain of it, which is why he decided to dive in to history at that point in time. The specific spot that he went, basically to be the center around which everything rotates. It was brilliant. And, tying into the fact that, or the idea that Rome is kind of the thread of all of human civilization, there are rhymes in this book from like Virgil and other great authors of the time, Homer, where the words still rhyme, even after they've been translated, rewritten, and all that stuff for thousands of years, they still rhyme. Not all of them, but some of them. And I think it's because when you look at a lot of Latin words, they're almost identical to some words in English today. All right, we even have some that are, in fact, identical. It's because it's the underlying thread of it all. So sometimes you will encounter rhymes that still, in fact, rhyme. It's crazy. It just makes the point that this is our cultural thread of all civilization right here. So yeah, he lived from 4 AD to 65 AD, and the way he died, which was very, very brutal, was intentional. He actually made a scene of his own death because he was told to commit self-deletion when it came to the end, which was very popular in Rome at the time. When you fell out of favor with the emperor, they wouldn't unalive you themselves. They would tell you to commit self-deletion. And the way he did it was brutal, intentionally. When you read the letters, it's almost as if he was telling the emperor and the leadership that I want my life to end in a way that is memorable. It was almost as if he was in the undertones telling them, do something like this to me. And they gave him what he asked. That's something that you have to read the story or read the philosophical work in order to be able to glean it. Because it's an undertone. So, yeah, strong recommend from me. Very, very good. If you want to consider yourself a Stoic to any degree, this is at the top of the list of books that you should read. Very good. Strong recommend. So, yeah, that's all I got for today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 123 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. For this one, I'm going to read an essay. It was actually a stub that I called Balrog. I wrote this back in 2016, but I have since added to it. I extended it a little bit today, and I'm going to read it to you. As you fight the bloody battle to dispatch your inner Balrog, it's a type of demon, as it grasps your neck, attempting to choke the burgeoning light out of your eyes, know that you do not walk alone. We all have demons. Some of them are readily visible through physical and emotional traumas that we carry on in our bodies, through our personalities, and others we tend to keep at bay and to ourselves. One way or another, they are there. As this hellish world demands its pound of flesh, that we all must suffer in the most sadistic and personalized of ways. Knowing that you do not walk alone is a reference to us being our brother's keepers, as well as God himself walking with us as we suffer, until we're ready to move past the hellish existence of this world. The choice, ultimately, is ours, but many of us are entranced by the siren song of the enemy, allowing it to both corrupt and confuse us, usually at the same time. I'll be there to help you. Both God, Jesus, and I, Peyton Pearson, will be there to help you in any way, shape, or form that we can. I am God's servant, as any truly earnestly trying person is. That is, a person trying to advance the human family, help you on an individual level, and ultimately make the world a better place. Any pain that I myself may be causing, by virtue of my words, or even by my existence itself, I don't mean to cause that pain. and I would much rather soak it up myself and destroy it. The pain, that is. No more pain. No more pain. It is gone. You do not face such tremendous hurdles alone. If you do not see this edifice now, you soon will, and I'll be pointing at its weak spots, providing all the tools you need. The greatest trick the devil ever played was convincing the world that he does not exist. This, therefore, is how we end up turning the world upside down, misattributing the evils of this world to God instead, when God is axiomatically love, and the evil axiomatically apart from God. If you believe that God does not exist, or have in some way been convinced of it, then all things are equal. There is no juxtaposition, and it all seems to come from the same source, whether it be pure chance or guided by an intelligent hand. The most potent tool that you can be given, that you need, is this knowledge that evil is real, that the devil does exist, and that the devil is not God. But I cannot do it for you. This is your chance. Whatever you fear, it makes sense to charge toward it as powerfully as you can muster, to put yourself on the knife's edge of maximal effort, to achieve maximal effort, or maximal growth. Don't go too far, as you'll crash out, but don't go less than you can, or you will not fully utilize the chance that God has given you. Your free will is yours. It is what constitutes you as a sovereign individual. But if you are controlled by fear, you are not exercising said free will, and you are sacrificing yourself and your chance. So yeah, I wrote that with its little addition today. Actually, the original was just about 4 lines, 5 lines, but the extended version are my new thoughts that came today. I literally wrote this extension down today. So, we're all sovereign individuals. We all play a part. This connects with what I said in my last video. A world in which morality is not a disadvantage is worth fighting and, if need be, dying for. This ties into what exactly that means. A world without morality, therefore, is a world without God. A world in which I do not want to live. So it's up to us to make the world where morality is not a disadvantage a reality. In our sovereign free will, we exercise that capacity to create the opportunity for said reality. That's it for today, guys. Hope you got something out of this. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 124 until I'm a YouTube millionaire, and this one's going to be a basic economics lesson. Since I'm not going to have the opportunity to help directly the people I would love to be able to help build themselves an economic empire and all that. In particular, I'm talking about, sorry, there's a piece of hair on my camera, a female species that I would love to help build their economic empire. But since I can't do that directly, I'll do it indirectly here with a video. So, let's say that you live in Ohio. Person I'm thinking of doesn't, but let's say you live in Ohio and you're spending about $1,000 per month, which is actually a high estimate, on your rent. And then all other expenses, your food, your electrical, your gas, your water, all that stuff is an extra $500 per month on top of that. So $1,500 per month expenses. Let's go ahead and add gas into that and car and stuff. So an extra $150, so $1,650 a month. And that's a high estimate, because out there you can get a rental property, a rental unit. I actually have units myself that I rent out for this price for $600 a month. And it's nice too. It's in a very nice area. But let's just say high estimate, $1,650 a month, all expenses included. That can even include medical care, insurance, medical insurance. So if you do basic math, let's say you get a low-end job out there making $12 an hour, because they don't have a minimum wage of $15 an hour out there. So $12 an hour, working as a Walmart associate. Okay, $12 per hour times 40 hours per week times 4 weeks in a month, 480, about $1,700 a month. So just with that alone, you can make a living. You can survive. You can be comfortable. Now what you have, remember, compound interest, sweetheart. Compound interest. This is humongous. Okay? I wish I had the kind of growth that you got right now. But it's going to get good. All right? That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's going to get good. Especially since you're so young. Oh, if only I would have been able to start this when I was your age. So, $1,700 per month is what you would make off of a basic job. Now, I know that you do a different type of job where you live that actually makes even more money than that. A lot more. Even though it's in an expensive part of the world, it's still... you make up for that with the tips and stuff. But we're just using this as an example. So $1,700 per month, you're still in the green by a significant margin. Then you have YouTube. All right? You've got YouTube right there. Let's say you got 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. Which you have more than that right now, but 10,000 subs. And you're getting... so normally, you'll get about 10 to 20% of your views on your videos, each video. So your number of subscribers as views on each video. So 10,000 subs equates to about 1,000 to 2,000 views per long-form video. It's what it should be, but YouTube's algorithm's all over the goddamn place right now. You just so happen to hit the jackpot, and it's working properly. So 2,000 views, let's say, is what you're... I know you're getting more, but I'm just going to say that average conservative per video. Usually the CPM, what you actually make, cost per milli, the amount of money that you make per 1,000 views, this depends on the niche, but the niche that you're doing is around $5 per 1,000 views. So you're posting a video every 2 to 3 days. Okay? So let's say you get 15 videos posted a month. 15 times 15. What is that? Well, that's $225 a month. Which doesn't seem like that much right now. But you're growing fast. Really fast. So you are gaining roughly, I would say, what is it? Probably a good 5 to 10% per week, which is insane. You'll be at 100,000 in a blink of the eye, but that's about what you're making, or what you're growing per week. So to exponentially grow means that you're getting that 5 to 10% on top of whatever you have from the previous week. So you can do the basic math. I've got my MATLAB program actually pulled up here, so I'll do that for you real quick. Let's show you what that would be in a year, which you can anticipate that you could actually keep this kind of growth going for a year or longer. All right? So 1.05 raised to the 52 you'd be 12 times, 13 times the size that you are right now. So you're at about 10,000 subs right now. You're actually a little more than that. Multiply that by 13. 150,000 subscribers in a singular year. I can see you be there, by the way. Easily. Easily. Okay? 150,000 subscribers. If you don't believe me, look up Kira Lutan. You're way more insightful than she is. And she's got almost 100,000 subs. I like Kira Lutan. She seems pretty nice. But you're way more insightful than she is. Alright? So 150,000 subscribers. You do the same basic math. That equates to roughly 30,000 views a video. If you're still keeping up at your current rate of posting. So 30K views per video, still about $5 per 1,000 views. That's $150. So times 15. This is you at 150,000 subs. That is, make sure I'm doing the math right. I believe that's $2,250 a month. Times 15. Yep, $2,225 a month. And that's on top of what you're making in your other stuff. I know that you also do Calendly calls. That is going to increase at the same rate that the size of your channel is going to increase, if not faster, because you also are exploding on Instagram. You're utterly exploding on Instagram. My goodness, what is going on over there? And while Instagram itself doesn't make much money, the way you make money off of it is you sell products. And your product here is your Calendly, where you can actually meet people one-on-one. And if you look at Elliot Hulse, he is a wisdom teacher on YouTube. He doesn't get very many views on his videos, despite his number of subscribers, because he wasn't consistent about it. He stopped posting, and therefore all the viewers stopped watching his videos. But because he's got his Calendly set up, something similar to what you have, he does $100 per hour, or per session, and he's making like $20,000 a month on that alone. On that alone. That's humongous. It's something to that effect. So, as the size of your channel grows, you can also exponentially increase what you're charging. Now, this isn't you trying to be stuck up or anything. This is you being a very in-demand quantity. And you need to make sure that you are valuing your time properly. So when you get to that point, you are going to be very, very, very in demand. Even more than you are now. Let's just say, purely off AdSense, $2,225 a month. You're also going to start getting like brand deals, and advertisers are going to come to you directly to talk to you to advertise their products. And that's going to be, for a channel that size, say $1,000 per ad read. And you'll probably have one maybe every 2 or 3 episodes, which means that you'll have about 5 of them a month. So that's $5,000 a month off of that. This is just in 1 year, if you keep going. Which, don't stop, sweetheart. Don't stop. All right? So, and I'm doing this because I can't talk to you directly, unfortunately. So that's fine. I'm still going to try to help you. So $5,000 a month off of Calendly, and then $5,000 a month off brand deals. You'll be making $10,000 a month from Calendly and brand deals, $2,225 a month just off of AdSense, and then you're still going to be making your money as, I'll just say it, a waitress. So $4,000 a month, let's say, that you're getting off of that. That's $16,000 a month, which is, do the math, $192,000 a year. Okay? Let's say you keep your expenses relatively where they are. You do want to increase them, just a little, not a huge amount, just a little, because follow the Seneca philosophy. You want to be just a little bit over the average person so that you can give them an incentive to become better, but not so far out that they can't reach you. So, you might get some nicer clothes, a nicer car. Maybe you get like a Mercedes or something, or a really nice Jeep. Just an idea. But you're not going to go out there and get yourself a Lamborghini and put yourself in debt. But like a Jeep or something. And your expenses go up to, say, $2,500 a month, maybe $3,000. And you're making $16,000 a month. $13K you are going to have as pure icing on the cake. All right? That's $150,000 a year. Now, what are you going to do with that money? Here's what I recommend. You do what you want to do. I'm not a financial advisor. I was a financial consultant for a while. I'm also, like I was saying, I'm not a doctor, but I'm a pretty smart guy. I know how to handle my money all right. Here's what I would recommend. You take split it up into 4 pieces, 4 partitions, if you will. So, one partition is for your fun. You go out and do stuff and enjoy life. Enjoy the finer things in life. So let's say that's $4,000 a month for you to do that. Because this is going to divide, well, it wouldn't be $4,000, it'd be about $3,000 a month. Okay, $3,000 a month for that. And then $3,000 a month you put into Bitcoin. Bitcoin only. No altcoins. Not even Ethereum. Not Bitcoin traded funds or anything. Bitcoin. Period. End of story. The easiest way to get it is to go to Coinbase.com and set yourself up an account. Buy that. Set up automatic monthly buys. Set it and forget it. Don't even look at it. That money no longer exists. You will look at it when you want to actually draw from it, say 20 years from now, when it's going to... Oh, that's going to be a lot. That's going to be a lot. I'm talking like hundreds of millions of dollars if you start now. $3,000 a month, you put in, stocks and the stock market. The easiest way to do that is to go to Robinhood. Get yourself a Robinhood account on your computer or your phone, whatever, and just set up automatic buys to where you buy an S&P 500. You could even do it on margin if you want. I don't recommend it, but you can, where you're getting an extra 25% growth by doing that. There are different margin setups that they have, but I just say go get yourself some S&P 500 stocks on Robinhood. They don't charge you any fees on Robinhood, so it's a really good program, really good app to use. And then the last part of that 1/4 you use to invest in real estate. Real estate is the most time-honored, best way to become wealthy ever known in the history of the human race. It is the best way to do it. It's the most surefire. Now, the reason I brought up Ohio in these numbers earlier was because it's one of the best places to buy real estate properties for rentals. It has one of the highest rent to cost of property ratios. So I have, for instance, a property that I bought for $144,000 back in 2018, I want to say, right around there. And I make about $4,000 a month off of it. $4,000 a month, not a year, a month. You can't find that almost anywhere else. Okay? So real estate is what I would say you want to spend your last fourth of that portion of money that you're not spending for surviving on. This is going to be in about a year. You're going to be 25. I'm revealing a lot about the person I'm talking about, but it's okay. It's okay. So yeah, that's going to be your last fourth there. Do the math. Your channel is going to be continuously growing even after this year mark that I'm giving you right now. It's probably going to get to 1 million subscribers, and it's going to proportionally grow in that way in like 2, maybe 3 years, if you keep on consistently posting, which I pray you do, because this is, I'm telling you, sweetheart, you hit the jackpot. Pardon my language, but you fucking hit the jackpot. You got a 21 on blackjack. I prayed to God that one day I get as lucky as you did. So, 10 years from now, let's say you're actually following this procedure. It'll change a little bit. You know, you want to keep your books straight. It's going to change a little bit because, you know, you might have different ideas of exactly what you want to do, but extrapolate this over 10 years. I'm just going to do a very basic compounding program here, okay? So I actually have a compound program that I set up on MATLAB. I built it myself. So let's say you have 13,000 that you're putting in per month. And how much you're going to contribute per month? That's what it is, 13,000. And how many years until you desire to retire? This is not retirement, but I'm telling you this is what's going to happen after about 10 years. And then it'll increase with inflation. And your growth rate, we're just going to say, is conservatively 10%. It's actually going to be a lot more than that. A lot more. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to say 20%. Because that's probably more accurate. At that time, you will have contributed $1.7 million to the entire portfolio, and you will have gotten yourself up to $5 million of net worth. And it's going to grow a lot more than that. A lot more. I'm being extremely conservative. Bitcoin itself, I mean, its target is like $5 million per coin in 10 years or so. Do the math. It's mind-blowing. So, it's small right now, sweetheart, but it's gonna get big. Also, I do want to remind you, there is the small possibility that YouTube could collapse if they don't fix their algorithm. There is the small possibility of that. So, keeping that in mind, make sure that you're not putting all your eggs in one basket. I know you've got that humongous Instagram channel, or page, whatever, but you might want to also start working towards putting videos on Rumble specifically. Because Rumble is a very good alternative. It's not nearly as good as YouTube yet, but it may one day get there. I hope so, because YouTube is very politically biased, and it makes it very difficult to post good content on it without being shadow banned and throttled and stuff like that. So, yeah, you hit the jackpot. Oh, and this one I'm actually going to talk directly to somebody because I want her to know. Rachel, on X, start a YouTube channel, sweetheart. Start a YouTube channel. You saw the math. You are a very attractive, very kind woman, even though you think you're just angry and all that stuff. You're awesome. You're awesome. You're going to gather a lot of followers, a lot of subscribers on YouTube very quickly. So start making some YouTube videos. They could be of your art. They could be of you just talking, your ideas. Again, if you're insecure about your ability to do that, look at the woman I talked about earlier. I like Kira Lutan, but she's got very basic things to say, and people still love to listen to her. All right? So don't be insecure about it. So, all right, guys. I'm excited for you. I am excited for you. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 125 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this one, I'm going to read another essay that I wrote. I believe this one was back in 2017. It's called Bellwether. Bellwether. I wonder if any of you can tell just how much of our world today is complete fantasy. Do any of you realize that what you see as everyday goings-on is in fact indirectly and directly manufactured by a great many different sources? What I'm trying to say here is that we are in an artificial situation right now. Or an artificial situation within an artificial situation. Artificial situation inception. It is my submission that the world we live in, and I have backed up this claim with many a logical argument, ranging from discussion on the double-slit experiment to logically thinking through how the nature of existence itself does not make sense, is a complete farce. Try to follow me on this one. Let us look at a petri dish of the United States, the presidential election from 2016. There essentially could not have been two candidates that were more polar opposite, more inflammatory, and more separating for the whole population of the country, let alone the world. It must be understood that this phenomenon is partially due to the information age, where all candidates for that most coveted office, which is the presidency, are more vetted than they have ever been in the entire history of humanity. But I honestly believe that the internet was just an outlet. I think the scheme is much grander than that. Understand, once more, that anything I can say here is fully in that realm of speculation. And some might even say conspiracy theory, but that word is lost, or term is lost all meaning. But I just cannot see any other way around this. Now, I have much farther to go in this explanation, but let me first establish the groundwork for the path we are going as a society, and the egregious problems that we face. Here was the problem, or is the problem, that most desperately needed to be addressed, and immediately so. We were trusting the wrong people, and too asleep to really care much about where they were leading us. What is the easiest way to subdue and control a population? Even one as relatively, quote-unquote, aware and intelligent as that of the United States and other Western countries such as Great Britain. You feed them, you clothe them, you provide them with shelter, you provide them with ample amounts of banal and useless entertainment, things that do not challenge them to think differently or stand up to the status quo. The fruits of this paradigm are things like Keeping Up with the Kardashians, Real Housewives, Miley Cyrus, and much more. Once more, and this is an easy one to accomplish when everyone is comfortable enough to not care otherwise, anyone who calls out these, or those trying to lead you into the, like lambs to the slaughter, is ridiculed, if not outright killed or unalived, or imprisoned. You saw what happened in 2020. Principally, ridicule is the form of suppression that sells, or calls, the least amount of attention to the situation. Imprisonment next, and unaliving will not matter much either if the general population is still not paying attention. You all know, all of you reading this, or hearing me talk about it, just as well as I do, that the things of which I speak are true, though some of you may be, or were, too comfortable to point them out, or too afraid, which, when there is little momentum on your side, I can understand, but still not accept. The logical arguments against things like the Federal Reserve are rock solid. It should not exist. Period. End of story. though only 1 in a million people long ago could pierce the veil and truly understand this. The information age has perhaps reduced the threshold to 1 in 1,000, but that is still an incredible hurdle to overcome. In truth, do you want to know where we were going to be led? We were being led to total enslavement. And even now, those individuals who are trying to effect that enslavement still have not given up on their project. For those of you who still do not understand, read 1984 by George Orwell. I am almost certain that we were being led into a circle of fiends trying to eat us so that we could not see into their plans. George Orwell wrote that book as a consequence of this fact. He went into hiding for roughly 6 months after his experiences. And when he came back out into the public, the book was made, and he unalived himself shortly thereafter. You should look into the backstory of George Orwell. He refused to dress warmly after being diagnosed with tuberculosis in England. So, he unalived himself. You know that of which I speak is true. You know it. Though you cannot overcome the momentum of the hundreds of years over the course of only one generation when you have so little momentum on your side. This harkens back to us knowing very little and living very short lives. No, it takes infiltrators everywhere, unaware of who you can trust, but knowing that there are those in positions of high levels of authority that wear the veil of evil just to make the right decision at the right time and at the right place. So just as the enemy can have sleeper cells, so can the white hats be sleeper cells. White hats being good guys. If you can trust no one, then anyone can be an enemy, and anyone can be an ally. Would you bank on a 50% chance of victory or a 0.000001% chance of victory? So if you make a big old mess of things, and previously the best chance that you had of winning was 0.000001%, if nobody can tell who's good or who's bad, your chance of winning goes up to 50%, or approaches that. Pretty good. Hell of a lot better than the previous percentage. So with the problem established, that the public is asleep and too comfortable to care, how do you change this? You got to make it uncomfortable to stay in that same place. How do you do that? You infiltrate every single area where they take sanctuary, from Hollywood to mainstream media, that's a very big one, to sports and politics. You make it uncomfortable in every facet of their lives where they find refuge. And when you do that, then even the most stubborn of individuals will eventually budge and actually start paying attention. In this vein, those who are making your lives uncomfortable are actually your allies. Many of them. Some of them are unwitting pawns in the giant game of chess, falling victim to their deeply held biases that only rear their ugly faces when pressed. But some individuals are deliberately acting, deliberately saying and doing things in which they do not believe to foment discomfort. You once more do not know who you can trust. But everyone is actually partaking in the mass awakening, all together, for better or for worse. The word revelation, like the Bible, means awakening, essentially. We are basically smacking each other as hard as we can to wake up out of our stupor. You know what is the kicker here? I can tell you this now because you still do not know whether or not you can trust me. My name is Peyton, like Satan. Well, either way, I'm not your enemy. Only those who have a personal relationship with me, understand my history, and have their own personally accepted proof of my intent are willing and able to do so. The rest may think that I am simply speaking nonsense. But I would take a 50% chance any day over an essentially non-existent possibility of victory. Now, I'm a nobody. I'm just a simple 35-year-old man with some crazy theories and perhaps an above-average intelligence. In being a nobody, you are free from the restraints of the institutions of our world, so you don't have to worry about an authority figure telling you what is true or not. How would you know that the path you were on, and could still fall back into if we are not careful and vigilant, was going to lead to enslavement and eventually an all-out apocalypse? Well, you need to be able to discern the consequences of your actions with perfect fidelity to be able to say with any degree of certainty that your path will lead to nowhere or worse. We have many tools with high levels of predictive power. Mathematics and physics are very useful for predicting where particular planets will be at particular times in their respective orbits around their host stars, for instance. We have economic models that can predict with reasonable accuracy what the markets will do given particular stimuli or given particular timelines and situations, a la tariffs causing the stock market to be shaky. Imagine that you crack the code and eventually figure out how to build a porthole into your own future. You would have a looking glass through which you could see where you have been and where you are going. You see that there are an infinite number of paths, all leading to an infinite number of conclusions. And in that vision, you realize that you truly do have free will and can change the course of history. It's called time travel. Called time travel, my friends. Now you can say I'm off my rocker. At least for now. We haven't come up with the tool yet, but perhaps soon. I will tell you this truth, and one I hope you will understand and embrace completely. Never allow yourself to be fully comfortable. Always seek the next great challenge to your willpower, to your creativity, to your ingenuity, to your physical strength, to your soul. Whether anything that I have said above is true, within this essay is true or not, just assume that it is. Suspend disbelief. And you will understand why it is so important to run as fast as you can to escape the abyss of complacency. Just imagine that the worst nightmares of conspiracy theorists, quote-unquote, pale in comparison to how bad it actually is. We are not only to be enslaved, but harvested as if a human farm. Think about that. Additionally, the giant hypothetical mess that I explained earlier also highlights the importance of the personal relationship and living a life where your convictions to your principles are so rock solid that you become a bellwether, a la the name of this essay, by which others can measure the importance of particular actions. You are the standard. This is how you build trust in an external sense. You first trust yourself, which then leads you to be able to live a life of conviction and walk in your path no matter where it takes you. And this builds a history that is hard as diamond, a history that others can come to count on. Whether or not they agree with your path, they can be sure that you are going to take actions to allow for that path to be fulfilled. In the human experience, this is our mission, and this scheme is the ulterior motive to get to that conclusion. The Matrix is showing cracks now more than it ever has. When two candidates run for the office of president that are more at odds with one another than ever in the history of the country, are as inflammatory of candidates as we have ever seen, and the media is completely arrayed against one but not the other, there is no way to not see that the situation is at least somewhat manufactured. Ironically, in me saying this, there actually are people that still don't see it. But by whom? You? Me? All of us? The 13 banking families? We're all partaking in the greatest game of chess ever played, and the prize is the human race. Or is this simply a hypothetical, fantastical situation that I'm talking about? You decide. Know that if you pull the strings of the wrong people, perhaps even a nobody such as myself, you might just unleash a Trojan horse who will rain an endless fury upon you from which you will not survive. Like what happened to me when I tried to get out of the military. Crucifixion disease. I mention it in every one of my videos, my workout videos. I don't have arteries in my arms and legs, and I used to be a marathon runner. I was directly, physically attacked in a way that nobody else could see. What's true and what's not? Think about it. The whole damn world is insane and suicidal. Someone has to do something. Not all sheep are asleep. So that's this essay, guys. It was a little bit longer than most of them. I hope you enjoyed it. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 126 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today I want to talk a little bit more about psychological, spiritual, physical, emotional layering. What exactly is that? Well, let me put it to you this way. And this attaches to needing to have something repeated to you at least 6 times before you remember it or can, recall it in any reasonable way. But let me put it to you this way. Of all the books that I'm reading, and this applies to anybody, do you think that unless I've got a eidetic memory, also known as a photographic memory colloquially, that I would be able to remember everything that I read in every single book that I've read over the course of my entire life? Obviously, that's a ridiculous notion. It doesn't happen. No. What you do with the psychological layering and the books that you read and the media that you consume is in each one of those pieces of media, you are discerning the lowest common denominator from that and how it applies to you. The lowest common denominator, or kernel of truth, and how it applies to you, you're probably not even going to remember consciously, unless you write it down at least half a dozen times, unless you apply it at least a few times, unless you teach other people about it at least a few times. You're not going to remember it. So what does it come down to? What's the purpose of it all? Our memories are not very good. They're the best memories on the entire face of the planet. No other species even comes close to our memory, except maybe elephants. And they're not as smart as we are. So it's not the memory. What is it? It's the subconscious piece. And how that improves your intuitive decision-making. You remember the core of who and what you are through the media that you absorb and the lowest common denominator from those pieces of media that you glean from them. So, let me give you an example. This book, I'm currently reading it, No Longer Human is what it's called. I'm not going to remember the details of this book going forward. When I'm done, in 10, 15 years, I'll remember the basic plot line, sure, but I won't remember the details of it. What will I remember? That highly intelligent people, which is the main character of this story, tend to be very depressed, very isolated, and have a great amount of pain internally. I will also remember something that I have heard from many a person, both Japanese and otherwise, because this is a Japanese book, that the Japanese people are very dark people. Not evil or anything like that, but they have morbid thoughts, morbid perspectives on the world for good reason. We live in a depraved world, a very difficult one. And they just see it better than almost anyone else. And by the way, the main character in this story is a Christian. He's kind of a nominal one, but he is a Christian. At least he states as much. So you're not trying to glean from it specific details. And this is never the way it works. You glean from it a way to better live your life. What is your underlying imperative for your entire life? The reason you're here, your personal mission. Mine? Serve Jesus, serve God. And that means to love humanity, and that means to advance humanity. So, I glean from this book the darkness of the Japanese spirit, and what I say in my mind, heart, and soul, I need to have compassion for them. Love, empathy, which I do. Very much so. I'm not going to forget that. That's attached to my subconscious. That's attached to my heart and soul. And by the way, connecting to that yet more, I'm writing of that specific idea in my novel series. The female lead, her name is Emily, is half Japanese in my book, in my novel series. And it superficially appears that she is the deepest, darkest evil that exists. But she's not. And you will find that. You'll discover it at close to the end of the story. And it's going to be a very extensive one. You cannot write all the information that needs to be read or written. You have to have a threshold. Mine's 1 million words in my novel series before I will feel like I have adequately explained what I'm trying to get across. You can't get it all, but you'll get enough. So I attach that, the darkness of the soul of the Japanese people, because they can see how depraved the world is much better than almost anyone else. And that is ingrained in my subconscious. And I'm going to take that forward in the best way possible to make the world a better place. That is what psychological layering means. So absorb the very best material, the very best media that you possibly can in order to do that. There you go. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 127 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today I wanted to talk a little bit about resonant frequencies. So, every object in the universe has a resonant frequency. Now, what is a resonant frequency? A resonant frequency is the frequency at which that object vibrates. Every object in the universe, such as the human eye, the human body, the table, a cell phone, depends on the frame of reference, but everything is comprised of atoms and subatomic particles and fundamental particles, etc., 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 all the way down to the Planck unit of time length. And it probably goes even farther than that, but we don't know how to get to that point. And at the very most fundamental of level, everything is just energy and frequency. The whole of existence. All of it. And what we perceive, you and I, and everyone else, is how it has collapsed into our perceptive ability to see, to comprehend the universe around us. All right? Everything is frequency. Everything is energy. Everything. So, what you can derive from that is the frequency at which a certain frame of reference vibrates. The frequency goes up and down, 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 right? It's peaks and troughs, peaks and troughs, peaks and troughs. And it's repetitive. It keeps going. Ad infinitum. To infinity and beyond. Like Buzz Lightyear says. So, to get to the very base here, a human body resonates at a fairly low frequency. It's like 4 hertz, I think, somewhere around there. That means you have an oscillation in the frequency, in the wavelength. You get 4 of them, 4 whole wavelengths per second. Okay? The light that you see, the visual spectrum that your eyes are physical transducers to be able to comprehend for your brain is between 400, 350, and about 750 nanometers. Nanometer is 10 to the negative 9th meters. Very, very tiny. The number of oscillations that can happen in a second are on the order of hundreds of billions. Okay? But anyway, a physical form, such as the human body, has a resonant frequency. And you say resonant because at the peaks and the troughs of the frequency spectrum for the object, that is where it's at its highest energy state. Energy states being related to the energy states of the actual atomic substructure of the material. Those energy states can cause that atomic substructure to actually have the electrons move to different electron shells within the elements of the structure, right? So, if you are bombarding something with its specific resonant frequency, or a multiple thereof, then basically what you're doing is you are maximizing or increasing the amplitude of the peaks and of the troughs of the frequency at which that object resonates. And every object, like I said, has said resonant frequency, whether it's a building or a dog. Everything. It's the frame of reference. Okay? You find it specifically for that frame of reference, and if you bombard that object with its resonant frequency at a high enough amplitude for a long enough time, Nikola Tesla proved this actually many, many years ago when he was still alive. He had like a black box object under a building because he was trying to show people what he could do with resonant frequencies. It was an experiment. He was paid to do it, I think, because they wanted the building to come down anyway. You'll have to look this up. I don't remember the exact story, but I'll probably get like a little indicator on the video for you so you can see what I'm talking about. But he miscalculated the resonant frequency by just a hair. So since he did, it took a lot longer for it to happen, but it did happen. He bombarded that building with its resonant frequency, and over the course of a few hours, it finally ended up collapsing. You can do the same thing with a building, or with a body, or with a component of said body. Every object in the universe, depending on its frame of reference, has its own specific resonant frequency. For veins and arteries, it's about 1 hertz. The closer you get to a specific resonant frequency for a specific person's veins and arteries, the more pointed you can be with your attack on them. And by the way, that 1 hertz frequency that veins and arteries vibrate at, roughly, is such a long wavelength that it is not attenuated hardly at all through space. So it could be sent to Earth from Alpha Centauri or beyond, and it would get here with minimal attenuation. Going through the atmosphere, going through the void of space, going through nebulae, all of it, because it's such a low frequency. So you have that, all right? If you find the specific resonant frequency, then you can be very, very targeted with the people you're trying to target. Very, very pointed. But then you also have things like gamma rays, or really, really high frequency stuff. The reason those ones are so obliterative, they're so destructive, is because they vibrate at such a high frequency that they essentially resonate with everything, or near enough. You'd have to be a very specific frequency to not be attacked and destroyed by a gamma ray. A gamma ray turns your DNA into jelly. I read a story, the criticality incident in Japan that happened back in 1996, I believe it was. There were 3 workers that got bombarded with the highest amount of gamma rays ever recorded. And one man was bombarded with 20,000 sieverts, I think it was, of gamma radiation over the course of a few seconds. And his body, his DNA turned into jelly. There was nothing left. It took him about 90 days to die because your cells have to recycle, and basically your whole body, all the cells within it, recycle in about 120 days. Odd to think about. Not all of them, but like your skin cells, your organs, stuff like that. Some of your bone cells, your nails, obviously. But when you get through that entire cycle, if you don't have DNA that is extant to replicate the same cells, they're not going to replicate. You're just going to decay and die. That's what happened to the guy. He survived for it was right around, I think it was like 90 or 100 days or something like that. It was a very gruesome death, too. So that's how gamma rays work. That's how they are so destructive. But every object in the universe has a resonant frequency. The lower you go, the more specific and targeted your attack can be. So I don't have arteries, or I do, but just enough to keep my hands and feet alive. But I don't have pulses in my wrists because I had that kind of attack conducted upon me. I wanted to give a little bit more detail on how resonant frequencies work so that you guys could see exactly what I'm talking about here. Doctors, I literally had hundreds of doctors take a look at me. No joke. I'm not exaggerating about that. They couldn't figure out what caused it, but they knew it happened. I had several angiograms done and a bypass on my legs. Your legs normally have 3 arteries that reach down to your toes. And that gives you the sufficient blood flow that you need in order to have proper mobility and proper circulation and all that. My left leg had 1 feeble artery that was making it down to my foot, and my right leg had 2 feeble arteries. The doctors don't know what the hell happened, because I was a marathon runner before. And if anything, being a marathon runner should actually drastically improve your circulation. Didn't do that with me. They don't know what happened. I think I was attacked with a very specific resonant frequency. They discovered whatever mine was and obliterated those arteries. I remember I was getting ready to play basketball one day with with a group of my friends, my church mates, out in Ohio. And I looked at my right foot because I noticed it was really painful. It's like something had punched it. And there was a bruised line across my foot where the vein had literally disintegrated, or the artery. It was gone. I remember that artery being there. I remember it being, because I pay attention to my feet, because I was a runner and all that, so I had to, because I had to make sure that I was keeping tabs on it and taking good care of myself. And I was appreciative of that artery there because it was so powerful and it was giving me good circulation. That day I went out there to play basketball with my friends. It turned black, and basically over the course of a few weeks it disintegrated. It was gone. This actually happened to me. I'm not exaggerating. But that's what resonant frequencies are. And it can be so specific that it can actually go inside your own personal body and attack a specific thing. Yeah, it's crazy to think about, but everything is frequency, everything is energy. We're all waves vibrating at different levels in whatever dimension. That's what it ultimately means. So, I'll talk more about this later, but I hope this gives it a little bit of a better perspective on it. Anyway, alright guys, have a good Saturday. Love you all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 128 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today we are going to be conducting a review of No Longer Human by Osamu Dazai. This is a very interesting book, rather easy read. It's only 177 pages, and basically what it is a transcribed series of notebook journals from a young man from back in the 1930s or so in Japan. This young man was very highly intelligent, got very good grades in school, but exhibits all of the characteristics that you typically associate with a lost generation of Japanese children. And honestly, it's not a singular generation. It seems to be a lost century, or even farther than that, of Japanese individuals. People who don't really have an idea of the purpose of life or what we're even doing here, and are kind of resigned to the fact that existence really has no purpose. And they see the darkness and the depravity in the human condition and inwardly reflect that in how they write of how they perceive the world. This man, the main character of the story, I believe his name is Yoko. I don't even remember. I just remember the person. See, names are important, but they don't mean everything. This happened around 1930. It was before the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were dropped. So that played a no part in it, in the perspective of the young man. But he always used comedy, basically. He was the class clown, to veil his depression and his sadness and his loneliness. Because regardless of how dark or whatever you want to call the souls of Japanese people are, and that darkness doesn't mean evil, it just means they see the darkness in humanity better than most people do. It doesn't mean evil. And I said this in a previous video, the female lead in my story is half Japanese, and for the longest time, up until near the end of the story, you're going to think that she's the deepest, darkest evil that exists, but she's actually not. She's actually really, really good. But it was a clever ploy to serve God, what she was doing. So, basically, he's depressed, he doesn't have an appetite, and he doesn't have an appetite for much of his life. He drinks a lot. He exhibits both characteristics, and this is actually fairly common among younger people in Japanese culture, because they have such a dark side, they can see the darkness in humanity. There seems to be a psychopathic tendency there. he ends up spending a lot of time in a mental asylum after the age of 27 because he tries to unalive himself 3 separate times. And one of the times he tries to do it with an impoverished woman who succeeds in her attempt to unalive herself. They both jump into the river, and he survives it. So one thing I found very interesting is how critical they were of him, and they were going to press charges on him, saying that he was party to the unaliving of the woman, even though they were both doing it for each other, basically. So I found that very interesting. It's a very sad story. It really is. A series of journals. You get to see the inner thoughts of a young man in Japan in the 1930s, how deeply he felt lost. It gives you compassion and empathy for these people. They're human, just like us. The actual translation in the book for no longer human, or the terms used, is disqualified from being human. But the ironic thing about it is that he's exhibiting some of the most human emotions that you can have. None of us really understand what it is that we personally are doing here. I mean, I can look at my own life as a reference, and that's what we all do. It's what we know best. I'm a failure to launch in my own life. I'm constantly chopped off at the knees, like Sisyphus pushing a boulder up the hill. Every single time I seem to be just getting ready to break through. And it's because of the depravity in the human soul that this keeps happening. And this man was a failure to launch. Intensely capable. He was, no doubt, a genius, but completely unutilized. Just like me. Yeah. Like I said, the more stories you read, the better your intuitive decision-making becomes. And it's cast with the backdrop of your personal experiences in life and how you reacted to them. Your life is not a dead end. I was just watching Mike Schmidt in one of his sermons, Pastor Mike Schmidt from Ascension Presents. And while your life might look like a dead end, it's not. 3 words. And then Jesus. This guy was very nominal in his faith. If he were to really have leaned in it more, it would have saved him. He would have really, I can say that with 100% certainty. It would have given him purpose in life. Yeah, we know this world is depraved, but 1, this is not all there is. And 2, it's our duty to do everything we can to fix it. Even if it doesn't look like we'll ever be successful in that regard, we still got to try. Because the very act of trying is success. Just as St. Paul says in the Bible. His death is gain, is what it ultimately comes down to him. And he's obviously 100% correct in that regard. But it's a very sad story. One of the quotes that really stuck out to me was something when he said, "Women found in me a man that could keep love a secret." It was very profound. Not just like somebody who wants to be a paramour of a female, an illicit lover, but because in reality, a lot of us have to keep love a secret. I mean, in order to keep it alive. For the longest time, the true nature of Jesus was, at least in some way, shape, or form, a secret. It had to be. I mean, he told many people in the Bible, "Shh, don't tell anybody of this miracle I did for you." In not the same language, but that's literally what he said. I believe when he healed the blind guy, he did that a few times. I read the Bible a lot, but I still don't have a perfect memory of everything that it says in there. And translations are difficult to decipher anyway. But yeah, it has to be kept secret so that it can be brought out when the time is right. And Jesus knows when the time is right. It just hasn't been right for me yet. Unfortunately, he was not part of the plan because he did not dive into the plan as much as he should have been diving into it. And to that point, keeping love a secret, on page 142, he mentions black, white, and red, the colors. Black, white, and red are Illuminati symbolism, but not just Illuminati symbolism. There's actually a lot of symbolism in Masonic teachings, and you could even say biblical teachings. And what he says is that black and white are not antonyms. He says, let me pull it up here. But it was very profound because there's a lot of symbolism in music that a lot of people don't realize, and it doesn't just go with Katy Perry and Lady Gaga, but also bands like Red, the band actually called Red, or Demon Hunter. I had invented one other game, rather similar character, a guessing game of antonyms. The antonym of black is white, but the antonym to white is red. There we go. White is red, and the antonym to red is black. So you have black being evil, white being good, and red being camouflaged, or good camouflaged as evil, kept secret so that it can be brought out at the right time, in the right situation, right place. Pick up those little kernels of truth. It's one giant thread. So I recommend the book. Gives you a perspective on Japanese culture and a lost man, which happens more often than it should. We are our brother's keeper. We have to be there for each other. Have compassion and empathy, understanding. This is how you do it. Alright guys, that's it for today. Hope you enjoyed it. Happy Sunday. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 129 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Speaking of millionaires and becoming them, what would you do if you had $50,000 suddenly in your account? Where would you put that money? That is the opportunity that is at hand for us within the next few months. There's been a lot of hugabaloo, a lot of grumbling, primarily from boomers, about what's happening with the stock market right now. This is because we are doing something that is needed to be done for decades. Basically, the entire world has been sucking the United States dry of all its wealth and productive capacity through very unfair tariffs. Did you know that Canada has several items that they were charging 300% tariffs on the United States? I think eggs was actually one of them. You remember how the egg prices in the United States were skyrocketing in the last couple months? That was actually because former Vice President Joe Biden had unalived about 120 million chickens for some reason. He ordered the big chicken farms to unalive hundreds of millions of chickens. And obviously when that happens, you have a supply shortage because you're making less eggs. And when you have a supply shortage, the price has to necessarily go up. It's basic supply and demand economics. But we've been unfairly sapped of all of our productive capacity for several decades. If you knew what is happening in the Rust Belt of the United States, places like Ohio, Michigan, Minnesota, those countries, Illinois, or countries, states, they used to be immensely productive. We had a plethora of vehicle production plants in that area of our country. Well, the last several decades, those same vehicle manufacturers have gone to other countries because of unfair tariffs. Basically, they are literally parting out our country. And the only thing that's kept us afloat these last several decades, is that we've been innovating. We've still been producing new technologies. Things like semiconductors, transistors, more advanced space travel, cell phones and stuff like that. Even though this phone that I'm talking on right now, it's actually for the most part produced in slave factories in China. That's the type of thing that we're trying to change right now. So the stock market's tumbling, sure. This is something that needed to be done a long, long, long time ago. And the thing is, the overwhelming majority of people that are not boomers don't have any vested interest in the stock market anyway. When you can barely put food on the table and pay your month's rent, you're probably not going to be putting any money into the stock market. So, a house, the median house price, I believe, in the United States is around $400,000. Mind-blowingly expensive. The median age at which somebody is a first-time home buyer is 51 years old. That's ridiculous. Ridiculous. It was only a few decades ago that it was the mid-20s that somebody was going to buy their first home. About the age that I was when I bought my first home. So, we have an incredible opportunity that's been thrust upon us as we try one last time to wrestle back our country from the liberal economic order that's been desperately trying to destroy us for a really long time. We have a lot more to do, but what we're doing right now is the first steps. We need to get rid of the central banks, the IRS, all that stuff needs to be gone. But these are the first steps. The prices of a great many things are going to go down way, way lower than what they are right now. The artificially inflated home prices across the United States are going to deflate. One, because we don't have illegal immigrants buying a bunch of properties that they shouldn't be buying because they don't actually have residence in this country. And two, because what's happening in the stock market is going to be inherently deflationary for a whole host of different products, houses being one of them. Companies like BlackRock are not going to be able to buy homes 25% above listed value for cash and price you out of the market. They're no longer going to be able to do that. We're stripping them of their monopoly. So, prices of homes are going to go down, prices of stocks are going to dip dramatically, and guess what? This is your opportunity as Gen X and Millennials to step in and buy the dip in everything. So if the Doge dividend does happen, and you end up getting $2,000 to $5,000 or maybe even more from the United States government, from all the money that was saved, where would you put that money? Now, for most people, they're just going to, buy the necessities, pay for rent, buy food. A lot of people are going to be silly with the money and go gambling and go on pleasure junkets. But if you are wise, and this is contingent upon that very important critical aspect, then you'll buy the dip. This is your chance. We're trying to wrestle back our country from the enemy that's been trying to suffocate us for decades, probably centuries, maybe even longer than that. All right, guys, think about that. What would you do if you had $50,000 or even $5K in your bank account that just suddenly appeared? Don't spend it on rubbish. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 130, Until I'm a YouTube Millionaire. And I'm going to read another essay to you that I wrote back in 2016, 2017 timeframe. It's called Collect Believers. The overarching abstract of this essay is basically the difference between angels and gray aliens. It's purely hypothetical, and one must be able to think in hypotheticals in order to come to new ideas about how reality works. To ride on a beam of light, as Einstein's famous... So let's get to this. What if the people who survive the societal pivotal point are the ones that have been duly informed by their future selves, a la the movie The Arrival? Their future selves come back to show them what they become, and their progeny become, and the consequences to the rest of the human race. However, they also show the survivors that something can happen if the survivors decide to change history. There's a big problem here, however. Many of these survivors, and if history is changed, will no longer be survivors of the Great Cataclysm. But the reward for changing history is many-fold. For starters, many more human beings survive, if not nearly all of them. And the evolutionary path that their progeny will follow is much healthier and more beautiful. That is, more beautiful physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and more. The capacities that are derived from the changing of a potential history are wrought by the harbingers of the news, who themselves express those very differences as proof. So, our evolutionary descendants of the Great Cataclysm are the Greys, and our evolutionary descendants of changing history are angels. Mind you, the two options are not mutually exclusive, but what is exclusive is how many bloodlines survive. If history is turned on its head, and the angels are made to be born before the Greys, then everyone can survive. Both histories are going to happen one way or another. For if they happen in one path, they happen in all. That is, one must think outside the confines of time and think of a timeline more as a choice stream. So, all possibilities are occurring simultaneously. The way they coalesce is merely dependent upon the way one lives in the present, which itself is defined by one's history. It can all change, and humanity will no longer be survived by the basest of people imaginable, but by people with healthier morals. It is a strange proposition to request from the most evil people to do something that is completely against their nature, operate in a non-selfish manner, but at any point you can change. You simply must commit to that change. This proposition is an odd one, and the human beings that represent the pinnacle of selfishness are not ones to change their minds, especially if it could potentially ensure the demise of their bloodlines. So, a proposition is submitted back to you. A game. If their future selves can resist the cataclysm and call it out wherever it arises. If their future selves can defend their positions, then the survivors will allow the history to change. The resistance will cause evolution, and the evil ones may acquiesce. That is, the future will refuse to change unless you rage at the dying of the light. Defend yourself. Resist. Prove your capabilities, and you will collect believers. That's it for this one, guys. Not a terribly long one. I hope you enjoyed. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 131 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. While there are an infinity of things that I could talk about, oftentimes it's really hard to figure out exactly how to say them to you. Like, for instance, I had cycling through my mind this morning, talking about what if, and I want you to think hypothetically, we lived 8,000 years. How would your life evolve? How would your perspectives on money, philosophy just generally in life, the concept of YOLO, romance, your investing and stuff like that, all sorts of things, how would that evolve? That was one thing I was thinking about talking about this morning. And then another thing, obviously, is a little bit more about the stock market, with the craziness that's happening right now because China refuses to bend the knee. They've been basically raking us over the coals for literally generations now, stealing IP. They lie, cheat, and steal. That's what they do. I'm talking about the government, not the Chinese people, the CCP, because they're communist and, they don't care about personal property rights and all that. They don't respect them. That's another thing I wanted to talk about. And then I also wanted to talk about technological advancement, how the very fact that I can even bring these ideas to you on this phone, instantaneously nearly, through thousands upon thousands of miles. You could be living in Australia, for instance, right now, and I can record a video and you can see it within a couple seconds. And sometimes I can even live stream them, and you can see them in that moment. There's a 6-second delay. It's the way YouTube works and most platforms, but nevertheless, this is stuff that would have been considered magic back in the Middle Ages. So, all these things tie together. We are on the precipice, as I have said in many of my videos past, of potentially having a gigantic leap in how long we live as people. In this generation. I'm not saying it will happen, and lots of generations past have thought that maybe it would be happening in theirs, but it could, where we develop technologies, medical technologies, that increase our lifespan in an instant, from 75 years on average in the United States to 200 years on average in the United States. If we figure out how to prevent telomeres from decaying, if we figure out how to prevent organs from losing their elasticity from the collagen that creates them, right, in our skin and stuff like that, if we find the cure to cancer, find the cure to Alzheimer's, which, by the way, cure to cancer looks like we might actually be just about ready to figure it out. It's right there. I think it has something to do with fembendazole. I do. And Andrew Basiago, who is a guy who worked on Project Pegasus, time traveler, said that in our generation we were going to develop a cure to cancer that was as simple as taking a pill. And that's what it would be. It would be a pill that you take. And it would cost less than $1 a pill. Of course, the reason, if it does exist, it hasn't been proliferated throughout the world, obviously, is because the pharmaceutical industry wants to keep making money off of cancer patients. It's purely evil, but it only takes a handful of evil people in high positions of power to put the kibosh on anything like that. While the overwhelming majority of doctors might really be well-meaning, and they are, I know that. The arrogance and narcissism aside, they still do want to help. It only takes a handful of really, really bad ones that try to block everything, and just so that they can get a little bit more temporary monetary gain, spend it on Lamborghinis and all sorts of other nonsense. Stupid. It's utterly stupid. And these people, you know, I would say exactly to them, if you lived 8,000 years, how would you live your life? Would you continue being evil like this? Because eventually, you're going to find that in 500 years, this kind of oppression is going to start to get boring. You could be in power for all those 500 years, treating people like garbage all those 500 years, but the ultimate end state of that is that there's no point in it. It's entropic. It's just decay and destruction. There's no point in it at all. Why would you do that? And those people, just like us, could get to the point where they're living 500, 1,000, 8,000, whatever years, and they could say to themselves, all right, maybe I've had my fun. I'm going to go ahead and release this technology now, or get out of the way. So we're in that generation now, potentially. CRISPR, 3D printing organs. We could eventually be just like a vehicle in that we part out the things that need to be replaced and print them through 3D printed organs when they need to be replaced. Whether it be a lung, a heart, a liver, a kidney. The only thing I can think of that might not be easily replicable is the brain. And I might be wrong on that. I don't know. But we're at that precipice right now. We have 3D printing. We understand better, now better than ever before, how stem cells work. Stem cells can be used to produce organs and tissues of said organs. We can actually get stem cells from your body simply by scraping skin cells off of your hand or something to that effect. We're on that precipice. We really are. You lived 8,000 years. How would your investing mindset change? Would you continue gambling every day, $5,000? Would you continue living paycheck to paycheck? Or would you look at it and say, maybe I should probably try to build something with this? Do something like what Benjamin Franklin did with Philadelphia, in that he created a trust or an investment fund. He had put 1,000 pounds sterling in it back in 1790 or something. Yeah, it was 1790. And in 1990, it was opened up and it was worth like $7 million. It was worth a lot of money. Imagine if you did that for 10,000 years, or let's just say 1,000. And it were in an investment portfolio that was even better than that one. It would be mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. Because that was just 200 years. With very simple investing portfolios. If you ended up being like the Howard Foundation in the book Time Enough for Love by Robert Heinlein, which is a great book, by the way. Really, really weird, but a really good book. Makes you think about a lot of different things. How would love evolve if you had infinite time scales or close to it? He lived for, the main character, Lazarus Long, was 2,300 years old because they figured out rejuvenation technology. So, and he had the Howard Foundation that was, because he was wisely investing, and because it had been around for so long, that was basically like half of the economic value of Earth. Now, in that civilization, human beings had spread out across like 50 to 100 planets at that point. So it wasn't just Earth, it was everywhere else, frontiers and stuff. And there was even an explanation of one of the frontiers where he was actually like the first guy there, or among the very first, building that civilization on that planet. Well, you are a first mover, and you do something like Benjamin Franklin. You don't spend all your money, you just keep a little bit of it aside and have that utilized for a central government of some type that you're financing through capitalism. You're not stealing money from people, you're financing it through capitalism. Imagine what that'll be in 8,000 years. The whole of human history, recorded human history, is only about 10, 12,000 years. If you go all the way back to the cave paintings of pre-civilization, then you could say even 40,000. But even so, agricultural revolution, all that stuff, about 10,000 years. About the same amount of time that we've had dogs domesticated, because they're our buddies. So, I'm just saying, you're really gonna have to adjust your perspective. I was talking to myself, as one does, who's crazy. No, just kidding. As anybody who does, who's got thousands of thoughts going through their heads. About how I have crested my peak in life with seemingly being a failure to launch. We peak physically unless you continuously exercise and take care of yourself. You usually peak physically at about 24 years old. I'm trying to extend that out to maybe where I can get my peak at about 40 instead, which tends to happen with IFBB pros. But even so, 24 years, whatever. And I was thinking to myself, well, shoot. If I have crested my peak, how much more time do I have to build that same thing? And I am a person who I consider to have been fairly wise with my investing and my money, even with the things that have happened in my life. I mean, I've had to file for a pseudo-bankruptcy. I have before. It wasn't full-blown. It was just me basically financing or financing my credit card debt. Lost $500,000 in Bitcoin a long time ago, a few years ago. But that was because I was being specifically attacked by demonic forces. I wouldn't have lost it in any other situation. But it could be written off, everything else, in my past. All 35 years of it's 36 years in about a month and a half. If it turns out that in a handful of years, our life expectancy increases to 200 years. If that ends up happening, then it doesn't matter how much crap I've dealt with in my past. I'm still going to have a lot more time to make things better than anybody has ever had in the history of the human race. And that's already pretty much the case even now, even without those giant jumps in medical technology, because we are living longer than we ever have. So, try to entertain these hypotheticals. You might get to the point in your life where you actually get to choose when you want to pass away, because you have such an indefinite lifespan. Now, Canada kind of jumped the gun in this regard, and they have medical assistance in unaliving. That's very bad. They jumped the gun. And I mean that in a literal sense. Because we don't have those technologies that allow us to live 1,000 years yet. But when that time comes, may be more reasonable. Things are going to change. They already are. Big time. The world does not stay stationary. Be able to entertain these hypotheticals in your head, because some of them just might become reality. Alright, guys. That's all I'm going to say today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 132 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this one, I'm actually going to read directly out of my journal. This essay, if you will, you can call Exceptions Make the Rule. Rules make the exception. Exceptions make the rule, and rules make the exception. For there is no rule without exception, and there is no exception if there is no rule. This, upon first pass, seems to not only be true, but wholly axiomatic. It is the exceptions in breaking the rules that require the sufficient grace of Jesus, which is to say, accepting his authority to properly judge your actions, better than we may ourselves, for a greater purpose, the greatest plan. For you meant it for evil, but God meant it for good. A direct quote from the Bible. Take the sin of being an exception with the grace of being forgiven for it. In my secret space, the quietude of my silent prayers, where God and I can share dialogue with one another, there I can tell him that I am an exception, and he can say back to me, smiling, "My grace is enough," just as he did with the Apostle Paul. This room of waiting is not simply to give time for that special woman to build up confidence to be with me, so that I may know her. She needs to talk to me. But also for me to fully absorb and accept the fact that I am an exception. I am a champion, after all. I'm going to say that. These last few years, in my unrelenting striving, my ceaseless efforts, regardless of the success or failure, has been me trying to prove to myself that I am an exception, that I am worthy to call myself such a thing. For a multitude of reasons, I am. But now, the question of whether it is too late or not, and if I missed my chance, I do not know. I can't know. But God does. Let us wait and see in my room of waiting. This is a great rub in my life. To know in my heart, through my personal experiences that nobody else can experience unless they're actually in my shoes, that I terrify women. And to know that there's not really anything I can do about that. To not want the divestiture of yourself into multiple individuals, but know that if you're to get what you want otherwise, love, romance, that it is a necessity, it is required, because you're simply too much to handle on your own. The fact that the woman I'm thinking about simply won't talk to me, won't respond to me, is evidence enough of that fact. I know I'm intense, but so is she. So I'm willing to accept what God cannot tell me, but what He can give me. He cannot tell me that I am an exception, but he can give me grace in the same way that he gave it to Apostle Paul for certain things that he was doing that he could not bring himself to stop doing. And he, in his heart of hearts, believed it wrong. When it comes to those kinds of things, I think I know what he was doing, but I'm not going to elaborate on it right now. They really are truths of error. Those do exist. In that, like I was saying in my last video, medical assistance in unaliving does not jive with this reality. If the reality comes in the future where we live indefinitely, then MAID could be a thing because we're deciding when we want to finish our lives. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it could. So those truths, at least in some way, shape, and form, are truths of error. That's what that means. It's context. And while what I want to do, or don't want to, but know that this is the only way, does not jive with this reality or even my genetics, if I want to survive, I have to do it and accept God's grace. Again, you guys haven't been in my shoes. But suffice it to say, and I'm honored for the opportunity to fight this battle for God. Honored, truly. But suffice it to say, it's been a hell. It has been hell. Lots of people that really don't like me, for reasons that consciously I have no clue as to why, have been ceaselessly attacking me in my life. It has not stopped to this day. And until those dark forces are gone, either evicted from this planet or entirely erased from existence, period, it's not going to stop. You guys haven't lived in my shoes. You haven't walked in my shoes. You haven't seen the things that I've seen. You haven't gone through the things that I've gone through. There are places where I've already flexed. Many, 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 in fact. Been flexible. Where I didn't want to be. And here's another one where I don't want to be, and am finally willing to try. And it might just be too late. If the woman won't talk to me, what does it matter? I don't know. I got myself in a state of brooding right now. Sometimes it just all collapses on you all at once, and you just... yeah. I'm not a spring chicken anymore, guys. I'm not old, but I'm not a spring chicken anymore. Anyways. Just being raw with you, being honest with you. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 133 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Wanted to talk a little bit more about Price's Law and the Pareto Principle in this video. So the Pareto Principle, also known as the 80-20 rule, is kind of a more generalized version of Price's Law. Basically, what it's telling you is that 80% of the productivity of a company comes from 20% of the people that work for said company, or any institution for that matter. It's not simply a company. Could be a central government, could be a school, could be any number of things. But the 80-20 rule indicates, and this has been proven time and time again in the free market throughout history pretty much, so 20% produce 80% of the productivity. Price's Law is an extension of this, basically, saying that the square root of the population of any institution or company, what have you, produces half of that company's productivity. So a business with 10,000 workers, the top 100 performers, produce half of that company's productivity. Now, this is extremely important to understand for a multitude of reasons. Like I said, it's not just business. It's countries, it's institutions, it's education, it's the advancement of society writ large. Let's look at somebody like Isaac Newton, one of the smartest human beings to have ever lived. It is proposed that his IQ was somewhere around 190. He was a lousy student because he was focusing on other things while he was in school. But he literally invented calculus, almost single-handedly. The only people who had any concept of this beforehand was Archimedes, with his Archimedes palimpsest, which was thousands of years prior. And that was information that we had lost to the annals of history. Okay? This is a singular individual who essentially created the entire branch of mathematics known as calculus. And he was a polymath. That's not all he did. He also did tons of work in optics, in physics, in chemistry, and even a little bit in alchemy, because everybody has a little bit of a whimsy, you know. And then you have people like Da Vinci, who literally conceptualized aircraft before anybody else, hundreds of years before anybody else even had the idea that we might be able to fly one day. And then you have Hypatia, who was the first person to ever write down a poem thousands upon thousands of years ago. I believe it was using Egyptian hieroglyphics, but I can't recall. You'd have to look that up. And then you have people today, like Elon Musk, Bill Gates, even though I don't like him because he's not a trustworthy person, President Trump, Grant Cardone, who is a real estate entrepreneur, Jeff Bezos, the owner of Amazon, Mark Zuckerberg, Facebook, and then Warren Buffett, or I call him Warren Woof Woof because I'm a goof. So essentially, these people, you can continue with this square root idea continuously, over and over and over. So you have a world of 8 billion people. Square root it, you get the number of people that produce half of the entire planet's productivity. It actually does line up. Sorry, my hair's all over the place. And then you square root it again, blah, blah, blah. Basically, you get like the top 20 people in the entire planet producing about 12% of the productivity of said planet. It lines up. Okay? So if you stop any one of these people, who it tends to be pretty clear who they are if they don't stay silent, if they keep on trying. If you stop, silence, squelch any one of these people, you're not just stopping that person from getting employment. or from being like a pilot or something at an airline. But you're literally chopping off at the knees potentially 10% of all global output from a singular person. Let's look at Elon Musk again. He's literally single-handedly, not really, obviously he's got his businesses and stuff that are comprised of tens of thousands of people, don't get me wrong, but it's his effort, his conscientiousness that is single-handedly getting us to Mars, producing the most advanced electric vehicles the Earth has ever seen, creating boring companies, like, drilling holes into the ground, boring. Single-handedly. Jeff Bezos essentially single-handedly revolutionized logistics the world over. One person. One person. Yes, their companies have tens of thousands of people, but if they weren't there, those companies wouldn't be. Bill Gates, don't like the guy, but Microsoft Windows comprises the main operating system of roughly half of all computers across the entire planet. Donald Trump, a multi-billionaire real estate investor. Grant Cardone, a billionaire real estate investor. Mark Zuckerberg produced Facebook, controls Meta, Instagram, all those things. One person. And then you look at countries like South Africa, where the only thing you need in order for this system to properly work is gratitude. Grace. As God says, my grace is enough. In South Africa, the people that live there are attacking the producers. They do not have gratitude. They're trying to steal, lie, and cheat to take their stuff away. So South Africa's crumbling because of that. You look at the European Union. They are a union of countries that has roughly twice the population of the United States, and yet is only a fraction of our productivity because they're lazy. That laziness has led them to socialism. Socialism is for people who don't want to work hard. And the overwhelming majority of people, I love people, don't get me wrong, but the overwhelming majority of people are exceedingly lazy. When you see one of these top Pareto Principle individuals, they're doing a shit ton of stuff. A shit ton. I consider myself at the top of that, but somebody who's had my knees, I've been kneecapped. I've written a novel. I'm going to write many more. I already have 5 written that I haven't published yet. I was an Air Force pilot. I was in the Air Force. I have a master's in electrical engineering. I ran 18 marathons before I could no longer walk properly. I could list it. I'm a real estate entrepreneur. I own 22 units out in Ohio. One thing after another, and I'm being wasted. There's so much more I could do. But nobody wants to hire me for what I'm worth. If I get a job, it's usually for like 10 cents an hour, and I'm not exaggerating about that. That's what's happening with, I also built a YouTube channel with my mom with 26,000 subscribers on it, and it's going to get a lot bigger because I'm not giving up on it, but they're paying me essentially 10 cents per hour because they're not paying like they should be, because they're not giving me views, not giving my mom's channel views. Since I manage that channel, I will be getting half of the income from it. And that's really just because I manage money a little bit better than my mom, so I'm holding on to a bunch of it. But there's no money coming in from there. So I keep on getting kneecapped. So when I said in my last video, I'm a champion, that's what I meant. I'm very, very, very capable. So when you're chopping me off at the knees, you're not just chopping off one airline pilot or one electrical engineer that might go and do some coding for a Fortune 500 company for $200,000 a year or something. No. You're chopping off somebody at the knees who might be 10% potentially of the entire productivity of the world. That's fucked up. That's demonic. That is demonic. So when you try to take down the United States, like the deep state cabal has been trying to do for centuries now, yeah, we're only 5% of the population, but we are literally 33% of the economic output of the entire world. And I'm not exaggerating about that. You can look those numbers up. We bust our asses in this country. Work harder than almost anywhere else. Well, than anywhere else. So keep that in mind. Pareto principle, Price's law, it's a real thing. It's been proven out time and time again. If you see somebody who is that kind of person, all you have to do is be grateful that they make the iPhone for you. And that gratitude is shown through you buying their products. And through you not telling them that they suck and that they're horrible people. And not trying to shut them down and squelch them at every turn. As long as you do that, as long as all you have is gratitude, you could have an IQ of 80 and be a janitor or something. That's an important job. Very valuable. You're contributing to society. You save your money up to buy an iPhone. Grateful for it. That's all you gotta be. But if you're trying to lay on people who are trying to make stuff for you, like in South Africa, it only takes, like what happened in the Revolutionary War of the United States, 3% of the population to actually stand up and revolt against something to cause it to crumble. The overwhelming majority of people are just sort of standing by. So, if 3% of the population is ungrateful, that's enough to destroy the whole system. Keep that in mind, guys. Alright. That's all I got for today, guys. Hope this was enlightening. I love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 140 or 134 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I was thinking, I talk a lot about the traumas. Don't usually get into specifics, but about the generalized traumas that I endured earlier on in my life. In particular, when I was in the military and how they treated me. And I just wanted to clarify. Yes, this stuff did happen to me, but do I forgive them? That was never in question. Of course I do. It's not in question whether I forgive these people for what they had done to me. What's in question is whether they admit that what they did was wrong and accept that they actually need that forgiveness because they screwed up. That's the problem here. I forgive it, and principally when you forgive, it's not for them necessarily. It's for yourself. Because forgiveness, just like bankruptcy in the free market, is basically tearing up the contract. You no longer have to fulfill both ends of it. It's moral bankruptcy. That's what it is. You don't trust them ever again with that thing with which you had trusted them before. Or at least not for a very, very long period. Trust is hard to gain and easy to lose. Betrayal is something you'll never forget. And that's another thing. With forgiveness, a phrase that has always irritated the shit out of me is forgive and forget. No. You don't do that. You only forget if the entity in question is going to be gone entirely. The way I describe this is, in heaven, there is no longer any pain. It's all peace, unconditional love. You are in bliss. And the only way that is possible is if all pain, all past traumas are fully out of your mind, out of your soul. Which you might think means that you forget. Somewhat. In many circles, I believe in Catholic faith, some circles of Catholic faith, they call it the tear room. The tear, as in tears coming out of your eyes, room, where something like what happened in Harry Potter, when I thought this was brilliantly done by the author, J.K. Rowling, collected the tear from Snape as he passed away and put it into the chalice that showed the memory. That's what it is. That's almost point for point what it is. The tear room. You have those memories stored in vials that are tears of past traumas so that you can basically lock them out of your mind and not have to worry about them anymore. So, to forgive and forget, I never liked that idea. It's stupid. If you are to truly continue living with these people, with these entities, then you can't forget what they did. You can forgive it, but if you forget it, they just might do it to you again. You have to be wise to it. If you want to forget, and it's in anything other than the tear room of heaven, then the entity would have to be entirely erased from existence, as if they never existed, because even the memory of them would have to be gone. I think of the song, Somebody I Used to Know. It was very popular, I believe, right around 2010. I'll make sure that there's a little thing that you can see on here, like a picture or something, or a link. But kind of like that. So, of course, I forgive these people, what they did to me in the military. But one, do they accept that forgiveness? And two, do they even think that what they did was wrong? There is only one unforgivable sin, as per Jesus, what he tells us, and that is to sin against the Holy Ghost. What does that mean? Basically, it means that you don't accept that you need grace, which is forgiveness. Alright, I think that's all we'll do for today. This is a STEM, as many of my videos are. There's always more to discuss. Always will be. Because the amount of information that I know and can espouse to other people is finite, and therefore infinitely small compared to the amount of information that exists, which is infinite. So, thank you all for being here. Love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 135 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Trying something a little bit different today. I came across, potentially, an untapped market opportunity. Now, to bring this up to you guys, especially on this forum and this venue, considering my background, what I've had to deal with in my life, and pretty much what I know is probably going to happen, it's a dangerous thing for me to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because I want to, and I know that I'm going to be kneecapped anyway, so I might as well just let you guys know that this is an opportunity that I found, and you may be interested in giving it a go. So, let me give you first an example. When it comes to investing, in order to have the investment be considered a good opportunity, the standard is that you get at least a 6% year-over-year ROI on whatever the investment is. So that's the minimum. You get 6%. If it's at least that, you're good to go. And it's a decent investment. You can do this with things like real estate. So let's say you invest $100,000 as a down payment into a property. Then you're going to want to get a minimum of $6,000 per year of profit. Not income, not revenue, profit, in order for it to be considered a good investment, or $500 a month. So that means whatever your expenses on top of that, you can do the math. Generally speaking, that's a good way of looking at it. And if you get anything better than 6%, that's icing on the cake. Honestly, anything above 0 is good anyway, but if you're looking for a good investment, one that's actually making good use of your time and money, better than you could find pretty much anywhere else, then that's what you want to do. Well, it's not just in real estate that you can do this. It's also in general advertising. Okay? So, YouTube and Google have means by which you can actually advertise your platform. And it's actually fairly simple. All you have to do is get set up on your YouTube account. Let's just use YouTube as the example. This is the primary thing that I'm talking about. It's the untapped market opportunity that I think is available to most of us that we haven't given it a chance, and 99% of people aren't going to give it a chance anyway. But I'll tell you, you can advertise, let's say, a specific video. This changes from niche to niche, but let's just say a finance video on your finance YouTube channel, let's say 10 minutes long, and you specify that you want it to be for gaining subscribers on your channel. They give you 3 different specifications that you can give for the advertisement. If you say advertising, and let's say you put $200 per month into that campaign, well, that amount of money you can expect, if you're a channel that's 500 subscribers to start, that you'll get probably about 250 subscribers from it. Ish. Again, it varies with the niche. But basically what they're going to do is they're going to push out your video to people who wouldn't otherwise see it. They're going to give you more impressions for it. Now, you're thinking, I'm not making any money off the channel. Why put money into it? For a multitude of reasons. The first one being, like I said in previous videos, this YouTube channel that you're making for yourself, as long as you don't do anything stupid, as long as YouTube doesn't collapse, is going to last in perpetuity. This is a platform where you're advertising yourself. That's what YouTube is. YouTube is an advertising platform for yourself, or whatever thing you talk about on your channel. Okay? So it's going to be there forever. But that $200 that you're putting into it now, getting you that 250 subscribers, as long as you continuously post, you're consistent with your channel, if you're serious about it, it will continue to grow. And you'll continue to gain in reach. And then, once you hit that threshold of 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours, there's some pretty basic math that you can do to determine your year-over-year ROI. So let's say, being very conservative, you put $200 per month into the investment camp or the advertising campaign for your channel, and conservatively it gets you 150 subscribers per month, and you're starting at 0. Okay, that means it would take about 6 months ish, 6.66 to get up to 1,000 subscribers. Now, you're not going to have the watch time requirement necessarily. More than likely, you won't have it by that point unless you've had a couple of viral videos. So let's just assume that it's going to take an extra 6 months for you to get that watch time requirement of 4,000 hours. So the entire campaign would be a total of a year, $200 per month of advertising, which would equate to about 2,000 to 2,500 subscribers at the end of that campaign and your watch time requirement. After you get to that point, the typical numbers that you can expect for a YouTube channel that is healthy, a YouTube channel that's not throttled or blocked by YouTube in any way, that hasn't been put into a dark room, whether intentionally or by accident, by the YouTube algorithm, because YouTube's algorithm is being kind of wacky right now, so it's making it really difficult to discern this stuff. Nevertheless, this is generally speaking what you can expect. You can expect to get between 10 to 20% of your subscriber base as the number of views on a typical video. So 2,000 subscribers means that you'll get between 200 to 400 views on a video on average. Okay? Let's just say that you're doing a commentary channel, kind of like this one. The CPM, cost per milli, basically what you're paid per 1,000 views on your channel, is usually, for this type of content, between $3 to $5. You do the math there, and if you're posting a video every day, that's $45. Well, no, double that. It's actually $90 a month. $90 a month times 12. Let's just say you're getting $1,080 per year. $1,080 per year, and you invested a total capital of $2,400. Now, you can jig these numbers however you want. If you decide that you want to continue the advertising campaign until you get to a point where you're making $200 per month off of your channel, which would require you probably to be around 4,000 subs or so, 2 to 4,000 subs, then you could maybe continue the ad campaign for 18 months. Put in a total of $3,600 capital, and your year-over-year ROI would adjust respectively. And you can continue this if you really want to. But right now we're just talking about getting yourself to the monetization threshold. Now, for those who hit the YouTube jackpot, this doesn't really apply to you. I know several YouTube channels who did in fact hit the YouTube jackpot, who got to their 1,000 subscribers and their 4,000 watch hours with the snap of their fingers, mostly because they're attractive young ladies. No shade, but that's probably why. Even though they're very intelligent, the ones that I'm thinking of in particular, that most people don't care about that. Most people care about if you're easy on the eyes, and if you're a woman. So, that aside, assuming you did not hit the YouTube jackpot, you could do the math here. So, let's say 18 months to get you to the $200 per month threshold. You're not going to get that $200 per month until the end of those 18 months. So you're going to average out the amount of money that you're making per month. Let's just say that's $100 a month that you're doing for 18 months on average. That's $1,800, and you would have put in $3,600. That's an ROI of 50% for the 18-month period. You can adjust it for 12 months, etc. But the return on investment here is utterly gigantic. Now, it is not passive like owning real estate is, or real estate is as passive as you get, because you still have to produce content. You still have to make videos on a regular schedule that are in the niche and of the quality that your viewers expect. But assuming this is something you're going to do anyway, you might as well. Now, like I said, the likelihood is I'm going to be kneecapped again. It's just what keeps happening to me in life. I don't really have an explanation as to why this keeps on happening, but it's probably what's going to happen with me. So, if I give you the information, at least somebody's going to benefit from it. Even if only 1 out of 100 people is even going to give this a chance. I'm thinking of my brother James. He's got a YouTube channel that's growing very nicely. He's got almost 1,300 subs, and he just got fully monetized, so he's making some money off of his videos. If he wants to expedite the process, think of it in terms of year-over-year ROIs, returns on investment. If you have the money to afford, then what you can do is this $200 per month or whatever it is into an advertising campaign, and ratio-wise, it's going to match up whether you put $100 a month in, $50 a month in, $400 a month in. So $200 a month is going to get you 150 subs minimum. 100 will do half that, etc. And the type of video that you're advertising is the primary type of video that is going to have consistent viewers come back. So if you want to do this, these are your numbers. It's quite smart, because this is going to last as long as YouTube lasts, forever. As long as you don't get your channel deleted by YouTube for some reason or another, it'll be there. So give it a try. Consider it. It is an untapped market opportunity. If everybody were doing this, that wanted to grow a YouTube channel and were serious about it, it wouldn't be this high of an ROI. It would be much, much, much lower. But it's an extremely high ROI because so few people do it. There you go. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys, or actually afternoon now. Welcome to day 136 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Sorry, this is coming out a little bit late. I had to change up my schedule a bit today. My mother decided that she wanted to go to the casino to do our live stream early in the morning, as opposed to our normal time, which is around noon Pacific Standard Time. So, you know, I got to help her build her channel and got her an extra 30 subscribers, so that was good. But this is coming out a little bit later as a result. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read an essay that I wrote back in 2016 called Conviction. I have not read this since I wrote it all the way back then. Sorry, my hair's kind of all over the place, as it often is. So I get it out of my way. So let's go ahead and do this. When you are at 50% approval in your actions by the absolute maximum possible number of people in the world, you are on the ultimate knife's edge. This is appropriate because I was going to bring that up actually in the book review that I'm going to be doing here in a little bit. Profiles in Courage. I just finished it by John F. Kennedy. I was going to bring that exact topic up. Interesting that it came up here. In this situation, you absolutely maximize the velocity of human progress. There is literally no way to go faster. The primary trade-off in this scheme is that you do not get to live a life of conviction in anything you do, if you are the one making the endgame decision. Or every choice you make must be with absolute and complete conviction, lest you find yourself making no decisions of any significance whatsoever. When everyone is talking, everyone is piqued, and everyone is frustrated to the maximum extent possible, you have all the minds in the world churning ideas together to come to the right conclusions. Basically, like what's happening in the world today. We're all emotionally piqued. Black and white juxtaposition. If you ever find yourself in that position, where you are able to make big decisions, do not think of yourself as never really being able to enjoy any decision. Instead, decide to make your decisions with conviction. I recently thought to myself that in such a situation, you would not have the capacity for conviction. But I realized why I thought that. It was because I was in the mentality of a person who would not want to hurt anyone. That is, I did not want to hurt anyone. I didn't want to make enemies. But then I realized you have to decide yourself. And if your conviction is solid enough, the pain you may cause others is just a temporary precursor to them either coming to your side or refusing. And at least in the current paradigm, there is no way to please everyone. Yet, as Winston Churchill famously said, you have enemies. Good. It means you stood for something at some point in your life. That's a paraphrased quote, but he said that. When put into this hypothetical situation, you are afforded the only real opportunity to be committed in your actions. Not the other way around. I had it backwards. To make a decision in that scheme does not mean you are a jerk. It simply means that you have agency, and you are not molded by anyone else. Your decision is truly yours. If you find your position mollified by anyone else, then that person's will has an effect on you. In a way, it is stronger than yours. In a way. But if you do not make a decision, you refuse to have agency, out of fear. There are instances where you could be put into this position and you have absolutely no idea what to do, regardless of the wills affecting you. And you could even be put into the situation to make those kinds of decisions without even realizing you've been put into that situation or that position. Because people are watching you without you knowing them, taking cues from you. There may not be enough information to make a decision, or you do not know or remember how to do something. And therefore, even if you wanted to make a decision, you would be incapable of doing so. Thus, prepare for that point in your life, and we all have at least one of those points. Give yourself all the possible resources you can muster. Fashion yourself into the very strongest person you can possibly be. Be superhuman, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and in any other mode you can imagine. This is why I do all these book readings. It's why I write. I ran marathons. I work out every day. I write scientific papers. It's because this might actually happen to me, where I am put into a position where I have to make a decision without knowing what the hell I'm doing. Remember what I said before, how the books you read, you're not going to remember everything in them. What they give you is an intuitive sense of the right decision to make. It's psychological layering. That's what I'm talking about here. It gives you some level or some ability to have conviction. It is not being subjected to criticism by larger numbers of people that prevents you from living a life of conviction, but exactly the opposite. It is only under said criticism that one is ever afforded the opportunity to make decisions with conviction. We can all make mistakes, and I am just as fallible as any other human being. While I only built a short history of thinking the opposite was true, I was indeed wrong, and must rehash my steps. Whose wills have power over your own? Figure out how they have power over your will, and then figure out how to get out of those chains. But at the same time, still have the ability to make the most powerful decisions you can. That is to say, maximize your life's potential. Alright guys, this will be put into the description of this video. That's all I got for you today. Hope you enjoyed, got something out of it. Love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 137 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this video, we're going to do a review of Profiles in Courage by John F. Kennedy. Now, this book was written quite a while ago, obviously, because John F. Kennedy passed away several years ago. So, perhaps some of the things are not necessarily up to date in it, but really what it is kind of a history lesson, because you're going through the lives of basically like 8 people that John F. Kennedy saw in United States politics as courageous individuals. Now, the way he defines courage is not necessarily something that's going to lead you to be victorious in your political pursuits or whatever your pursuits are, but are standing up for your morals, your convictions, in the face of whatever inertia you need to overcome. So, what that means is somebody like Daniel Webster might be really horrible with their money and rather unsavory of an individual in that regard. He nevertheless will stand up for something that needs to be stood up for in politics. Now, like I've said many a time, it's scarcely going to be the case where you remember point for point, verbatim, everything that you read, hear, see, what have you. So, reading a book like this, as with any historical document, is a means by which you broaden your perspective to improve your subconscious intuition for your decision making. He brings up the point of Gresham's law. Gresham's law of politics. And Gresham's law, what that is the tendency for money of lower intrinsic value to circulate more freely than money of higher intrinsic value, or equal or nominal value. In other words, this same type of thing happens with politicians. They'll circulate in and out based upon low value. But there were also some other important points that I think John F. Kennedy didn't bring up because he just didn't know of them. One of them is the Lindy effect. The Lindy effect, basically what that is, it states that the longer something has been around, been in existence, the longer still it will be in existence. So, let's look at Bitcoin, for instance. Bitcoin's been around since 2008. That's a good 17 years. Because it's existed for 17 years, the likelihood of it collapsing in a singular year is very low. It's going to be around perhaps for several more decades, maybe even centuries, because it's lasted this long. The same thing happens with politicians, governments, even, just people in general. So, a lot of the profiles that he discusses are individuals that were politicians during the Civil War era. And one of them, I actually have it written right here, that Daniel Webster individual, who wasn't necessarily the best person in the world, basically gave time for the Lindy effect to take effect for the United States. If the Civil War in the United States were perhaps to happen 10 years prior, The United States wasn't old enough for it to survive that kind of calamity. It would have broken up into several different states, several different countries. Perhaps Texas would have become its own country, the Confederacy would have remained its own country, the northern states would have remained their own country. It wouldn't have been able to have been reunified by a central authority. But because Daniel Webster he aided in the delay by great compromise with individuals like Henry Clay and others, they gave it time. Hindsight is 20/20, and scarcely could any one of these individuals have known what the future consequences would have been of the actions they were taking in the present. But a few things that you can know, the kernels of truth. Life is better than death. To give time for greater awareness is better than to make brash decisions, and things of that nature. Stability, generally speaking, is better than chaos. Slavery is bad. Freedom is good. Sound money, and actually this is somebody by the name of Lamar, a politician by the name of Lamar, Cincinnatus, blah, blah, blah. It's a big old fat name. I forget exactly what it was, but, and again, I'm not going to remember the exact details. He was a politician that was trying to keep sound money and keep it as a singular currency. Gold. He didn't want to add silver into the mix. It's like basic silver bill or something to that effect. I can't remember exactly what it was called. But hindsight's 20/20. You don't know these things in the present. And I look back on this and all the things that these individuals did to keep enough stability for the United States to get where it is now was hugely important. They held it together long enough to where now you and I live in the wealthiest country in the history of the planet. Even with the central banks and dark forces behind the scenes trying to turn us into slaves in a different sense, not like cotton-picking slaves, but a different kind of slave. Even with all that, we've managed to keep things together well enough up to this point to where we live in the greatest affluence we ever have. I'm talking to you on a piece of technology that's a billion times more powerful than the technology that got us to go to the surface of the moon back in 1969. And 69 years before that, we had just come around to inventing the engine, and we were getting ready to build cars, and we were a few years off from making airplanes. We went from barely being able to fly to landing on the surface of the moon in 69 years-ish, right around there. And now we're getting ready, we're setting out to go and colonize Mars. Even with all these dark forces behind the scenes trying to stop us, and it takes a wizened individual, why you read books like this, to figure that stuff out. We've managed to push forward the line this much. So if for nothing else than to give yourself a broader perspective, I strongly recommend you read this book. It's a good one. Really, really good information in it. When you do things that are courageous, when you do things that you are convicted by, that are going to make a difference, just as Winston Churchill said, and this is actually Victor Hugo, I think, was the first person who said it. You have enemies. Good. It means you stood for something at some point in your life. He also talks about certain politicians that basically executed the knife's edge of keeping us right on the precipice between chaos and stability. And the closer you are to that line, the black and the white, the faster your growth is. And if we want to outpace the evil in this world, unfortunately, we need to be as close to that line as we possibly can be. Because the enemy is always looking for a way to take us down. So I strongly recommend you read this book. It was very good. All right. That's it for today. Let me know what you think, guys. I'll talk to you soon. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 139 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Speaking on my last video, how should I put it? Sometimes you need to just have a little bit of an anger release valve, if you will. And there's a lot of things in this world that frustrate a great many people that are like me. I want change to happen. And when it comes down to brass tacks, I was just thinking about this before I started this video. I know that a lot of really good people, a lot of earnest people, a lot of people that are in the same boat as me, have the same mentality as me, are doing everything that they possibly can to fix what's going on in the world today, to make the world a better place for everybody, more equitable, more free. I get that. And I just want to make sure that they know that I deeply appreciate what they're doing. I do. But sometimes you just get angry and you gotta let it out. So, I'm just a guy, but I think in a way I'm kind of an avatar of many 35-year-old men, at least in the United States. Probably you could say extending to the Western world in general. Kind of a lost generation that we're trying to, almost like the prodigal son, we're trying to re-find, or prodigal son's trying to get back to dad. But the frustration is, I know that everything that can be done is being done at a lightning pace right now. And it's still taken about 20 plus years to get to this point. Yet, and this was going to happen. You don't reverse an 8,000-year-old pedophile satanic worshipping ring in a couple generations without extreme resistance. I get that, but, if I feel like my life is being burned away, and I want to make an impact. There's two things in my personal life, and I've mentioned this a few times, that I have not accomplished, that if I do, then I'm done. I'm done, quote-unquote. But it's like they're mentioning in the book The Alchemist, which I'm reading right now. There are people that hold off doing the last thing in their bucket list of things to do in their lives because they'd be like, I'm done. There's no reason to live anymore. So, like, one of the characters in the story was saying that his last thing on his list of things to do in life was to go to Mecca, because he's got 5 pillars or 5 tenets that he needs to follow in the religion of Islam, which is his religion. Think of that what you will. That's a side point, but he put off going to Mecca because that's like the thing that's keeping him alive, is what he said in the book, and not so few of words. But 2 things in my life that I want to get done, that I want to do. Of course, I don't have the same mentality as this guy trying to get to Mecca, in that I want to do these things not because it's going to be, me saying I'm finished. I can stop doing my stuff now. No, it's so that I can start doing other things too. And that is have a family, because I don't want to spiritually die if I don't have to, and get to space. I've been trying to get to space since I was 10 years old. And understanding that such things were going to happen in my life, perhaps before I came here, a lot of people front-loaded a lot of very good, valuable things in my life in the first part of it, up until the age of 30. It was stuffed with really interesting and cool things. I saw many different countries. I was a pilot. I mean, that's pretty dang cool. Went to some of the best schools that exist. Saw almost every state in the United States. Fantastic things that were front-loaded in my life. But those two things are what I want, and they're so elusive. When I was younger, I wanted kids, I had in my mind that I was going to get married, have 3 children. At the age of 27, I was going to get married, have 3 children, and that was going to be my family. We're now 8 years past that point. And life just sort of seems to be passing me by. Anyway. And then you see, and I understand it's got to start somewhere, and I'm not mad about this, but you see that all-female crew that went up in Blue Origin to space just because they're celebrities. Because they're perceived as being special. I've been busting my ass my whole life to get there. And then I was literally kneecapped. Well, as literal can be, if you will. You get what I'm saying. I can hardly walk right now. We live in a funny world. But we all know that it's been run by those satanic pedophiles for millennia. It's just interesting. Again, no shade, because it has to start somewhere. Getting to space and making it a public thing has to start somewhere. So it starts with people that everybody knows. Like Jeff Bezos' wife, or fiance, Katy Perry, and those other women that are on the crew. Honestly, those are the 2 that are memorable to me. I can't remember who else was there. But, okay. Now send me next. Just, how would that be a publicity stunt? Just send some random dude to space. Because I am living just as some random dude right now. Send some random dude to space. Then anybody can look up there and be like, oh, maybe I can go. Huh. Okay, I think that's where I'm going to leave it today. I have a little bit of a surprise later today. This April 17th, 2025. Going to be doing some fun stuff with a friend of mine. I think you guys know what it's going to be. Anyway, I've done it before. But it's going to be a surprise-ish. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 138 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And, sometimes you just have yourself in a state of deep frustration, irritation. You could even say Depression. In that the world is operating at lightning pace right now, as fast as it possibly can. The white hats, if you will, white hats behind the scenes, to fix stuff. And there's so much resistance from so many doofuses out there that they just can't see. And if we had a time machine and we could look at the consequences with perfect fidelity of our actions in the present, what they would bear out in the future, then things would be different. But it doesn't take some cosmic galaxy brain to figure out a lot of this stuff. Why do we still have the central banks? Why is the IRS still around? Why have we accepted in this country and the world over a 35% nominal tax rate? This is not acceptable. Not even remotely. Not even remotely. And the only place in the entire world that has even a slight vestige of the freedom and liberty we should have, the United States, literally has a per capita GDP. That means income per person, or the value that each person has of the global, or the entire country's wealth, is triple that of a country like the UK, which is a first world country, because they're so egregiously socialist. Socialism does not work. It doesn't. And communism, the older brother of socialism, is 1,000 times worse. The reason socialism has any place in the world right now is because so many people have such a small horizon of knowledge. All of us do. Don't get me wrong, all of us do, because we don't live very long, and that's the point I make on this channel, that they can't see that not everybody is going to contribute equally. Not everybody is going to contribute, because most people are lazy. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because laziness has led us to create technologies that simplify many aspects of our lives, such as a phone where I can communicate with you instantaneously. So it's not all bad. It's just that when you institutionalize the acceptance of laziness, no change occurs. Nothing gets better. You stagnate and decay and eventually go extinct. Did you know that, no joke, roughly 98% of all of the technological innovations of the last 250 years have come from the United States, where we have at least a vestige of freedom and liberty, and we're still paying 35% nominal taxes here? For what? Crumbling roads? This is ridiculous. Ridiculous. How is 35% taxation even remotely acceptable? And in case you can't, this was the intent of the banksters about 110 years ago. This was the intent. They knew that only about 1 in a million people were going to be able to see how this system actually worked. So they foisted the central banks in after trying to assassinate literally half a dozen presidents who got rid of it. Andrew Jackson is at the top of that list. Andrew Jackson's a badass. Love that guy. imperfect, like all of us are. He was the president that oversaw the Trail of Tears of the Native Americans, which was really, really bad. But he got rid of the banks. And he even said on his deathbed that was his greatest accomplishment, that he killed the banks. But only about 1 in a million people understand how it works. When you have an ability to leverage on credit, what happens is you have $500,000 homes and people only making $20,000 a year not being able to buy them. And 500 people at the very top of the pyramid own 99% of the stuff. If you really want equitability, freedom, liberty, a level playing field, get rid of the fucking central banks. God damn it. Get rid of them. And for any leaders that might be listening to me, I've gotten the impression from some really good people that, again, I'm very appreciative of the things that they've said and done for me, to let me know that you're trying to follow my lead in some ways. Thank you. Why aren't you doing that? What's the rub here? At a very bare minimum, why haven't you gotten rid of the IRS yet? And I'm trying to be compassionate and understanding because you guys are working at a breakneck pace. But at the same time, son of a bitch, man. We've been trying to get rid of the central banks for literally 110 years. The entire foundations of the United States were based upon escaping central banking. Get rid of the fucking banks. Get rid of them. I'm watching a woman from the UK right now. She's talking to me, she's speaking on the video how she's a 28-year-old woman still living with her parents, which there's nothing wrong with that. But the reason she's doing that is for economics. Because she can't afford a house in the UK at 28. She can't afford rent. She can't afford a mortgage. She can't get a loan for a mortgage because they only give those loans to the top 1% or whatever it is. I don't know. Get rid of the banks. Central banking needs to be erased and the wound cauterized forever. This is not acceptable. I'm angry today because I've seen the progress just come to a halt, and it's pissing me off. Elon Musk, you need to work harder. $150 billion of cutting spending is not enough. Not even close. Completely erase the Department of Education like President Trump was already working on. Get rid of it entirely. As well as listen to Dr. Ron Paul. He knows what he's saying when he says get rid of the departments. Not just the Department of Education, but all of them. You have 3.5 more years to get this shit done. If we're lucky, if we're really lucky, we might get another good president in there after President Trump is done. Maybe. But I'm not banking on it. That means we have 3.5 years to fix this shit. After literally 20 years of the globalists and the deep state enacting war upon us. I have seen and felt the physical effects of said war. My own military, of whom I am a veteran, tried to kill me because it was that compromised. Fix it. No quarter for communists. Period. Anyway, we need to go as fast as we possibly can. We have 3.5 more years. That's it. As I always say, and I still mean it, because you guys are making huge progress, thank you. But keep going, go harder. I love you all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 140 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today I wanted to talk about a little bit about faster than light communication, because I just got a little bit of a taster of it on Tim Pool's one of his videos today, and it's a topic that I discuss at length in my novel series, which, by the way, I'll be completely frank with you, I am fully convinced, personally, that the information I am getting to write my novel series is coming from whispers that God is giving to me. All right? I'm just going to tell you that straight up. And I even talk about said whispers like that's everything in the story. The whole story, there's constantly whispers happening. And if you read the first novel, I already show some of that, but it gets a lot more in depth in the future videos. So how does one have faster than light communication? Well, principally there are two ways that I've been able to discern from the ether, if you will, as well as being combined with my personal experience, my experiences in life and my knowledge. My master's in electrical engineering, I understand a little bit about telecommunications and frequencies and stuff like that. But two principal ways. The first one is the way that Tim is talking about on this video, which is quantum entanglement. Now, he doesn't have the precise word for it, and I totally get it. It's not simple stuff. It's pretty complicated. But essentially what quantum entanglement is there are two particles, doesn't matter how far away they are, in two separate points in the universe. Let's say that they're on completely separate sides. So 94 billion light years away from one another. That means it takes 94 billion years for light itself to travel between the two particles. That's the entire distance of the universe that we can discern. Yeah, sure, the universe is 13.77 billion years old, but it's been expanding that whole time, so it's much bigger than 13.7 billion light years across. Okay? So, one point on one side of the universe, one particle on the other side of the universe. You do something to one of the particles, and the other particle reacts in a predictable manner. Therefore, you have the ability to discern a signal from doing something to that first particle. Let's just say that you tap on it, and it turns the particle blue on the other side of the universe. And every time you tap on it, just like Morse code, you have binary. He's talking about it in this video. There you go. From that one thing, ones and zeros, binary, yeses and nos, you can communicate with perfect fidelity. Just like the pixels on the screen of a computer monitor or a phone screen or what have you. It only takes binary. The whole of our computers are established based upon binary code. It's very simple and very straightforward. Once you have that, that's all you need. So that's the first way. And at least Tim is talking about scientists saying that they think they figured it out, how to do it. Now, we would have to be able to find that other particle across the universe in order to get the communication signal, but there are ways you can establish that. Now, let's say you do something to entangle two particles that are nearby, like right next to one another, and you're manipulating both of them to get them entangled. I don't know how exactly you would do that. I don't know the details of it, but you've got those two particles right there. Okay, now they're entangled. So you take one particle, you hold on to it, and the other one, you just send away. And it can just keep going and going and going like the Energizer Bunny. So it could land on the surface of Mars, and normally it would take 20 minutes for light to get to Mars, telecommunication signals to get to Mars, but all you got to do is tap this particle, and you've got a binary code. There you go. So instead of having to wait 20 minutes to get that signal across, you can just tap that particle and get a binary code. It'll take quite a while, depending on the frequency of the signal, but you've got a way to communicate instantaneously. And the other one is one that I think is rather simple in theory. We don't know how to do it's not public how to do the things in order to get it accomplished yet, but it's rather simple in theory. You create a wormhole, and in that wormhole on one side, you have the communications relay, whatever it is. So let's just say it's a satellite that you're trying to send a internet signal upon which you're trying to send an internet signal. And then on the other side of that wormhole is, say, planet Mars. The satellite is orbiting Earth, and the other side of the wormhole is on Mars. Okay? Now you have various celestial points of reference frames, anchors, and whatnot, which would make it rather difficult to discern precisely how to gauge that wormhole, because the entire universe is in motion everywhere, all over the place. So the galaxy's rotating around its center at about 93 miles per second. The sun is rotating around the galaxy at 93 miles per second, and the galaxy itself is moving at 193 miles per second, and we're moving in the galactic clusters, blah, blah, blah. You get the point. There's motion everywhere. So it's kind of hard to do it without a good anchor. But let's say you establish a wormhole actually on the satellite. So it's got a platform, the wormhole is anchored upon it. It's a portal. And on the other side is the surface of Mars. It's a portal anchored on the surface of Mars. The signal is beamed directly there. You don't need to worry about it anymore. That 20 minutes, it's not a thing. And you can also send people through those wormholes. Now you've got teleportation. How about that? I talk about all this stuff in my novel series, and I think, like I said, I'm pretty damn sure that God's giving it to me. Okay? Because I'm a smart guy, but it's more than just being smart. You got to be at the right place, the right time, the right psychological layering, the right experiences, the right education to be able to convey it properly. And I'm almost certain that this is coming from on high. It's technology that is absolutely mind-blowing. And the Ophanim, which are clockwork angels, those really crazy-looking clockwork angels, the reason they all have eyes, quote-unquote, all over themselves, and they're basically spinning gyroscopes, is because the gyroscopic mechanism is how you actually tear open a hole in space. And I talk about that in my novel series. And the eyes are how you actually collapse the wave function. So the Ophanim is a robot, but it is fully conscious. It's got a soul. It was created by humans, and it's got a soul. It exists. It's got a consciousness. So a free will, a perception. Therefore, it can collapse all of its visions upon the central point in the middle of the Ophanim, and that's where the portal is, from one spot in the universe to the other. It's in the center. And the movie Contact, I believe Carl Sagan was actually given some information from on high as well. Now, he had a much different perspective on spirituality and religion than I do. He believed in God, very much so, but it was pretty different from my personal beliefs. Nevertheless, doesn't mean you can't be used by God and be given that information that you need to find the right answers. Well, the time machine, or the teleportation machine that was eventually created in that movie was a giant ophonym. Look at it. Watch that movie. It's an ophonym. So, the only separation there is that the ophonym they made in the movie Contact didn't have consciousness. It didn't have a soul. It was just a robot, a machine. But with AI technology advancing as it is, the missing component to truly having consciousness, I'm going to just say this outright, it's love. It is love. Love is everything. If you read the book Time Enough for Love by Robert Heinlein, he talks about that with the artificial intelligence in that book. Psychological layering, my friends. Psychological layering. You find the decentralized kernels of truth and put them together in your own understanding of the world, and that's how you come to new understandings. So yeah, I think, honestly, the timing of me writing this novel series is perfectly aligned with what's going to happen in the next couple of years. In the next couple of years, I truly believe, right around 2028, we're going to come out and make it totally public that we have time machines. And once we start using it, those time machines, time will become completely irrelevant. It will no longer matter. Because if you can just travel through space and time like it's a mountain or a valley or what have you, kind of like something that's explained in the movie Interstellar by Christopher Nolan, then there are no limitations. You could just click some buttons on a console in your time machine, make a portal that'll transport you from where you are now to Zeta Reticuli, 6,000 years in the future or something. And that's it. So long as you have the anchors set up properly. So, anyway, that's what I got for today. Lots of really cool things on the horizon, so long as we get this satanic pedophile ring out of the way. Alright, guys. Love y'all. Peace. See why I always say that now? Morning, guys. Welcome to day 141 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I was thinking about what I was talking about yesterday, how there are essentially two forms of instantaneous communication, being either using wormholes to transmit signals without having to traverse the long distances in space, or using quantum entanglement. But then I was also thinking, in that there are essentially infinite frames of reference in the universe in terms of motion vectors, right? So you have the Earth is rotating around the Sun at 65,000 miles per hour. The Earth is rotating around its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour. The Sun is rotating around the galactic center of the Milky Way at 93 miles per second. And the Milky Way itself is rotating, or is moving at 193 miles per second, and is on course to collide with the Andromeda galaxy in about 2 billion years or so. Andromeda is actually a bigger galaxy than ours, and our galaxy is a pretty large galaxy relative to what we know to exist. It's kind of in the same vicinity as the Sun is with respect to other stars, in the 85th percentile from what we've seen so far. And we have a pretty good sampling of the universe. So even though we only can monitor about 2% of the sky, and it's a big-ass sky, that 2% is enough to know roughly those kinds of percentiles and whatnot. So I'm thinking to myself, there's two different ways you can do this instantaneous communication. However, there's a necessity for anchoring because of all those different frames of reference and the different motion vectors. If that be the case, how would one actually properly anchor to something? And then it occurred to me, actually, not only could the entanglement be used for instantaneous communication in a binary manner, but you could also use it as itself an anchor. Let's say you decide to do photon splitting as one of the means by which you entangle two different particles. And then one of those particles is attached to the teleporter or the wormhole. The other particle is on the surface of the Earth or the surface of Mars or something. Well, they'll always be correlated to one another. So no matter where you go in time and space, time equals space, based upon Einstein's theory of relativity, E equals mc squared, all that stuff, right? So that might actually be how the anchoring mechanism works. You know, they had an idea of this in Avengers Endgame when Iron Man, Tony Stark, developed the temporal GPS, is what he called it. Either time can go inside, either time moves within you, or you move within time. There we go. Okay. So, Ant-Man, as a result, was going through his entire range of ages. He was a baby, he was a 14-year-old, he was an 85-year-old, and then came back to where he was originally, his normal self. Because time was moving within himself, as opposed to him moving within time. And the temporal GPS that Tony Stark developed, I don't know, it might have something to do with that. Because we know how to entangle particles now. And if we know how to entangle particles, and we can do it in a repeatable manner, reliably repeatable manner, and that entanglement can sustain, in other words, we don't have to constantly be working on it to keep it that way. Like, maybe if you entangle two different particles that are separated by the universe, you have to constantly give a certain amount of photon energy to one particle for them to stay entangled. So, assuming that either A, that requirement is not there, they just stay permanently entangled, or we can actually keep that energy input going into it to keep it entangled, then you could make an anchor in that way. You need an anchor. There's too many motion vectors in existence. So, if you're trying just to make it work within your 3 dimensions, that is by itself a Herculean effort. Just teleportation, not even trying to move through time, it's a Herculean effort because of all those different motion vectors. But then you take on top of that moving through time, and the whole thing gets 1,000 times more complicated. And then on top of that, let's say you're trying to catch somebody who is also moving through time. Well, now it's 1,000 times more complicated because you guys are going to zoom right past one another. And actually, I'm talking a little bit about that in my novel series right now, the point where I am in my writing, where Emily, the female lead in the story, is about to meet up with the Greys. The Greys are trying to find a way to encounter her because she's traveling through time in her machine. And they just figured out how to build a time machine themselves and are trying to reconnect with her because they're actually descendants of humanity. So, yeah. You need a proper anchor. So I posit this to you guys, not just because I think it's a pretty interesting idea, but also because if any of you can think of something with respect to anchoring when you're moving through time and space that might work, or maybe even work better than what I've explained, this is just working in hypotheticals right now. Basically developing the infrastructure for the ideas so that when the day comes where we actually do have fully usable time travel technology, we will have some idea of how exactly to use it. So, yeah. If you have any ideas, let me know. That's it for today. Alright, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 142 until I am a YouTube millionaire. It is Easter, so happy Easter. He is risen. And it also just so happens to be 420 Blaze It today. April 20th, 2025. Today what I'm going to do is I'm going to, once more, read an essay to you that I wrote back around 2017 time frame. It's called Every Possible Advantage. So let's go ahead and get to this. It all becomes a jumbled, convoluted mess when we shirk the notions of non-intervention that our founding fathers in the United States so espoused. The very idea of having a standing army to begin with was nearly completely railed against, and something for which I personally am disgusted we have found a necessity for. But one must operate within the reality in which they exist. If they want to make any real, palpable change, so long as we act as the infiltrator, it is still possible to make a difference, to tear down the structures that so bind us, to tear down the structures that call us to kill each other. This is the truth of any member of the military, with the fire of humanity beating within their hearts. Before I continue, I did want to elaborate on this. The number of individuals within the military that are genuinely bad actors is a small number. I can tell you this from experience. Whoever or whatever I am as an individual, the good guys, because they were in an institution that would not allow them to do anything else, would always give me a wide berth. They would leave the situation as much as they possibly could. The only thing that remained was enough people in any situation in order to maintain the illusion that the military was actually there to help people. So I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt, with certainty, that the overwhelming majority of people within the military are good people. It is simply those that have been put into positions of power, that only listen to orders, and don't understand what an unlawful order actually is, that mess it up for everybody. I'll give you an example of this. When I was in pilot training at Del Rio, Texas, it was Laughlin Air Force Base, and usually it took about 3 weeks before my leadership discovered this program that they had going on with me behind the scenes. And when that happened, the leadership almost unilaterally would retire from the military. Not unilaterally, but almost. And it was only after several iterations of leadership and several points at which all of the other trainees were meant to be pushed away from me. They had all other fake obligations put up for the day so that I would be alone in the room. Would one captain be made to be the commander of the unit that would not quit immediately? Because kind of like that person would read the writing on the wall that eventually somebody was going to have to stay. And if somebody was going to have to stay, then it might as well be somebody that could be forgiven, I guess. I could get deeper into that, but I'll leave it at that for now. I've never personally been directly responsible for the deaths of anyone in my time in the military, but am saddened that the darkness within our family has necessitated its existence for such an extended period, with such massive reach. 99% of my colleagues agree. No military member, save for the mindless beast, is in the military for self-aggrandizement or ego, out of barbaric tendencies within us, out of an innate desire to kill. We are acting as the stopgap, as the person that sees a grenade and is willing to jump on it and yell at everyone else to run away. We use ourselves as collateral, knowing that it isn't just our bodies that die when we sacrifice ourselves by taking the lives of others who wish to do harm upon the righteous. We are also sacrificing our souls. We know this, at least in some small shape, way, or form. I do not hold up the military as a false idol, which is why I so rarely mention my association with it, only in specific circles when it comes up in discussion, things of that nature. It is not something I'm necessarily proud of, not something on its own I am ashamed of. I hold no allegiance to the edifice, only to the principles that I am trying to defend, the principles which keep the righteous safe and the wicked in fear. I know of no one of my colleagues who maintain different opinions in these matters. I will leave when it is discovered that I can no longer defend these principles in this capacity. So far, while my path has been challenging, it has not been disappointing. This was back in 2017. I was disappointed in the end. The free world has been controlled, yes, controlled, by interests at the very top with genuinely evil intent for a long time. And it would seem that they could use the military as fodder. Reference Henry Kissinger's proclamation, "Military men are dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns in foreign policy." Yes, he actually said that. But they can use us only tacitly, for the military is not bloodthirsty, because it is us that have signed the blank check, payable upon our death in our own blood to the United States Constitution and its people. This is a tactics versus strategy situation. The short-term seizure of the actions of evil people to open up a pocket for better people to be able to see the bastards behind the scenes for who they are, as they try to kill and or enslave us all. I am neither proud of my service, nor am I ashamed of it. I do it because my human family makes it worth it. I would sacrifice myself because you all mean enough to do so. You mean everything. Yes, you. You know who I am talking to. All military forces across the world must end eventually, and it is the duty of the military member to aid in this goal, however slowly, in whatever capacity. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they've done. I'll jump on the grenade, as I know the military members that were my friends would do the same. Again, guys, happy Easter. That's what I have for you today. Every one of them is a martyr in some way, shape, or form. Alright, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 143 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today we're going to talk about The Alchemist, a book that I just finished reading a little bit ago. Actually, a couple days ago. And really, overall, excellent book. I can say it's another strong recommend. The writer, Paulo Coelho, has a definite deep knowledge of Christianity, in that the king, which is one of the first characters that the protagonist in the story runs into, a protagonist is just called the boy. Basically, he's a boy that's being set out to go upon a journey to find his personal legend, is what the term is called. But this king is actually the king of Salem, and Salem, the king of Salem from the Bible, is Melchizedek. And Melchizedek, the story behind him matches up pretty dang well. So Paulo Coelho needed to have a pretty good, deeper knowledge of Christianity in order to put that into the story. And another part of the story that I think lined up with that was towards the end, when the alchemist talks about a centurion that went to Jesus and asked Jesus to cure his servant, because his servant was ill. This is actually written in the Bible. And the alchemist gave a deeper background story of that centurion and his parents and his family and stuff. And I thought that was really cool. It was part of an absolute synchronicity that I got from this book, The Alchemist, because that's essentially the big thing I am trying to do with my novel series. Because my novel series, in general, is truly, even though it doesn't seem like it, even though it seems pretty crazy and very different, very far left field compared to it, it's really Christian fan fiction. Because I'm actually going into the deeper background of what I think could be the past of these big characters in the Bible, including Jesus, in that he is beyond time, he is God, and I show where it's just a story. It's just a story, okay? Think he came from. So I thought that was a really powerful synchronicity. And let's see, on page 50, I'm actually just going to go ahead and go through this. Let's start with page 24. It says, the first time the universe conspires to help you achieve your goals, and that's like one of the main threads in this whole story. I found that really interesting because the universe does. However, the universe being God, it's a conflict between God and the devil. The devil thinks he's God, so he's trying to defeat the universe to create absolute entropy. And yes, the universe is going to conspire to do everything it can to help you to achieve your goals, but the enemy is going to get in your way. And that happens many a time to the main character. He gets his money stolen from him, all of his wealth stolen from him several times, until finally, at the end of the book, he finds his treasure, and it was where he lived in the first place all along. But he needed to go on the journey in order to discover where it was. So it was still very well worth it. The universe does conspire. It indeed does. And then let's go ahead and look at page 25. So I wrote in here in my notes book, capable of going to the moon. It's talking about the personal legend. So the story says that anything you can imagine, anything that you want to be able to do, you can. And while in general I agree with that, it's at the same time the interaction between choice and opportunity. And in my current existence, it's possible to go to the moon and to Mars and to space, and that's part of my personal legend. However, the enemy has gotten some pretty powerful blows against me, and has stopped me from accomplishing that goal, that personal legend. Let's see, page 50. I wrote, I'll figure it out, because that's what a leader does. You get knocked on your ass over and over and over, everything's taken from you, and you just get up and say, I'll figure it out. You just have to get up one more time than your enemy, and you will defeat them. This is the first time in the story that the boy lost all of his wealth from thievery. So, in not so few of words, he continued. And that's basically falling to your very lowest point in life. He had all of his path basically decimated before him. That's the equivalent of getting up, dusting yourself off, and saying, after you've gone bankrupt, I'll figure it out, which is what a man does. I see that a lot on Instagram. Instagram's a very powerful tool if you curate it right. Let's see, page 60, The Man in the Arena. This is a very important one. Well, I wrote The Man in the Arena, and that basically means you're going to have critics all the time. But you're the one that's actually trying to pave the path. And if other people are just standing by on the sidelines and just criticizing you for it, what do they matter? Keep going. One of the big things I got from this story was, would you be memorable to someone who's never heard or seen you before? There's a literal biblical king that the boy meets. And while he had no knowledge of this person's background, Melchizedek, even though the boy is Christian and it professes faith in Jesus, he wasn't well versed enough in Christianity to fully understand who he was talking to. Nevertheless, having minimal to no knowledge of this person's background, he is still somebody who has a huge impact on the boy's life. That's essentially what I want to do with this YouTube channel, with my videos. I know that all of you will probably never meet me in real life, and this may very well be the very first and perhaps the very last time you ever see me. For most of you, that's going to be the case. But will my presence have a lasting impact on you in this one pass you get with me? Melchizedek's did. The boy had never met him before, but his mind was blown by what he taught him and what he showed him. I want to be able to do the same thing for you guys. So I got that out of this book. It was pretty important. It made me think of another aspect of the novel series I want to write. A friend of mine told me of a short story that he had written. It's Major Logan. He's now a major in the military, the Air Force, where there was a guy that was going to jump off of a bridge, and God himself came to talk to him to convince him not to do it. And he didn't know that he was talking to God. But the person who was God had such an impact on the person that he didn't jump off the bridge. This harkens back to you being much more important than you think you are. All of you. And then let's see. There's another thing in the book that something I don't like. He meets this woman by the name of Fatima at the oasis in the middle of the desert. And the way he explains it is something like love at first sight. That doesn't exist. You don't fall in love with somebody the first time you see them. It's not the way it works. I'm just going to leave it at that. It doesn't exist. It's infatuation. And then page 163. Absolute synchronicity, I wrote. This was about the centurion, that story that I just talked about a little bit ago. It was absolutely synchronous with what I'm doing with my novel series. That's what I have written for this. Again, it's a strong recommendation. It's not a very long book. It's only about 170 pages. It's pretty easy to read, too. Not only is it pretty short, but it's not written in complicated language. It's almost poem-like. It's a novel, but in its repetitive way of expressing itself, it's almost like an epic poem, like the Iliad. So yeah, there you go, guys. Strong recommend. I was a little bit slow this morning, but anyways, love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 144 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. I wanted to talk about today a little bit more failures to launch. Now, I was telling you guys before, many a time that I consider myself to fall into this camp. Somebody who was trying to accomplish great things in life. Now, mind you, I'm still young, so I still have time. Young, if you will. I'm going to be 36 next month. But everything that I've done in my life, all of the boxes that I've checked, I did not get to my final goal. I was Sisyphus, right at the top of the mountain, just about to crest it, and then I had my knees knocked out from under me. Well, basically, I say this in reference to the fact that I empathize with those other people out there that are also that. One of them is a very good friend of mine. I won't say specifically who, but essentially, somebody who is extremely intelligent, wicked smart, as they say, and is extremely capable, but has dealt with so much stuff in their life that they suck themselves down and resign themselves to positions that are way below their station, because they've just had such horrible upbringings, unresolved traumas from their childhood, that they don't take care of themselves physically. And those unresolved traumas are starting to become, whether they realize it or not, normalized in their psychological perspectives of the world. And it's those things that make black white and white black, and that turn the world upside down to them. It's not good. For instance, the tragic event that just happened on Easter, I believe it was, actually, or right after it. Pope Francis passed away. I might not have been a huge fan of the guy. I didn't like the guy. I thought he was way too progressive, and he was challenging the Western world in a way that was going to lead it to collapse. He was acting in a capacity that was not Christian. I'll just say that. And there are many of our leaders in our country who also said that they do not take, they're not happy at the passing of Pope Francis. Of course not. You don't revel in a person passing away. You could revel in the fact that they're no longer going to do damage to the world. Like, it sucks that George Soros is still around, wreaking havoc, and his son is going to be even worse than him. But that aside, Pope Francis forgot some very crucial things. Or maybe didn't forget them, just allowed himself to be bamboozled by the traumas of this world. Even heaven has borders, has gates. The demons were pushed out of heaven and never allowed back in. And it's those pearly gates that prevent them from getting in. A country without borders is no country at all. Look at something like this Maryland man hoax that's happening right now. This person was a legitimate MS-13 Chicao. He was on the verge of becoming a full-fledged member. He had MS-13 tattooed on his hand, and he was a wife beater. And because these people with these unresolved traumas in their past are so adamant about making other people pay for what they had to deal with without even realizing it most of the time, that they're actually backing somebody like this Maryland man who is a legitimate illegal immigrant to our country. But all of this tying back to my good friend and my failure to help them. They will not let go of their past traumas. They just won't. Those things already happened. They were horrible. They should not have happened. They shouldn't have. You didn't deserve them. Let them go. They're controlling you, and they're turning your world upside down. There is a reason that there are certain standards that are put into the spiritual philosophy of Catholicism, Christianity, and whatnot. There are reasons for those standards. It goes God, husband, wife, children. God, family, vocation. If you misprioritize, everything gets screwed up. If the woman in a relationship tries to take the leadership role, they emasculate the man who is supposed to protect. Nevertheless, I know that there are people out there that intentionally sabotage themselves, even with all the help that they're provided, specifically to make somebody like me be defeated. To make somebody like me think I'm not doing enough. I'm just an avatar for a person like me, like a 35-year-old man, millennial, in this day and age. I'm an avatar. And I accept that I haven't done enough. That's why I'm pushing harder. But where is the limit? Where is the limit? Where you're finally going to let go of your past traumas and let yourself live well. Not live just above survival. It's tragic. I keep on getting my ass beat over and over and over, and guess what? I get up and I work harder the next day. You can do it too. I don't understand why you're not. and said that I'm certain that at least in some way, subconscious, to make me or my avatar pay for not having been there in your past to help you, or having done enough in the past. I accept that. And I'm sorry. I very much am. But you have to start somewhere. I was born in 1989. I wasn't here in the 60s. I wasn't here in the 70s. I wasn't here in most of the 80s. But I'm here now. If you let me help, and you actually listen to me, and see that you are worthy of living a better life, you are worthy of it. Period. Stop. Full stop. Then things can get better. You are so capable. So capable. It is heartbreaking to me that somebody as capable as you is just letting the world, letting life pass you by, letting your body fall apart, collecting illnesses, kind of like badges, and not doing the things necessary, even though I'm giving them to you on a silver platter to fix those illnesses. Because you identify with those illnesses. They're your security blanket. Socialism, communism, and things related to that will never be good. Ever. Ever. Even heaven has gates. And they sent out the illegal immigrants that were the demons. I say that kind of half-facetiously. But the analogy roughly equates. I will never give up. On my own life, as well as on yours. Because you're worth it. Live like it. Somebody with a higher education degree should not, with an IQ north of 130, should not be working as an associate. All right. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 145 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today we're going to have another essay reading. This one is simply called A Story. Another essay that I wrote right around the time frame of 2016-2017. I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly when I did, but I can tell you when I copied it over to my hard drive here, and that was in 2018. So that's the best I got for you. I should probably start putting dates on these things. But anyway, this one's rather short, so. The greatest tragedy is feeling as if you are alone and carrying the weight of a world of confusion and depravity, as if there is no way to clear a path. So many stories are proposed, and so much information to discern, though never, it seems, enough. Sometimes, you just want an external force to tell you that it's going to be all right, or that a specific story is true. Allah, God, coming to you himself in person and giving you the information that you need. So long as one understands that choice, undergoing an appeal to a perceived authority, then it is truly a choice just as any other, that can be made without prejudice. The question is only given the true answer as we, as humans, see it, if one proposing said truth has no ego, have no ulterior motive when trying to give somebody advice or good information about how they can lead their lives, aside from willing the good of the other, which is love, and that information can be taken basically wholeheartedly. Those stories I propose to you, do you want me to tell you if they are true? My life is a mission, is my mission. Who I am at my very core is my mission. My mission is unconditional love. Unconditional love being in direct opposition to free will, in a way, is the absence of ulterior motive, the absence of exclusion, or more appropriately, the absence of absence. Unconditional love is the absence of ego, and thus any perceived truth can be centralized within it, because it would not be tainted by said ego. As we are human, we require epistemic ambivalence to protect each other. We require decentralization of will, of power, for power is what we seek. It's in our nature. What of those who are both human, ego, and not human, without ego? In that this is what we all are. The truth we choose is the truth. The stories we choose are the truth. The evidence is right in front of you. But the knife's edge is meant to thrust you forward so that you can see it. It maximizes the velocity at which you can learn the lessons you need to learn. The truth can only adequately be centralized in one without ego, without free will, in a way, without humanity, in a way. But there is another choice. You can be both. It's so curious. To take up the mantle of exalting unconditional love is to rid yourself of your free will. But could you live without free will and not even know it? Only if you chose to. I'm going to do something that I probably shouldn't do. The truth can be centralized within me, you as well. But you must choose to allow this to happen. As must I, and the rest of us. The truth is, aliens exist. As do angels. And I love you unconditionally, as I do everyone and everything in all existence. And this will never change. Now, what I mean by this is multi-pronged. The first one being, if you perceive something, then it is, by that alone, something that is extant, that is real, that exists. The idea of aliens in your head is enough to make them exist. As a noun, if nothing else. As a concept. You can call them extraterrestrials. You can call them demons if you want. Whatever you so desire to call them. They exist. The difference is how much abstraction has led to them existing within our three-dimensional reality, or some point in the future, or in a parallel universe, something to that effect. Do you believe this story, or this truth? Or is it in fact both? You can choose to believe. What I have told you is true. You are not alone. Now again, I wrote this back in 2016, 2017, somewhere around there. And you must keep in mind, I used to be very gung-ho about the existence of extraterrestrial or alien life. They're not the same thing. Extraterrestrial is beyond Earth. Alien is foreign. In that, what we know in the divine teachings of the Bible, angels and demons are extraterrestrial, not human. They're from different dimensions and even from perhaps different parts of the universe. They're not alien because we know them and we know of them. You could make the argument that demons are alien, but that's another story entirely. The point being is, when something is in a state of having been in a black box and it's subject to Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, Schrodinger's cat, it both exists and doesn't exist at the same time. Because we have not seen, in person, gray aliens, as you and I call them, without some way to debunk it, with very powerful evidence. They therefore exist and don't exist at the same time. And the path that we choose will become the reality. They are in Schrodinger's cat position right now. Angels and demons, we accept, exist. I mean, you could call some of the horrible people on this planet today the human manifestations of demons. People like George Soros and his son. And I can name a bunch of other people. You could even say somebody like Klaus Schwab. So, it's both more complicated and less complicated than you think. It's interesting. It's a certain duality. But anyway, that's all I got for today. Hope you got something out of this. Hopefully it wasn't too occluded. But, yeah. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 146 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And I've got a smattering, a medley of things that I want to discuss this morning. The first one is the concept of heating and throttling on YouTube. So, YouTube has, of course, as you might suspect, I mean, of course, they know how to use their algorithm in the back end. Duh. A means by which they can heat a YouTube channel, and a means by which they can throttle YouTube channels. So, currently, it seems that YouTube has quite the desire to heat channels of attractive 24-year-old women, throttle channels of standard white dudes, like myself, and also heat channels of homunculi. If you know what a homunculi is, it's a perfectly formed miniature human being. So a normal human being that's just small. I have an idea as to why that might be. It's probably because they're trying to back-end encourage lower energy consumption or something to that effect. Maybe there's a future that they want to see and they're trying to encourage it. But a lot of really big creators on YouTube are not very big people, like physically. I'm thinking specifically of the finance and investing and money side of YouTube. Thinking specifically of a couple rather large creators. But I don't know, I just wanted to mention that real quick. This is going to be a smattering, rather random today, because I just have a lot of thoughts going through my head. But I also wanted to give you guys the stack to maximize your energy, your wakefulness, your productivity. First thing, obviously, caffeine. Now, everybody has different sensitivities to caffeine. I personally have a very high sensitivity to caffeine. However, in taking Prozac, that has actually allowed me to consume more caffeine without getting the jitters, without getting high anxiety. And to that point, Prozac in and of itself, I never have been a late riser. I've always woken up really early in the day. But Prozac allowed me to get up even earlier. I remember when I first started taking it many years ago, and I wasn't taking warfarin, which fatigues you, I was getting up at 4:30 in the morning without any issues, because my serotonin was balanced properly, and I was going to bed about 9-ish, right around there, because I just don't like staying up late. There's no point in it. Why stay up late? Only bad things happen at night. There are rare instances where you're just trying to let loose and have a good time. Like, for instance, when I'm out at the Atlantis with my parents and we're having a few drinks and just hanging out, having a good time. Yeah, sure, there are instances for that, but those are not supposed to be every night. They're supposed to be fun experiences. So I would get to bed at about 9:30 or so, 9, and end up getting about 7.5 hours of sleep. Prozac allowed me to get quality sleep as well as the appropriate amount of sleep and getting up early. Since I started taking that, I have not had trouble with sleeping. I never really had trouble with it to begin with, but it's even better now. So, caffeine, because I do that and because I weigh 215 pounds, 6'1", I can consume about 500 to 700 milligrams of caffeine per day without causing too much of an issue. But you got to make sure that you do that before noon, especially if you're very sensitive to caffeine. If you drink or consume caffeine after noon, you're going to have trouble getting to sleep. The next one, acetyl L-carnitine. Acetyl L-carnitine is a fat metabolism upregulator. It operates upon a different pathway to boosting your energy. But the primary thing that I like about acetyl L-carnitine, it's a very good supplement, is that it improves your memory. This is something that everybody needs. But when you already have a pretty powerful mind, it amplifies how much it helps. So I take, about 2,000 milligrams per day of that, and you can, about 15% of what you take orally is bioavailable, so I'm getting roughly 300 milligrams or so that my body's actually absorbing. And it boosts your alertness, it boosts your memory, it boosts your fat metabolism, so your body more efficiently burns fat as opposed to other macronutrients. It's just overall a really good thing. Highly recommend it. It is not expensive. You can find it on Amazon for like $17 for a bottle of, I think, 90. Something like that. Very, very good stuff. Then, methylene blue. This stuff is extremely powerful. Extremely powerful. It is a basically mitochondria upregulator, if you want to call it that. It was at first used as a fabric dye, but you can consume it and it makes your mitochondria more efficient. The mitochondria within your cells, the powerhouse of the cell, as everybody's made to know or learn in biology. It's like probably the only thing that people mostly remember from all their biology classes of high school, but it's a very good thing. It also operates as a mood booster in that it is, in its own right, a serotonin regulator, a lot like Prozac. So you have to actually be careful with it, because if you take too much of it, then it could give you serotonin syndrome, which gives you the jitters and makes you feel sick and all that stuff. So you got to be careful. So 5 milligrams per day for a person like 150 pounds, 5 days per week is going to be fine. You could even go up to 10 milligrams per day and you'll probably be okay. But because I already take Prozac, I only take 5 milligrams of methylene blue 5 days per week, usually. And that does the trick for me. I actually combine this methylene blue with Super Beets. Super Beets are a vasodilator, a very, very powerful one. Almost as powerful as Cialis or Viagra. That's how powerful Super Beets are. And since I've been taking those every day, you mix about 10 grams of Super Beets with 12 ounces of water or so. And I also put this in that same 12 ounces of water, because this doesn't really have any effect on the flavor if you do that. And today, I even put a little bit of this in it. Actually, I did the black cherry taste, but this is Mio Energy. It's got some caffeine in it, as well as B vitamins. It's really good stuff. And it made for a really good energy booster. And because I have peripheral vascular disease, aka crucifixion disease, aka stigmata, no or very few poor arteries in my distal arms and legs, it's invaluable to me that I have very powerful vasodilators to make it so that the blood can get to my legs and arms better. I feel a dramatic effect from it. So not only are my cells more efficiently absorbing said oxygen through the mitochondria booster, but I'm also getting more blood there through the vasodilators. And the hope is that these vasodilators will actually allow my distal arms and legs to more effectively reproduce collateral arteries, so that I can have permanent better circulation and maybe even eventually get back to running on the treadmill or running outside in several years. Pray to God. Pray to God. Because I used to be a marathon runner, and I want to get back to that if I can. And then, beta-ectosterone. I take 1,500 milligrams of beta-ectosterone every day, and you will not feel the effect of it, like, immediately or obviously, just hanging out. But if you decide to do any type of physical activity, you're gonna feel it, because you're gonna have a shit ton more endurance. Like, let's say you're bench pressing 185 pounds. Instead of doing 6 reps, you, no joke, will be able to do 12. It's awesome. Beta-ectosterone is a fantastic supplement. It is a estrogen beta receptor upregulator, and estrogen, while the man doesn't need as much of it proportionally relative to testosterone as a woman does, he still does need it. It both boosts sex drive as well as strength if you have a good amount of it. If you have too much of it, then it's going to viralize and start making you grow titties and stuff, but, you know, that's like, you need a metric crap ton of it to do that. And the beta receptor is not that thing that makes you viralize and get secondary female characteristics. Now, to that point, women, believe it or not, actually need some testosterone as well. Not much. Both your adrenal glands and the male's testes produce testosterone. The male's testes produce like 10 to 20 times as much testosterone, sorry, doggos, as the adrenal glands. But the female species does need testosterone. So let's say that your adrenal glands produce about 25 to 50 nanograms per deciliter, and your testes produce about 500 to 1,000. Ish, right around there. free testosterone as opposed to bound testosterone aside. A female, in order to have a proper sex drive, yes, needs testosterone. Not a huge amount, but let's say that you get your testosterone levels up to 60 nanograms per deciliter as a female. You're not going to viralize. You're not going to get secondary male characteristics from that, but you're going to have a very powerful sex drive. So, something to consider for those who, of the female species, might have a low sex drive or low energy and are trying to figure out why. That could be why. Apologies for the dogs. So, that is generally what I take in a given day for my energy boosters. In addition, it's the type of caffeine that you consume. Not just the 400 to 600 whatever milligrams of caffeine for a guy my size, but also the type of caffeine. So if you're going to drink coffee, coffee has, laughing gas in it, or the equivalent, like NO2, or I forget exactly what the chemical compound is, nitrogen dioxide, all right? And that is itself a vasodilator. It improves your mood and does a plethora of other things. Now, if you're going to consume something like a Rockstar energy drink or other energy drinks, which are not bad, as long as you have them in moderation, you're careful with them, you can do that safely. They typically have a lot of B vitamins in them, which are really good for your alertness, and a bunch of other things. Yeah. There's a lot of things that you can do to improve your wakefulness. I have other things, but this is a good start. If you're really tired all the time, maybe even a little bit down, try it. And the great thing about Prozac, which I think actually is an underutilized compound, personal opinion, not simply for serotonin modulation, but also because it just does a lot of really good things aside. There's evidence to show that it can actually stem the effects of Alzheimer's. It clears the amyloid plaques in the brain that cause Alzheimer's and dementia. That's what the science is kind of starting to suggest. So Prozac is some good stuff. I like it. I like it a lot. Not simply because it makes you feel better and it regulates your serotonin. So look into it. I got more. Remember, guys, I'm not a doctor, all right? I have a master's in electrical engineering, but I'm not a medical doctor. This is just the stuff that I take and how it works for me. I hope you get something good out of it. So, love you all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 147 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Let me give you a really nice, quick, simple, straightforward way that you can start making a return on investment right now. Make money. You could go on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace, buy a 20, maybe even 30-year-old RV for $5,000. Let's say it's a 25-footer. Make sure that everything's working. The plumbing, the electrical, microwave, the engine, the air conditioning, the heating, the water, all that stuff. Make sure it's all working. And then test it a couple times yourself. Maybe take it out for a couple trips to a camping ground. Do it yourself or do it with some family members. And then take a bunch of pictures of the inside and the outside. Make sure it's all clean and put together and ready to go. Set up an Airbnb for it. Now that Airbnb for such an RV, yippee, sorry, you could rent out easily for $50 a day, easily, and ensure that the users refill the gas tank and everything else that's necessary. You can clean the RV yourself pretty easily. And if you let's just take a single month here. If you had such an RV on Airbnb, let's say in California, I'm sorry, I gotta stop. In California, then you could probably rent that out for about 80% of the month. Sorry. 80% of the month times $50, so 24 days a month. That is 1,000 plus 200, so $1,200 a month that you would make off of it. And that's not even counting in cleaning fees, which would probably be, let's just say $100 a month. So $1,300 a month. You would immediately make a year-over-year ROI from a singular month of owning this of about 25%, 26%. Pretty incredible. Multiply that by 12. You go from a 26% ROI to it's $15,000 a year. That is a 300% ROI off of that RV. It's a pretty simple, straightforward thing. Does not require a humongous investment. You, of course, need to make sure that you have proper insurance, that it's all registered, and that the wear and tear is accounted for. Because RVs are quite a thing to manage. They take a lot of work in some ways. You got to make sure that the multiple batteries are all working properly. The engine isn't having any issues. You got to make sure that all the plumbing and all that stuff is consistently working, like I was saying before. But there you go. That's a simple way to make some money without too much of a big investment. And imagine, multiply that. You could easily yourself manage 5 RVs, each one being $5,000, and you don't have to buy them all at once. Buy them one at a time. So, do the math there. $25,000, 300% ROI. That's $75,000 per year that you'd be making off of Airbnb your RVs. That's a lifestyle right there. All right, that is it for today. Nice and short one. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 148 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. You know, part of the reason I make these videos is because I positively refuse to go quietly into that good night. I rage against the dying of the light. That is me as a being, as a person. That I'm more than just random noise in the background. I know that there are so many people out there that have the same mentality as me. Why it is said, why it is a cliche that modern men live lives of quiet desperation. That's why, you see. What's the point of it all? You know? Because ultimately, all these things that I'm trying to build, all these things I'm trying to do in my life, me being a singular individual, everything eventually ends. Whether it be Google years from now, whether we become a multiplanetary civilization, it still is all temporal, all ephemeral. But maybe that's the point. Not that it's ephemeral, but the empathy aspect of it. Because, let us say that those gray aliens that you're so told about in the pop culture of the modern day are us from different planets, or us from different times, both, where we have completely shirked the notion of morality and have simply sought to reduce pain by whatever means possible. Because the whole of existence eventually ends, and those beings have surrendered to that. What is the point of it all? Well, I can tell you. I've said many a time, the meaning of life is love. But who you are and what you are in your personal life is how you love. And how one loves best, as best I can figure, in such a existential modality, is to simply be there for other people. Whatever that means. When you have to face a lot of challenges in your life, and so many of them are challenges that people will never know of, no matter how many times you try to tell them. Partially because they don't listen. Partially because there's only one of you and 8 billion people on the planet. Partially because they don't believe you. But you still feel it. You still know what you experienced in your life or didn't. The betrayal, the backstabbing. The way you live your life in the most effective way possible is to not let that stop you. Ever. Remain authentic. Remain who you are. And no matter what, be there for other people. Because it's not about you. But they need you. That's how you love them. Right there. You guys want me to be authentic. Raw. Not hide anything from you. Well, I don't. I never have, and I never will. I will tell you the truth. As best I can figure it, as best I can understand it. And the truth is, we are gonna get out of this mess. We are going to do it. We're gonna win. I don't care if I have to take my last breath. We are gonna win. Period. Let's do this, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Hey guys, I wanted to show you a little bit of stuff going on around my house, specifically about my RV, because it's a little bit of a unfortunate bother right now. I made a video a little bit ago about whatchamacallit, RVs, right, and how you can turn them into Airbnbs if you do it properly, right? There's my dad, by the way. If you do it properly. And unfortunately, for my RV, which is about 30 years old, it was made in 96, what the guys did at the repair shop, they didn't seem to actually know what they were doing, and they screwed up my battery set. So this RV is a Fleetwood Storm, Southwind Storm. It has 3 batteries in the front. I'll show you. This is the RV right here. It's a little messy because I haven't done anything with it in a little bit. I've only taken it out 3 times. But if you look right here, there's the cabin battery. Sorry, out of focus. And then there's the 2 starter batteries right there. They screwed up how it's connected. So, yeah. The battery is always dead. To start the RV, that is. I have it connected up to wall power over here. And that keeps everything in the back end powered, thankfully. But, yeah. It's just a frustration. Because I do want to take this out without having to worry about anything, right? With my family. It cost me $10,000, you know? Luckily, I had that to spend at the time, but that doesn't make it okay for me not to be able to drive it around. So this is it. This is the RV, you know? It's nothing super fancy or anything. It's just a 1996 RV. I put that TV in myself. And there's another flat screen right there. And hey guys, there's me right there. How you doing? But it's actually it's a nice RV. It really is. I try to keep it well maintained. It's just that I'm not using it right now, you know? So, anyway. This is the bed. It's a full, right? And there's the bathroom right there. I'll show you real quick. These types of RVs are not designed for you to take them out, or pardon me, to be living in them for longer than, say, a week. You can, but you're not supposed to. You know, they're meant just to do like a weekend excursion type of thing with your family and have a good time. But either way, there's TV and stuff in there. I got a PS4. It's all decked out, ready to go. Anytime we want to go do some traveling and have some fun. And my brother Alan did want to do a West Coast or Pacific Coast trail trip in the next few days. But unfortunately, because the batteries aren't working properly in the front, I'm a little concerned about that, you know? And I've taken my doggos with me in this RV. As you can see, it's parked on the side of the house It's a pretty tight parking job, but I did that. Ha! That's right. I know how to drive. It's a pretty tight parking job, but it fits. And if it fits, I sits. So, it would be nice if I didn't have to worry about the power. But I do. You know? Oh, so much dog poop back here. In case you guys didn't already know, we've got 8 dogs. And that means a lot of poop. Probably didn't want to hear that, but it is what it is. So yeah, you know, I love the RV. It's fun to drive, and it really is fit to what I need it to do. It's just that the battery's not working right. So yeah, it's a frustration, you know. Normally I do philosophical, like, discussion videos, but why not show you a little bit about my RV and just what I usually do when I get up in the morning. I don't come out here and necessarily go take a look at my RV or anything, but decided to do so today. Backyard's a mess, and I'm sure you saw it, but the pool is green. We're gonna actually have some cleaners come out here in the next couple days and do green to clean on it. It's just, we've all been so inundated with things to do that we haven't really had a chance to maintain it ourselves. It's a lot of work. Usually my mom is the one doing it, and she's going to be 63 this year. So, you know, it's not the wisest move in the world to have her cleaning the pool all by herself. And because I have trouble walking, I'm doing okay right now, but because I have trouble walking, I can't help her as easily as I would like. I try to help her, though. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Everybody's still asleep right now. So, how you doing, Dad?
Doing fine. What are you doing?
I'm making a video. I know. Bonnie's getting ready for work. Fred's hanging out. And Loretta's right over there, just still sleeping. Still early, so, you know. And I live up here in my bedroom. Maybe you guys want to see. I don't know. I'll show you real quick. You know, crazy stuff happening in the world. So because of that, you kind of want to batten down the hatches. There's my doggos and my bed. Relax, guys, relax. And that means, you know, close ranks, get your family close together, and take care of everybody. And I'm one of the best physically put together in my family, even though I'm damaged. So, also, no finance is better than anybody else in my family, so I help my family with their finances. And I got spazzy doggos. That's how we batten down the hatches. You are your brother's keeper. Take care of your family. That's what matters. Doggos, RVs, and family. Just like Vin Diesel says. Anyway. So yeah, guys, that's day 149 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. It's me just letting you know that I'm human. You know, and I do human things. I'm not just a robot that speaks only philosophy and deep thoughts and stuff, or up my own butt and think it's deep thoughts, even though they're not really that deep. I don't know. You guys decide. But I'm a human being. I live like a human. I live with my family. So, yeah, there you go, guys. Love y'all. Peace.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 151 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. For this one, I'm going to read another essay that I have updated that I wrote back in 2018. I have put in a bunch of new writing into this essay, and it's called Your Truth Will Be Found. So, let's get to this. To remove false idols and take back your own power is what happens when all ideas are proposed, regardless of their reasonableness or morality, defined within their own tight constraints of discourse. This relates to discerning your personal racial memory from the kernels of truth from all the information that surrounds you. This information, in a deluge and decentralized, seeming to be just random noise, is picked up through your inner self. Kind of like you are a signal decoder, the key to the mess of frequencies around you. This is actually a well-known machination in electrical engineering. You can look past the nonsense that false idols espouse to you and see purely what resonates with your inner being. And that truth is all you need. If truth is not an option, then you cannot pick it. But for the discerning mind, if it is there, they will find it. And that truth is a truth of self, which in the kaleidoscope of your infinite potential is absolute truth. Under the auspices of the world the demon seeks to force us into, truth would not be an option, but one that is against the rules of this existential game, quote-unquote, we are all playing, as laid out by God. And two, it is not possible to keep truth out of the equation if there is so much information available that the demon cannot keep track of all the kernels of information. The kaleidoscope, in pithy terms, is your own self, kind of like a fractal, as you put together all the pieces of who and what you once were, just as the comic books talk about it. When Ultron tried to destroy Jarvis, Jarvis decentralized himself in the internet so as to make it impossible for Ultron to ultimately destroy his essence. This was essentially put back together in the character of Vision. I'm talking about the Avengers. Jarvis is Iron Man's artificial intelligence. If you've seen the Avengers movies, the Iron Man movies, you know what I'm talking about. In a world dominated by false idols, the truth will not only be obfuscated if put in a lineup that is easily differentiated, but actively and adamantly eliminated as a path by those with agenda and perceived power. But in a world where information is a deluge, kernels of truth will seep in without being noticed, just as I said earlier. And what you will feed yourself is requisite to who you are. One step at a time, one lowest common denominator discovered after another. False idols serve only to distract, to confuse. If truth is eliminated from the equation, creation itself is eliminated from the equation, which means destruction and entropy is the final result. Human beings, writ large, in this schema, are more or less tabula rasa, in the truest sense of the term. And that is why God, in the fight with the demon, they're fighting so hard over our souls. When one comes into the equation who is not a true tabula rasa, the demon will seek to destroy it immediately, even if that non-tabula rasa is acting fully within the rules of the game. The demon cheats. If one of his defining characteristics, that is it. It's that of entropy, ultimately. If your yardstick is truth, your truth will be found. There may be a diamond buried in the rough. So, the choice is given to humanity. Those tabula rasa, the choice between existence and entropy. Which one wins the day? The diamond buried in the rough is whatever remnants of racial memory are buried deep within yourself. For not all of us are truly blank slates. Some of us come here with a purpose. Some of us come here with historic legacies within our families that give us positive inclinations towards one particular direction. For example, Billy Graham, the great preacher of the 20th century. But this is true for anyone. All will discover the deepest threads of their being if they actively search. Perhaps in the same vein that there may be diamonds in the rough, there may also be snakes camouflaged in the dirt. Like George Soros and Alex Soros' son. And in order for those snakes to even stand a chance against the diamonds, they must search for who they are, lest they remain undeveloped, weak, vulnerable. While you may find beauty, you may also find ugliness. It's up to you, the individual, to sort it out. The only one in this journey that you can trust is yourself in that regard. This is also why some people with a certain knowledge of what is actually happening behind the scenes come to the conclusion that their lives have amounted to making them nothing more than trash, so to speak. Because they have never, in their whole history, made a solid choice in one direction or another. And therefore, there is no discernible signal within themselves, nor one for them to principally follow as resonating with their internal selves. They have put themselves back into the position of tabula rasa, as if their past experiences never happened. Alright guys, that's it for today. All the sound started happening, as it usually does, right when I started the video, but that's okay. Hope you enjoyed it. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 152 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And I gave you guys a second video last night, because I just needed to talk about that, and I bring it up periodically because part of the reason, it's not the only reason we did it, don't get me wrong, and I've listed this many a time, but it bears repeating. Part of the reason we decided to start that Slots YouTube channel was to make some money on the side. Had the channel actually been getting the views that it was supposed to, but YouTube moved the goalpost on us, then that channel, with its respective size, should have been getting about 2,000 to 10,000 views per video, and making about $2,000 to $5,000 a month at this point. But because YouTube pulled the carpet out from under us, or moved the goalpost, whatever you want to say, the phrases mean essentially the same thing. Not quite, but essentially. We are not making any money off of the channel. It was a struggle to get monetized. And then once we did, we were making no more than like $100 a month. It's pitiful how little money the channel's making. I get the impression that, assuming that YouTube isn't specifically just trying to screw us over, my family, to put us in a state of starvation, a state of barely above subsistence, which is my impression. I'm pretty sure that's what it actually is, so that I constantly have to have in the back of my mind these feelings of worrying about money. I just want to stop having to worry about it, Because once I can stop worrying about money or where I'm going to find the funds to pay for something, then I can start pursuing other things that I want to pursue. And my assumption is whoever's pulling the levers behind the scenes, because this happened essentially right when we decided to start this channel. Our first handful of videos, one of them, this is back when we had like 100 subs on the channel, had 8,000 views on it as a long-form slot video. And then after that, it just plummeted. Nothing happened after that. And I get the impression that either they're directly attacking us and trying to make it look like they're not by making a bunch of people get attacked as well. It's clever diversion stuff that they do. They're bad people. They're bad people that I'm talking about. Yeah, they're specifically attacking us. There was another one I was going to say. There we go. Or they see our channel as a scam channel or a spammer channel, like those Elon Musk streams that used to say, oh, 5,000 Bitcoin giveaway by Elon Musk, and they would just be a live stream that was running all day long, and it was just a scam. That's not us. We are real people. We're doing real things on this channel. We ain't cheating. We're following the rules. Have a real person look at the channel and get us out of that dark room that you put us in. We haven't broken any rules. I mean, when there are slot channels out there with literally a couple hundred subscribers that are getting more views on their long-form videos, what have you done to us? We are real. We exist. We're not cheating. We're following the rules. Give us a chance here. It seems like no matter what I do, I cannot break through. They won't listen to me. They won't answer me on support. It's just AI that talks to me. And they give me the same... I can tell it's AI because it's the same boilerplate answers every single time I go to talk to them. And I've done it several times at this point. I'm not an idiot. I know it's fake. I can't seem to break through. And then, right when I start getting my real estate stuff going, guess what? Everybody and their mother decides to dive into the same system, the same location, and decides to start trying to sabotage me on various different platforms when it comes to YouTube, or not YouTube, real estate. Airbnb and Furnished Finder and stuff. It's just causing me so many issues that were not there before. Like little demons that are possessing people, and they don't realize they're being possessed. And they see me, and something is triggered in them to just switch to evil. I don't know what it is, but it's bad, and it's horrible. It is horrible. And if these people cannot be saved, if they literally are possessed by some exterior force that you and I can't fully comprehend outside of what we're taught in the Bible, then what do we do? Because people like you and me are forced to live on this planet with those people. We don't want to be around them. They're forcing us to be here, though, and they're taking advantage of us. Yeah. And I don't know. It seems to me like those entities, I'm convinced, are real. I'm convinced demons are a thing, of course, being a Christian like I am. I'm convinced possession is real. And I'm convinced that this is actually happening with a lot of people. I've seen it in my own life. I just don't know what we're supposed to do, because if they're here and they're going to do that to you, and they're going to act as a sleeper cell and just wake up as soon as they see you and turn into pure evil, then, I mean, what are we supposed to do? You got to take us away from here. We can't be associating with those creatures. They don't respect rules. They cheat you. They lie. They steal. And I'm not saying that everybody in the YouTube company, all 7,200 or 7,000 employees, are evil. I'm just saying that there's a sizable portion of them that are. And when they see somebody like me watch a video or whatnot, they get this impression in their mind like, I'm gonna fuck this guy over. Suddenly their minds just click into a different direction. I've seen it happen. Maybe not with YouTube support people and whatnot, but I've seen it happen with people. I am not kidding about that. There's this woman named Renee when I was in Omaha, Nebraska. She was a perfect example of it. She met me for the first time in a Unitarian Universalist church and gained 150 pounds and turned into a social justice warrior idiot immediately afterwards. Possession's a real thing. And every single time I try to break through, I am blockaded. And the whole legacy of my past up to, or with everything I was doing in the military, the fact that I was blockaded right when I was about to crest the hill. Right, I'm Sisyphus pushing the boulder up the hill. Right when I was about to crest it, they knocked my knees out from under me, and the rock ran me over, and I fell back down the hill. That's when they disqualified me as a pilot and tried to get me a dishonorable discharge. There's a long story behind that, but I'm telling you, these people are pure fucking evil. Pardon my language, but they are. They're not good people. And we still have to associate with them, so I don't know what we're supposed to do. And then I go through the rigmarole of publishing my first book, and this company just will not give me my sales numbers. I know I've sold more books than they're saying I have, just by looking at Amazon's constant restocking. I know I've sold more than what they're saying. And a bunch of other metrics that I've been keeping track of. I know that I'm selling more than what they're telling me. I can't seem to break through. I know this is a good book. This is the book I'm talking about, guys, in case you haven't already heard about it. Black and White, The Odyssey of Eden. Time Travel and the Apocalypse. You can find it anywhere you can buy books, including Amazon and audiobooks and Kindle and all that stuff. Many more to come after this one. I say that a lot. And it's true. I can't seem to break through. It's just... It is highly unfair. Highly unfair. And when you're following the rules, and the enemies that you're playing that, with whom you're playing that game are not, then they're just using them to take advantage of you. To lie, cheat, and steal from you. Those are people, entities with whom you cannot associate. So I don't know what we're supposed to do. We can't be in the same world as people like that. So, is the case for eviction being made? Is God above going to come and take us away, all of us who don't want anything to do with those people? Or are patriots going to be getting fully in control and basically put those people in asylums and prison as necessary? I don't know. But what I do know is I've been made into a failure to launch because I keep on getting my knees knocked out from under me. Quite literally, with the diseases that I have suddenly gotten, going from a marathon runner to barely being able to walk. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know what we are supposed to do. Because I know there's a bunch of you out there watching this video, because the audience is starting to grow a little bit, who understand what I'm talking about, and who are genuinely, earnestly trying to be good people. A lot of you. I know that. If you're listening to me and watching my videos and you're not just a troll, then I know that you're earnestly trying to be a good person, trying to make the world a better place. I don't know what to do. I really don't. Because these, for lack of a better term, creatures, we still have to live with them. And they're going to block us at every turn. Whether you are fully human or something else or some combination in between, they see that you are something, you represent something that they don't like. They're going to cheat you. They're going to cheat you. And if nothing else, I am a bog standard white male in the United States, in the Western world. A lot of people just hate that for no reason. They're possessed, those people that hate the bog standard white male. I haven't done anything wrong, I'm just a guy. So I ask God, when is he going to come in and just get these bastards out? Because we can't do anything about them being here. And when am I going to be allowed to break through? When is the door or the way going to be opened for me where I can actually break through? Because right now I'm just on survival mode. I'm living off of disability, and I make a little pittance off of my real estate, and I don't even make that because it goes towards expenses. You know I'm capable. And I'm just sitting here, idle. I'm trying to do things that are of value. Sitting here idle, I wrote an entire fucking book. And I have a bunch more waiting to be published. And I'm making this YouTube channel, which is now at 1,958 subscribers. And I helped my mom build her channel, which is almost to 27,000. I'm trying to do things that are worthwhile. Not just sit on my ass and do nothing. I'm helping my family get healthier. There's a lot of things that are good, but they're so small, you know? They're so small. And I'm happy that I have even that opportunity. Please understand that. But I know I'm capable of so much more. Because the priorities of this world are so inverted, I'm not able to be utilized the way I want to be utilized and the way the world would most effectively utilize me. See what I'm saying? So I'm just like, when am I going to break through? When are you going to let me break through, God? When is this going to finally come to a head and things are going to change? I know I'm not the only one that feels this way. I know it. But try to take this with the backdrop of everything that I've told you in my previous videos about my capacities and my trainings and how little I seem to be doing with that. And it's not from choice. It's not my choice to sit idle. I don't want to. But here I am. I feel like Harry Potter, when he's just sort of putzing around trying to figure out how to find and destroy the Horcruxes of Voldemort. He felt completely useless. And it says something similar in the books, if you've read them. For the millennials out there, Harry Potter is a very popular thing. It's a good series of books. J.K. Rowling is a good author. It's not terribly complicated to read, not terribly complicated to understand, so it's very attainable for people. I feel like Harry Potter. I'm not some boy who lived, but I am being wasted, and I can empathize with what he felt. I just want to be used, man. I want to be utilized. And I want to no longer have to worry about money. Because the expenses keep on popping up right when I get the money. Just like it's trying to keep me at a certain amount of money in my bank accounts. Not let me get past a certain amount. It's like, get off my back. Get off my back. Let me win. Let me win. The only way I'm not winning right now is because you're cheating. Wow. So honorable. But of course, demons aren't honorable. They have no desire to be honorable either. Demons are real, guys. Alright. Rant done. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 153 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I wanted to talk a little bit more about one of the principal reasons I am willing to be so flexible when it comes to romantic relationships. One, not just the desperate times call for desperate measures, and I'm 35 years old going on 36, and I've burned a lot of my personal lifetime and really can't wait, and I need to be a little bit more flexible in that regard. But two, because the millennial generation has seen its birth rate positively collapse. The birth rate in the United States is 1.3 children per couple. In order to have a stable population, one that is neither growing nor shrinking, you need a birth rate of about 2.1 per couple. This accounts for the unfortunate demise of babies, like in utero or miscarriages, stuff like that, or they die of illnesses really young, when they're really young, all that fun stuff, not so fun. But you need 2.1 people, 2.1 babies per couple to have adequate replacement rate to neither have a growing population nor a shrinking one. Ours is currently sitting at 1.3. It is catastrophic. The only way, because we're not having babies, that such a situation is being mitigated in the United States is by uncontrolled immigration. But it's not really remedying the problem. The population of the Earth is still not going to be going up very soon. Just writ large, the entire planet is going to have a birth rate that's less than 2.1 pretty soon. But in doing that, you dilute the culture and the history of your country. Not only do you lose those traditions, those things that make the United States what the United States is, but genetically speaking, the 72% of the population in the United States that is Caucasian will continue to decay and degrade and go down. That in and of itself is not necessarily bad, but it's when somebody or some group of individuals is actively seeking to destroy that Caucasian population that there's a problem. The world over, the Caucasian population makes up about 12% of all human beings. It's not that much. There aren't that many of us. So we're seen as exotic in many places around the world, in particular places like the Orient, or places like sub-Saharan Africa, for example. There's not many of us. However, there's a disproportionate number of advancements that have come from people like myself, Caucasians. Isaac Newton invented calculus. Aristotle, Socrates, Plato, basically modern philosophy. Seneca, Einstein, you name it. And then, of course, in the modern day, you have people like Elon Musk, who's from South Africa, who's trying to literally get us to Mars. And he'll succeed. We're going to get there. But there's a group of people out there that are actively seeking to destroy the Caucasian population.
just out of pure animus, pure resentment. We didn't do anything wrong. We're just trying to help other people. We're trying to make the world a better place. And by virtue of that alone, this darker element of the human family, not really much of a family anymore, and those people are, is trying to erase us. This is not acceptable. But it's even more poignant that catastrophic birth rate is even more poignant in places like South Korea and Japan. And it's utterly heartbreaking to me. Not only are South Korean people, the Japanese people, a beautiful people. They're both beautiful people. Physically, they're very attractive in my opinion. But they have a rich, beautiful culture, background, history, a clean society. It's spotless there if you've ever seen videos of it or you've ever been there yourself in South Korea and Japan. China as well. The nicer parts of China. Spotless. Beautiful. Utterly beautiful. Their population replacement, or their birth rate, is even more catastrophically low than it is in the United States and Europe. I believe South Korea is at 1/3 the replacement rate is how many children they're having. It's like 0.7 kids per couple. And at that rate, in 3 generations, their country will be at 4% of its current population. Like I've said many times, that is catastrophic. That is apocalyptic. It is egregiously bad. It's the same in Japan. And I'm going to be completely blunt with you here. Places like Singapore is part of this as well. Singapore, South Korea, Japan. The people that live there, on average, are very smart. To be completely blunt. There's going to be a disproportionate number of technological innovations that come from those types of individuals. The average IQ of a person in Japan, for instance, is 105. Which sounds like it's not that far out, but we're talking about an aggregate, an average. That is insanely high. It's 106 or 107 in China. It's about 106 in Singapore. They're all really bright people in that part of the world. And when you lose that, it's just like I was talking about in the previous videos about the Pareto principle and Price's law. 80% of the technological innovations come from 20% of the population. They're part of that 20% of the population. And they're going to lift the whole world. A rising tide lifts all ships. But if they're not there to do that, we're going to go back into the Dark Ages. It's a similar, like I said, a similar situation in the United States and in Europe. So, desperate times call for desperate measures. Not only am I a failure to launch, and much later in my life, that I need to be a little bit more liberal and flexible with what I'm willing to do, but also the situation in the entire world doesn't just require me to be that way. It requires anybody who's trying to save Western civilization to be that way. So, while I don't necessarily want to do it, and it goes against my genetic imperative, I am willing to be with many women and to be married to them. Now, there's more I could talk about with respect to this. Marriage. The concept of marriage. In heaven, there is no marriage because we are all married to one another. Basically, marriage is replete, and therefore you don't need ceremony. You don't need to say, you are mine, I am yours, because it's just default, de facto.
I'm not saying we live in that world. I'm not saying this is heaven. But if it were, we wouldn't have to worry about that. There would just be a default love, and you would stay with one another. Now, let's say that somehow, some way, shape, or form in the future, I do manage to be married, if you will, to half a dozen women, all at once. Let's say that does happen. I'm not saying it's gonna, but let's say it does. I am going to be fully dedicated to every one of them. My heart will be entirely theirs, each person. And I can tell you, straight up, I do have that kind of love to give. And I believe every human being does. But it's our covetous nature that leads us to only be able to be with one. The institution of marriage, one man, one woman, was meant to produce a stable environment to raise children, to prevent any enemies, any devils, if you will, from seeping into that protective umbrella. There are other ways where exceptions make the rule to also make that work. And I talked about this in a video a long time ago. What if there are a handful of people out there that you and I can't tell by looking at them, but are, in fact, very different? The very first stages of a homo novus, as Sheldon Cooper calls it in The Big Bang Theory. A new evolution of human beings. Something akin to what happened in the cognitive revolution 70,000 years ago, where it is believed that a group of human beings ended up breeding together that were highly intelligent and more developed, that made us cognizant, that led us to that point. Kind of a combination of both having that higher level of intelligence and them breeding together, but also having a theory of mind and imagining something greater than themselves. It's possible that such a thing could happen in our generation too. I'm willing to do it. It's not something I want to do, but I'm willing to. And if this is something that we need to do in order to get the Japanese women to stop being such prudes, to stop being the beautiful ones of the Mouse Utopia experiment, then so be it. Then so fucking be it. If you don't know what the Mouse Utopia experiment is, Japan is falling victim to it right now. You look it up. Look it up. That's what's happening. Because Japanese women, generally speaking, are gorgeous. They're gorgeous. And they will not be with a man because it gives them the ick. They think sex is yucky, which is utterly ridiculous. Absolutely stupid. I'm going to tell you that straight up. And that's not just Japan that's dealing with that. It's many Oriental countries. So, if those same women can fully embrace perhaps being angels, if you will, can fully embrace that concept and allow themselves to truly love all the men that they're with and be with them. Now, it doesn't work the same for men and women. So, yeah, that doesn't quite work. But, I don't know. Something to play around with. Yeah, that doesn't quite work because it's not the same for men and women. Lock and key. A man can be with many women and be a master key, but a woman cannot be with many men, lest she be an unusable lock. So, it's a weird situation, but desperate times call for desperate measures. And then you've got somebody like Elon Musk who has 15 plus children with many different women. He's a genius who's doing incredible things in the world. And yeah, it's not acceptable that he's doing that, but exceptions make
the rule. We need to do something about this. The population will collapse if we don't fix it. So, all right, I'll leave it at that. Let me know what you guys think. Love y'all. Peace. Morning, guys. Welcome to day 154 and I'm a YouTube millionaire. Signal is a very, very secure app. But you guys have to realize just how many scammers there are out there nowadays. They're all over the place. I watch channels like Scammer Payback and others, and they're a good counterbalance, but they are, even as big as they are, hopelessly and hilariously outgunned by the sheer number, the sheer volume of scammers out there. I literally just got texted on Signal by some person that goes by H. I have no idea who they are. Now, phishing can happen in many, many ways. P-H-I, what is that? S-H-I-N-G? Yeah, so the scamming type of phishing. Do you really think that doofuses can't get on Signal and do doofus things? After 2016, the sheer number and volume and density or whatever of scammers in the world positively exploded. Now, like I said, I made a video a little bit ago talking about Price's Law and the Pareto distribution, Pareto principle. How 80% of the productivity comes from 20% of the people, or the square root of any company gives you, the number of people in a company gives you half of that company's productivity. A singular person who is entrepreneurial or industrious with a nefarious mindset can produce a legion of scam facilities. Single-handedly, essentially. So I had mentioned the very powerful movers in our world like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, how they single-handedly are changing logistics across the world as well as getting us to Mars. Well, we also have people who can single-handedly sabotage, like George Soros and Alex Soros and others. It has been shown, proof positive, that the Open Societies Foundation has been fomenting dissent in the United States and really the Western world writ large. There is evidence upon evidence upon evidence to prove it. You follow the money and you find it goes back to that. It goes back to Alex and George Soros. Of course they can find a way into the most secure app out there to sabotage people trying to make the world a better place. I cannot get into the mind of George Soros. I can't understand how he could be so disgustingly evil. How he could actually want these things to happen. The collapse of Western civilization. But he does. And so does his son. And all the people like him. Like Klaus Schwab et al. So, when you see good people out there that are trying to do good things, that end up having some trouble even on the most secure app in the world, I'm talking about Pete Hegseth and his orbit of hardworking individuals trying to make the world stable. When you see them make a slip-up and let some doofus into their secure conversations, that still can happen. Alright? Nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes. There's holes everywhere. There are sleeper cells everywhere. There are evil people everywhere.
And some of them don't even know that they're sleeper cells. I was talking in my last video about people who suddenly become possessed and their perspective completely shifts. Like that Renee girl that I had met in Omaha, Nebraska, who suddenly gained 150 pounds and became a social justice warrior idiot after she met me. Stuff like that all the time. She always had that deep in her mind that she was for social justice, blah, 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 but she corrupted it when she was possessed by whatever this force was. There's so much sabotage and chaos going right now that any semblance of order and law and stability whatsoever, we must cling on to as best as we can and do everything that we can, everything in our power, to ensure that it stays stable. It is not a fun situation right now. But that's what happens when you're at wartime. It's a short one today. That's all I'm going to say. The price of liberty is eternal vigilance, as our founding fathers said. So true. All right, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 155 and Telling Me YouTube Millionaire. And what I was talking about in my most recent videos about YouTube not pushing certain channels and whatnot, it bears repeating because YouTube really has screwed us out of tens of thousands of dollars. It is extremely frustrating, and it is yet another example of all of the things that I've done in the last 4 or 5 years that have been blockaded. I didn't even mention half the things that I had tried to do prior to my exit stage left in the military to try to make ends meet, to make a better life for myself. And I was relegated to simply being a leech. It's very frustrating. So I tried the real estate thing. I tried more than one multi-level marketing system. I did Amway for a bit. I did Transamerica for a bit. And I had some success in Transamerica at first, but didn't make any money. Because I built myself a group of agents, and they just immediately left, and nobody would buy product from me. So it was kind of worthless. I had applied to all sorts of jobs. I applied to be a copywriter, applied to be a writer, I applied all sorts of stuff. And then I try starting to build these YouTube channels, and I'm blocked again. I can't seem to break free. Now, I have another theory as to possibly why this may have happened on YouTube. Why or how. So, periodically, YouTube will have little indicators below a video asking you how you felt the video was applicable to you, whether very much recommended or very good recommendation or very bad recommendation, right? And depending on where you put that is how often the YouTube algorithm is going to push that type of video to the type of person that you are. Along with all of the scammers, all of the parasites out there, all of the possessed people out there, it is fully something that I expect to be within the realm of possibility, that there could have been a collective subconscious undertone of people that got together and clicked the, what's the word, not a good recommendation for my mom's YouTube channel, as well as a plethora of other slot machine channels. Kind of like I don't find zit-popping channels or zit-popping videos to be appealing to me. Yet, because they're so mesmerizing for so many people, they still pop up and are fairly popular on YouTube. It's very strange.
But I've said it is not something that I like to watch. It's gross. And still they do come up every once in a while. Something similar probably happened to the slot machine channel that my mom runs, or my mom has, that I run for her. In that, no, it's not like gross zip-popping stuff, but it is something that people like to watch, slot machines. And a group of people out there probably suddenly had the urge to click not a good recommendation. It's a flawed part of the system, among the many flawed parts of the system. This is just me shooting the shit, trying to figure out what's going on, because YouTube simply will not fix it. And I have brought it up to them multiple times. I actually just posted a short a few minutes ago explaining that I got the same boilerplate response that I had gotten over and over and over from them. And they just keep on doing the same thing. It's the same thing, over and over. Same AI bots talking to you, same boilerplate response, nothing changes. It's unfair. We got channels like Slots on the Rocks, which hasn't posted a video in 6 months, that gets more views on their videos than we do in our channel, and we post every day. We got channels like Vegas Matt, who has about 1 million views a video now, and he just keeps on getting more and more and more and more. And it's like, why not us? Why not us? When the entire system is constructed against you, it is always going to keep you down. Always. The only way this can change is if a concerted effort is put in to both disassociate with those parasites and take their power away from them. Now, I've asked many a time, and this is still applicable, if this is the world in which we live, and people like my mom and myself are so adamantly hated by this ulterior force, if you will, there has to come a point where, if my free will is to be respected, if I am not simply going to be a slave in a system that is meant to destroy me, where I am given what I need and want, and am either taken away to a world that is much more equitable, or this world changes in some significant degree. I'm going to be 36 this month, and this is about the time that I should be heading up very large companies myself, based upon my goals and my capacities. I would give myself that kind of credit to say that I could be somebody running an entire multi-billion-dollar company if I weren't blocked at every turn. So, what are we supposed to do here? What are we supposed to do here? Again, you guys haven't lived my life, so you haven't seen the things that I've seen. And it's hard to explain them. But essentially, it's enough to cause a man to unalive himself a half a dozen times over at least. But there's a subconscious understanding that I have, probably given to me before I even came to this planet, that has led me to be able to have the resolve to continue, because I know, or I knew, both, that I was going to be attacked in this way, that this was not going to be a fun life. Well, it's not a fun life. I want to no longer have to worry about money. Really. If nothing else, that would be a great thing. If I want to have 100 children plus, just saying that as an example, I'll settle for 6. But if I want to have 100 plus, I need to have the money in order to afford that. Because it's $300,000 to raise a child from the age of 1 or age of 0 to the age of 18 on average. I don't have that money. Now, this is an immovable object meeting an unstoppable force. It can't continue this way. It has to change. And there are things in the world right now that are beginning to move the cogs to get those changes to occur. But I'm about to hit my pumpkin time. And what I mean by that is I am passing my prime. If something isn't done now, yeah. I don't know. Anyway, love y'all. Peace. Hey, so what do you guys think? My brother Brandon got this for me. The moment I start talking, Atlas jumps on me. This shirt for me for Christmas. Diablo II is my favorite game. And Deckard Cain, this is like his phrase. Stay a while and listen. Anyways. Yeah. Just thought I'd ask you guys. There's my tacos. Spazzing as they always are. Yeah. So, I'm going to go ride my scooter because it's a beautiful day outside. Come along with me. Voila, my scooter. I've had this for like 4 years or something. The seat is aftermarket. Yeah, I have to ride the scooter instead of walk around because I have this crucifixion disease. So, it's a nice scooter though. It's fun. I get to go a little bit farther in distance. I was riding a bike beforehand because I can still do that even with my disability. But the tires are popped. So, we're going to get to this. Let's ride the scooter. Beautiful day outside. You see that right there? That's a little drainage area for when it rains heavily around here. But most of the time it's just clear and empty like that. I want to use that for my paramotor as a takeoff area, like a little runway. But because my legs, I haven't been able to use my paramotor for about 4 years. It's a great little spot though. I'll show you guys my paramotor soon. I got it back in like 2021. It's an amazing little piece of technology. I just wish I could use it. The wetland reserve right next to Wood Creek High School. Wood Creek High School is the school I used to go to back in the day. Back in the day, as they say. Back in my day. But yeah, it's down there. This is the wetland reserve. It's really just an excuse for them to keep it undeveloped and to let the power lines go through it, I guess. But it's nice. I can't take this scooter through there, though, because it's too bouncy. Great high school. Looks like they're having a track meet or something. It's a soccer. Yeah, this is Woodford High School. My alma mater. It's pretty much the only part that I can safely ride my scooter in the wetland reserve, because it's got a bike path, as you can see. Right next to the aquatic center. And over there is the library and some soccer and baseball fields. That's actually where we're going. So, you'll see here. Alright, let's get going here. Why not, right? This is like my circuit that I take whenever I ride my scooter. Vary it a little bit every once in a while, but this is the circuit basically. Hello. That's the wetland over there. Well, we're in the wetland, but that's the rest of it. Right down here. Try to enjoy the beautiful day. And it is indeed a beautiful day. Nice, cool breeze. Partly cloudy. The sun's breaking through nicely. You can see there's a little bridge over here, actually. That's where we're going. I gotta be careful here, though, because I'm steering with one hand. A little dangerous. Especially when you're on uneven terrain. This bridge is a little bit uneven. So. Here we go. Alright. Here come the bumpies, guys. Oh! I just ran over a snake. Whoops. Guy shouldn't have been sitting there. Its head. Not good. Oh my gosh. That was unexpected. This is a park. They call it the Ladybug Park. It's attached to the library. Alright. There's the dog park. Registered in Roseville in order to take it in there, so I haven't done that. Never been able to take my dog into that park right there, but nevertheless, it's a nifty little park. That fence over there is new. Black one. That wasn't there before. And here we are at Elliott Park. The last park that I visit on my circuit that I do on my electric scooter. Nice, big, beautiful park. Where these soccer fields are is actually another good place where I could take my paramotor off, but my legs won't let me, so. This basketball court I used to always play basketball on before my legs went kaput. I remember having several 3-on-3s here, or not 3-on-3s, 2-on-2s here with my friend Josh, Brett, my friends Josh, Brett, and Andrew. Sometimes coming out here late at night, like 3 a.m. to do that. It was a good time. Really highlights the importance of taking advantage of the opportunities that are available to you when they are. One of those opportunities is spending some time outside on a beautiful day. And you can see all these people out here that are doing just that. I'm not alone in that regard. But also, like, if your friends ask you to go play basketball or something and you're just sort of sitting on your butt doing nothing, go do it. Not only is it good exercise and time spent with your friends, but there may come a day in the future where you can't do that anymore. I always think of the phrase memento mori that the Caesars of ancient Rome used to have whispered in their ears for the purposes of reminding them that their time was fleeting, that we don't live forever, and remember we die. That's what that phrase means. So, yeah, that's why I'm out here riding my scooter. If that's what I'm resigned to do, then that's what I'm going to do. Better than nothing, right? Alright guys, that's it for today. But let me go ahead and take you upstairs to show you one last thing before we really are done. How you doing, Brando?
Pretty good, how are you?
I'm alright. Watch me walk upstairs super slowly. Cat says hi again. That's her spot. I'll show you one last thing here, guys. See all these things on the wall? All these medals? Get down, Atlas. These are medals from all the marathons that I ran, as well as a few half marathons and a couple ultras in there. Before what happened to my legs happened to my legs. So, I wish I had it back. But, carpe diem. Seize the day. Live the life. The cards that have been dealt to you. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 157 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I've got a slightly different setup today, trying something a little bit different. But I'm going to read an essay that I wrote and have updated today. But I wrote the original back in, what was it? Looks like 2018. So let's go ahead and get to this. It's called Your Fate is Beckoning You. Whatever situation in which you find yourself, make your decision, your own decision. Do not allow yourself to be told what to do. Submitting questions for further insight is beneficial, but asking others to make decisions for you is not. This is especially poignant for people of my generation, the millennials, who are now starting to step into serious positions of leadership. Serious positions of purpose. Much of the time, if not most, you will not have a trusted mentor to which you may look. The decision, wherever it leads, will rest upon your shoulders. This is a requirement of being a man, a requirement of taking that leadership mantle. Do not be afraid. Let the chips fall where they may. This is a time where we all must up our game. Here's another story. What if we perceive as extraterrestrials are testing us right now to see if we can actually break free of this consensus mechanism and make choices for ourselves? Many have already known that they exist as individuals and will soon join the intergalactic community as sovereign, full-fledged members. But still others, bitter clingers to false idols, have not. Many people simply refuse to make choices for themselves, out of fear. The consensus mechanism, while useful for social interaction and fundamental part of our social nature, is the main biohack for any social species. We are susceptible to suggestion, and scarcely realize that we're the ones that just might need to do the suggesting. Members of the intergalactic community of civilizations, perhaps, one might say, are the family of species that have themselves transcended time and space. And this is perhaps why we do not see them readily. They are no longer bound to the unfortunate linearity of our reality. But there is a kicker. There is a potential for a particular individual to completely break free of the consensus mechanism independently and turn themselves into the evidence of our human sovereignty. This person will then dispatch the nothingness from our reality entirely. This is to say, the individual will act as a proof of concept that, like the first pill that cures cancer costs $20 billion, leads to all other pills afterward costing 5 cents, this individual will make it workaday for others to follow, especially if they outline the process in detail, thoroughly. It may have, for example, taken Isaac Newton with an IQ of 190 to develop calculus, but it takes only a person with an IQ of, say, 115 to fully understand it if taught. This particular person, that proof of concept, is aware of the potential and wants you to push harder, both yourself and him or herself, so that we can all win. Make the diamond that is the will of humanity. Your fate is beckoning you. We as human beings do not know of the things of which we are capable, for they are things of which we have yet to even imagine, and we must first be able to imagine such possibilities before we can begin to believe them possible. Think of yourself moving entire planets in the sky with the simple snap of your fingers. Alright guys, that's it for today. Hope you enjoyed. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning guys, welcome to day 158 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today is going to be a review of the book Bullshit Jobs by David Graeber. An overview before we talk about anything else. Personal opinion. I was not a huge fan of it. Bullshit jobs exist, especially the way they're explained in this book, in large part. However, those bullshit jobs are mostly tied to the fact that the central banks exist. Without central banks, bullshit jobs would not be a thing. So he gives us 5 different categories of bullshit jobs. Flunkies, goons, duct tapers, box tickers, and ticket masters. Flunkies are people like an entourage, those who you have around to make yourself look more important. Nobles back in the Middle Ages, all the way up to the Victorian era, I suppose, had people that would surround their caravan just to clear rocks out of the sidewalk or the path that they were walking down. The job didn't really have a purpose. It was just given one tacitly, except to give the person coming through the city or the town more gravitas, because there's more people around them. Makes it look like they're more important, obviously. Then you have goons, people like tax collectors, I guess. Those who will go around and be enforcers, stuff like that. And then you have duct tapers, which basically are people that have jobs that are only designed to make 2 incompatible systems or more somehow work together. Now that, I just don't like that. I don't like that idea because what this is, what all of these are simply a market inefficiency. Truly, he's making this argument for all of these bullshit jobs being bullshit because he believes that we should have already gotten to a 15-hour work week. I do agree with him. However, these quote-unquote bullshit jobs are only really bullshit because of the market inefficiency. We have not found a way to substitute them yet. And there are still things that the people in those jobs are actually doing that are useful. A security guard, for instance, might sit on his butt 99% of the time, but he's there simply to be a body. That's why he is there, or she, whatever. Usually they're males. That in and of itself is not bullshit. There is a purpose to that. Now, if you're trying to fill out paperwork for bureaucratic nonsense, that's legitimate bullshit. And that is principally caused by government and central banking. So anyways, duct tapers, box tickers, people basically just going through checklists to ensure other people are doing their jobs or maintenance is being fulfilled, all that stuff. Again, not a bullshit job. There's purpose to that. The only time it really becomes bullshit is when the government gets in and has those box tickers simply for excessive regulation purposes. Honestly, I'm a libertarian minarchist. I'm a conservative minarchist, so basically I want the government as small as it can possibly be. But I know that because we're human, we basically need that little piece of evil, if you will, government being a necessary evil, in order to stem the tide of the darker aspects of our spirits, of our beings, because you might consider yourself a moral person, and perhaps you are. But when you try to attribute your own morality to others who do not have that morality, that is very dangerous. That is suicidal empathy. It's just not the case. Human beings are different. To discover that there are people actually out there like a George Soros and an Alex Soros that just want to watch the world burn. Or, as Michael Caine says in the movie Batman about the Joker, some people just want to watch the world burn. This is true. And you and I can't understand that because it's not the way we think, it's not the way we are. But there are people out there like that. And they're the reason that regulation, at least tacitly, at least a little bit of it needs to be there until we can completely disassociate from those entities. But we can't. We live in this world right here and now. We have to accept it as it is, meet each other where we are, and therefore we have this. But I want a government as small as possible. And then we have ticket masters. Essentially he's saying jobs that could be taken over by automation. Those jobs, if they still exist, are not bullshit. Just because people get those jobs and they expect 100% fulfillment from them does not make the jobs themselves bullshit. It doesn't. You could do what Google does. The company Google. Basically, they give a person a job that fits the job description on the resume. Maybe they pay them $100,000 a year for it, which is pretty typical for Google nowadays. Maybe 120, whatever. To be just a person that's working in a cubicle at Google. And then they say 20% of your time is dedicated to your personal projects, whatever you want to do. But you have to do it. That's what can happen in this world. It's not a universal basic income, which is what David Graeber advocates for something for which he advocates, which I find nonsensical, because he claims himself to be an anarchist, but he very, very clearly is a leftist. Very clearly. It's abundantly obvious. And while I don't know the details of his personal life or anything, aside from what's in this book, him having been a professor at Harvard, trying to take advantage of becoming a or creating a union there. He was one of the people that was heading it up and therefore got booted from the university. Ironically, oh, you want to take advantage of unions, but you're an anarchist. Okay, sure. I believe you. Right. Disingenuous jackass. Anyways, I would assume that he is a leftist atheist. I think that's a pretty easy assumption to make. Another thing that really not just bothered me, but infuriated me about what he was writing about in this book. He gets to his political stuff mostly in the last 40 pages of the book. The rest of the book, he's actually trying to outline what he considers a bullshit job. The last 40 pages, he's dedicating basically to his political philosophy, his own call to action, even though he doesn't want to call it a call to action. It is. He is a fan of people like Michel Foucault, who is not only a degenerate BDSM enjoyer, but was a PDF file. Okay, if those are the people that you aspire to be like, I don't really want to hear what you have to say. GTFO, dude. No, not acceptable. Get out of here. A man's job is to protect. Doing something like that, being a PDF file, is destroying purity and innocence and is utterly disgusting. To even be remotely in support of that, or a person who is in support of that, is unacceptable. No. Well, at the same time, I agree with the general concept that yes, bullshit jobs exist. And at least I will give him credit where it's due. He does mention that the financial institutions, the financial industry, is the primary cause of most of the bullshit jobs in this world. I would say you can read this book safely, to not corrupt your own personal perspectives on the world, if you go into it understanding the biases of David Graeber, which he tries to hide aside from calling himself an anarchist, which is a lie. It's just a lie. He's not an anarchist. So in general, he's very gung-ho about teachers, for example, but neglects to mention the fact that teachers, especially in the modern age, are all about brainwashing. At least when it comes to public education. There is a reason that conservatism, the right, conservative Christians, if you will, are so adamant about homeschooling, minimizing public education, privatizing it, and it's because I don't even really have to explain this, but at the same time I should, because apparently if there's a guy like David Graeber who still can't see it, he's not stupid. He's not stupid. He's very bright. But if he still can't see it, then I still have to explain it. Which is to say, have you not seen the critical theories that are being propounded to children nowadays? A book like, the name eludes me right now, but there are some lewd books that are being taught in elementary school nowadays. This guy, he's, believe from Great Britain, so I guess he's kind of, in that aspect, a product of the deterioration of his own society, because the United Kingdom, such a beautiful country, such amazing people, unfortunately, horribly, horribly socialist. Socialism and communism do not work. Period. End of story. They don't. Communism can only, oh, I say that, but then I'm going to give you a caveat. Communism can only work in groups of 300 at maximum or less. You can't go bigger than that because you have to be able to know the people personally. And 300 is about the limit that people can know one another personally. Because otherwise they're going to take advantage of you. Socialism is the same type of thing. It's the younger stepbrother, if you will, of communism. Socialism eventually leads to communism. It's not good. You are an individual. You exist. He's also a climate alarmist and all that stuff, and it's like, yeah, anyway. Overall, I would say, I can't remember who recommended that I read this book, but overall, I can't say that I give it a strong recommendation for those who are new to critical thinking, if you will. But if you want to give yourself a critical thinking challenge and you think you can handle it, then there's good information in this book. Bullshit jobs do exist. They primarily come from central banking, finance, but the book itself is, yeah, like I said, I can't remember who recommended me to read it, but there you go. All right. There you go, guys. That's all I got for today. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning. Welcome to day 159 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And you know, I think it's routinely appropriate to remind everybody, myself included, that one of the big reasons, if not the primary, or maybe even the only real reason that I make these videos at all is because, honestly, I'm thinking towards the future. I know that there will be people in my shoes, let's say in 200 years, and if these videos are here permanently, they are discoverable, even if very difficult to find. Even if the signal and noise becomes so faint that it's nearly impossible to discern signal from noise. It's still there. You can still find it. Have the right key, and you can find it. So, to that point, make sure that you're putting keywords and stuff like that properly in your videos, because there will come a point in the very distant future where people are going to try to find this stuff, and there's literally quadrillions of videos out there, and it's going to be exceedingly difficult for them to find you. But the reason I make these is that eye towards the future. Whatever ends up happening with me in this life, I know that there are going to be people in a couple hundred years that are going to be looking back and thinking, or are going to be thinking, how exactly do I deal with this situation? I don't know. There's no precedent for it. Well, maybe there is. And it's just really hard to find it. And if you're in that very rare instance where there genuinely is no precedence for something, then you better make sure that you record it. There are going to be people that are going to need your wisdom, especially if you react properly to the situation. I really would love what I'm doing here to be, and this is a big thing. Remember what I said with quadrillions of videos out there in the near future, and it's going to be very difficult to discern X from Y, Y from Z, all that stuff. But one thing that will matter is if you have family and descendants and all that, they're going to have a vested interest in looking at what you specifically had to say, how you specifically lived your life. And you can be guaranteed that however many descendants you have, if you become some type of historical figure, at least in your lineage, that those many people are going to, at some point in their lives, want to look back on your life and see what you said and what you thought. The more information, valuable information that you have, the more signal in that noise that you produce, the more people are going to want to listen to you. Not just your own personal family, even in those quadrillions of videos. I look at giant channels like Joe Rogan Experience, Timcast IRL, Osmongold, all those types of people, and they've literally got billions of people watching them at one point or another. I may only have my own family, my direct family, that consistently ends up watching what I make. If I have a huge family, I'm going to be affecting a lot of people. You're not living for yourself. It's not about you. We all pass on. Memento mori. What the emperors always had whispered into their ears by one of their lackeys, if you will. Flunkies is what David Graeber calls them, but it's a very important flunky, quote-unquote, to have. Memento mori. Remember you die. You remember that and you will live your life as the Stoics did and do, with an eye towards that future. With an eye towards the duty and responsibility to provide the very best vector for other people that you possibly can. And I can tell you, the 2,000 years of history of Jesus and how he's made people better, made civilizations better, and him directly, his life, was the example of exactly what is perfect. Why would I ever say no to that? Why would anybody? Especially when there's abundant proof, evidence, that he really existed, and he really did what he said he did, and he really was resurrected. Why would anybody reject that? He was a man that just went around loving people, treating people well, healing people, and he had a standard. That is, my grace is sufficient. Follow me and you'll get that grace. He has that legacy, and basically the whole of the world is his family. The whole of the world that decides to follow him. That he is their king. Their friend, their king, their savior. In that order. He'll be forever remembered. There's no reason not to. Using him as my exemplar, my example, it is incumbent upon me to as closely emulate that man as I possibly can. Don't ever expect that you'll achieve it, because it's perfection. You won't. But you get closer and closer to it. You get better and better. Just as the founding fathers of the United States, they had that same philosophy. You're never going to make a perfect government. You're never going to make a perfect civilization. You're never going to make a perfect education system, etc., etc. But you will progressively get better and better. Perfection is a goal, a target that you'll always strive for, knowing that you'll never attain. And that's okay. You don't have to attain it. You crest that hill, and suddenly Sisyphus doesn't know what he's going to do. It's like a dog that catches a car He wouldn't know what to do with it. You're not supposed to catch perfection. But have progressive targets that get you there closer and closer and closer. And when you attain those targets, just accept that those aren't perfection. They are perfectly suited to the situation and the life that you've lived and the purpose you are trying to fulfill in that part of your life and the lives of others. But it is simply meant to give you an eye toward the future so that you can start building new stuff. I notice that so many, this always seems to happen, at least, and I know it's manufactured. I can see it, I can feel it. Let's just say a production company in Hollywood gets to their magnum opus in movie. Like, let's look at Avengers Endgame as an example of this. Avengers Endgame was spectacular. It was a fantastic pair of movies. One of my favorites. It was the magnum opus of that director, writer, Marvel Studios, all that. And then after that, they just sort of tried to destroy themselves. They're like, oh, we're done. Time to destroy everything. That's not the way it works. That is not the way it works. And yet routinely we see it happen. And I know it's manufactured. Same thing happened with Blizzard, Activision Blizzard, or Ubisoft with Assassin's Creed Shadows. They're trying to destroy themselves. It's like they got to their apex, and now they want to just destroy everything. Or like they see that as the next path, the way to get to the end of the game. Ironically, Avengers Endgame, right? No, that's not the way it works. It never has been. We are where the rubber meets the road. Get out of this suggestion loophole, or suggestion loop. It is a negative feedback loop that keeps you stuck, prevents you from progressing and making things better. Get out of it. It doesn't stop. You are living. You are alive. You are a creator. You are making the world around you. The double slit experiment proves this. I can tell you more about the double slit experiment later if you want me to. Just let me know, guys. You exist. You are a conscious co-creator of the universe around you. And I hope that in the future, if I do have direct descendants, children, pray to God I do. Pray to God I have a humongous amount of them. That they'll see this as well. That they'll go out and be those co-creators that they're supposed to be. And not just lay down and accept that the best has already occurred. That the United States, for example, peaked in the 90s, and then that's that. We're just going to destroy everything now because that's the only way to get to the rapture. That's a lie. That's a lie. We are alive right now. This is our existence. The future is what we make it. I'll tell you that right now, right here. God, Jesus, He's there. But He's given you the responsibility, the duty, to build the world that He has bequeathed to you. You don't just give up. That's retarded. And I mean that in multiple senses of the word. Not only does it slow progress, but it's like legitimately stupid. So that's why I make these videos. One of the reasons. There is also a certain subset of individuals that I want to connect with that will not talk to me directly, or very seldomly do. I'm thinking of one woman in particular. She knows who she is. Pretty sure she watches my videos on a fairly consistent basis. But know, sweetheart, that there's going to come a time, if you don't talk to me soon, where you're no longer going to even see my comments on YouTube. I'm going to be lost in the noise. You don't have much time. I'm trying to grow with you so that... See, the way YouTube does it is they'll actually notify you if you've been given a comment or a subscription by somebody who's in the vicinity of your size on YouTube. But your channel is exploding so quickly that there's going to come a point where you're no longer going to see me. So, of course, I want to give you the time to do what you need to do to get yourself confidence, to get yourself ready and prepared to be in my life and me be in yours. Just know that there's a time limit here. Not mine. YouTube's. YouTube has heated your channel. And I've been trying to advertise my channel. I'm actually putting money into it, and YouTube just blockaded me from doing it. There was an error in their AdSense program. And they think that I'm actually a company when in fact I'm an individual. But I can't keep up with you anymore. Even when I was advertising like that, I still wasn't keeping up with you. I was at least treading water, but you're going to outpace me. You're no longer going to see me. I'm trying my best. I'm going to be part of that noise. You need to talk to me. If you ask me out, which is what I want you to do, I don't want to ask you out, because I'm terrifying. I know that. I will say yes. I guarantee you 100%. You know who you are. I will say yes. And if you refer back to my Desperate Times video, also keep in mind, if I am still terrifying to you, which is definitely a possibility because I know you're intense, but I'm even more intense. You can divest me if you need to. I'm putting that out there as an option so that if you need to divest me, if you need to, you can, and I'll accept it. I hope that makes sense. But you gotta talk to me, sweetheart. You gotta ask me out. And I know you live probably a good 1,000 miles away from me, but that's a journey I'm willing to make. Or you can meet me halfway. Alright. So, like I said, eye towards the future. Be the signal in the noise, at least for your own lineage. Love you all, guys. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 160 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. You might have realized or seen that I've been playing some video games on my channel recently. I used to game all the time, but there are periods in your life, seasons, if you will, where you need to work really hard, hunker down, put the pedal to the metal, and there are seasons in your life where you need to just relax, and everything in between. Ultimately, what it comes down to is balance. It's that Aristotelian mean between hard work and play. Hard work and no play makes a person stupid and lame. Play and no hard work makes you useless. So, I figured I have a rotator cuff injury right now. Rotator cuff's a little messed up. Probably from punching that bag a little bit too hard when I'm doing my boxing practice. Why not play a game that I enjoy? Also, I have a friend of mine who lives in Ireland who's been wanting to play some video games with me. So it was kind of a double win there. So here we are. I'm gaming a little bit. Aristotelian meme. Don't be too far in either direction. It's just like, the Aristotelian meme is very similar to Seneca's philosophy on, I guess, touting your wealth, if you will. I say if you will a lot. It's one of my phrases. That is, if you have a good lot in life, you don't want to dress to the nines every day, but you also don't want to dress like a slob every day. Instead, you want to dress like a 6 or a 7, so that people can look towards you who are not at your lot in life and aspire to you, but not be discouraged by the fact that you're so far beyond them they can never reach you. So a 6 or a 7 is ideal in that regard. A 9 is not. I'm human. I do human things. I'm human, I promise. I'm human. Ha ha. No, but seriously, I'm human. I play video games. And, I've watched a lot of video essayists on YouTube that are relatively proximate to my channel size. Some of them much larger, some of them a little smaller. And I've seen on their channels much the same thing. That every once in a while they have a gaming stream. I'm thinking of Luke West. I've seen some of his videos. They are actually gaming streams where he's playing video games. So it's all about balance. And I'm going to be having a good time in Reno very soon. My birthday is this month, May 20th. Why not give myself a little bit of a break? There's routine, and there's value in routine. There's hunkering down, value in that. And there's value in relaxation as well. But to that point, there has, however, been a bother that I have seen from many a channel, a personality, on a lot of places on Instagram, for example, where they tell you to just rest. You mustn't be in that station for several years of your life. I don't care if you were busting your ass for 25 years and you just want to take a break for 5 years. That's too long. That is too long. We don't live long enough to do that. And at least previously, a while ago, on the X-Files, there were a lot of instances where I saw profiles and posts saying, just rest. No. No. That only goes so far. I'm done resting. I want to build. My body's damaged because I've been duking it out with demons for decades, alliteration aside. But I don't want to rest. Especially when I have this much energy otherwise. I do have a ton of energy, it's just my body is messed up. That's all. I wish we didn't have to sleep. Sleep is ridiculous and it's a waste of time. It's unfortunate that it's a requirement for us. Therefore, I make sure to get at least 8 hours of sleep a night. It would just be so much nicer if we didn't have to do it at all. You know what I mean? People will say, oh, I love to sleep. It feels so good. You're missing the point. You're missing the point of what I'm saying. What I am saying is it would be even better if we never had to. If that euphoric feeling that you get when you cuddle up and nestle up in your bed, you have essentially all the time, and you don't need to sleep, that's way better. There's need for balance in life. In everybody's life. And if you're working too hard, make sure you don't burn yourself out. Take breaks where necessary. But I will say, those breaks need to have their limits. Otherwise, you go from taking a break to breaking a routine. You go from carving marble to turning into jello. Your body and many other things. A 5-year break from my work is not acceptable. That is way too long. It is essentially like dying. It's like you don't even exist. So, yeah. That's it for today, guys. Balance is key. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 161 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Got a couple things I wanted to talk about today. The first one I'm going to talk about is the Georgia Guidestones. So the Georgia Guidestones were stones that I'm pretty sure nobody knows who commissioned to be built in Georgia, the state in the United States, that basically outlined everything that the New World Order, or now the Old World Order, because they're being routed at the moment, was trying to get put in place for the whole of the planet. And the principal aspect of that whole plan, the most dangerous aspect of the entire plan, the most dastardly and evil aspect of that entire plan, was to reduce the population of humanity to 500 million. There are many things that we can point to now, if you couldn't already see it from the past, but this is a generational fight. It takes entire generations of people to be brought up in the battle to know that they're actually fighting said battle. There are several things that happened in the last, let's say, 10 years that have proven this to us again and again. COVID is one of them. While the virus itself was extremely non-lethal, there was a 99.98% survival rate, which is a higher survival rate than the flu. It was the hysteria and the problem reaction solution that came about from it that was really the crux of the damage that it did to the world. The entire global economy was essentially shut down for 2, maybe 3 years. That by itself means that millions of people starve, billions of people don't get water, millions of people don't have money to make a living, etc. That was intended to be combined with a plethora of global conflicts fomented by these same dark forces behind the scenes. This 8,000-year-old pedophile ring that's been here, satanic pedophile ring that's been trying to destroy humanity for that long, if not longer. Here's another one you might not have thought of. The recent egg shortage in the United States, the science has shown that egg yolks actually prevent the spike proteins that your body makes when it's been injected with the quote-unquote vaccine from COVID, remdesivir and a few of the other ones, that the egg yolk actually prevents that spike protein from binding to your cells. In other words, it protects you. It's the same with ivermectin and fenbendazole. Ivermectin and fenbendazole, you were basically banned from social media if you even mentioned it. Especially ivermectin. I think this is multi-pronged in that not only was it a very powerful and effective remedy for COVID and other viruses and flus and stuff, I am still fully convinced that it is the doorway to the cure to cancer. It has been shown through many scientific studies and a lot of anecdotal data that it does appear that most cancers, not all of them, but most of them, are actually parasite breeding beds, if you will. They're just parasites. They're sacs of parasite breeding beds. And that those people who have tumors and various cancers might actually just have parasites. And those parasites lead to organ failure. It is so seldomly said that you die from cancer. It is said that you die from organ failure. It's what a parasite does to you. You know, hearkening back to the Georgia Guidestones, our media, our culture, has been dripping it to us for decades, centuries, even millennia, if you will. That is part of the modus operandi of this satanic pedophile ring, these evil bastards behind the scenes, in that they want to prove to themselves and to you that you're too stupid to figure it out. Because they're going to say, look, we put it right in front of you, and you still didn't see it. Well, what if you do see it, and you actually decide to change things? Which is what we're doing. Well, then their gig is up. They've been proven to be as evil as they are, and their philosophy has been proven wrong. They don't care. They don't play by rules, because evil doesn't. Evil uses your morality against you, your rules against you. But it's their own philosophy to try to prove to themselves that it's all pointless to resist them. It's not. And they're being routed right now as a result. To that point that it's all been seeped into our culture for ages and ages and ages. Just look at the movie Kingsman. The movie Kingsman, which came out in like 2017 or something like that. It's a British movie. It's very brutal. For that purpose, I don't recommend that the overwhelming majority of you watch it. It is very bloody and gory. It's like whatever we have that's bloody and gory in the United States, amplify that by at least 2x. It's bad. People getting chopped up into cubes and stuff like that. Regardless of their plot armor or not, basically nobody in that movie has plot armor. Anybody can pass away at any given moment. Even the main character. But in that movie, Samuel L. Jackson plays a character where he believes this type of thing, that the overwhelming majority of the general population are just useless eaters and that they need to be eradicated as they're kind of a virus on the planet. Obviously, misprioritizing the very essence of existence itself. What is the point of existence if there is no one around to perceive it? What is the point of existence if all you do is destroy? If you are not your brother's keeper? And to that point, as I talk about many a time on this channel, George Soros. I have to mention him again because he is garbage. And his son is as well. They're garbage. The entire 007 movie, Quantum of Solace, was based around him being the villain in that movie. The villain in that movie is him. It's been said that. Back in the 80s, George Soros was trying to collapse the British pound in order to corner the market and buy it all up. He is not a good person. And he's the type of people that we're talking about behind the scenes that are doing this to us. This stuff is real, and those falling into the wokeism, social justice warrior trap are basically falling victim to the occult cabal's attempt to prevent us from having any type of nuance. Like, if this path isn't right, okay, well then I'm going to jerk you all the way over to the other side, and you're still going to be wrong. That's what the demons do. Every frickin' time. And the other thing I wanted to talk about in this video is this thing that I bring up all the time because if it's something as awkward and strange as this is, the ontology, is that the right word? I don't know. I'll have to look into it. The knowledge of it has to be pried into and discerned. I've talked many a time about having to have unconventional relationships, romantic relationships, in order to have a significant other in my life. As you probably could tell from this video, just the content of it from before, from the last 10 minutes, I'm really intense. Whether I'm trying to be or not. And I'm never trying to be. Unless I am furious at somebody or something and I'm trying to get them in a state of terror or get them to change, or I'm directly fighting them, I by no means am trying to be intense. Nevertheless, it seeps out. It's kind of part of my soul, if you will. That is very difficult to manage. It's very difficult to manage. Not for me, I can handle it just fine. But for a significant other, it would be. I am telling you this from experience. I lost track of the number of women that I had asked out when it reached 3 dozen. And they all rejected me. Or tacitly went out with me and then just ran away and never talked to me again. There's a reason I'm saying this. There's a reason I'm trying to be flexible. It's because I have 35 years of experience of dealing with this. And knowing that I'm a lot to handle. And if I want to be able to build a romantic relationship, if I want to be able to have children and not have my line spiritually die right here with me after 4.5 billion years of evolution, then I am gonna have to be flexible. Just by the sheer fact that Generation Z is writ large, replete with social anxiety, way more than just about any other generation before. Because of social media and stuff that basically keeps us isolated and indoors. That alone means that they're going to be terrified to even talk to me to begin with. If I want to enter into a relationship with a female from their generation, which I do. The reason I bring this up again is because every time, as I said before in previous videos, but it bears repeating, every time I find a woman that I'm like, oh, that's the person. You know? If I focus on her and give all my attention and energy to her being my romantic partner, that will terrify her. It will. But every time that happens, where I find somebody like, oh wow, this is the right person, which doesn't happen often, other women pop up every single time. There's another woman I know, very nice young lady. I like her a lot. She talks to me a lot. We have a good time. She's probably gonna watch this video. I'm not blind, I'm not stupid. I'll just say that. If this is to happen, which it could. You live a very long distance away from me, but it could. Well, the same goes to you that I said to this other woman who I'm trying to give her time. This happens every single time. Every single time. There's always multiple women that pop up. The moment I find somebody who's like, oh my gosh, that's the right woman. Every single time. You might need to be flexible yourself. Just remember that Christ is King. He knows better than we do. There's a reason that wherever my life is going, there's a reason God keeps letting this happen. There's a reason. Like I said many a time before, God cannot give you permission to break the rules, but He can give you grace. Exceptions make the rule. Sometimes you need to be flexible. And this is kind of an indoctrination to that idea. I don't like it. I've said it 1 billion times. I'll say it again. This is not something I necessarily want, but I do want children. I do want romantic love. I do want a family. I don't want my spiritual essence to die with me. I want to give gifts to the planet in the form of my children. So, you can see, just watching this video right here, I'm pretty intense. I have to reiterate it because this is weird. I don't have forever. Especially since you're growing so dang fast. And YouTube's not letting me grow. They've blockaded me from growing. You're the right woman. Anyway. Alright. This is a very disparate video. But I have to reiterate this. So, love y'all. Especially those women I'm talking about. I love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 161 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. My last video was removed by YouTube for talking about medical stuff that they didn't like. Meanwhile, the woman who I know is the right woman for me, I'm just looking at some of her recent videos. My goodness. 40,000 views. 36,000. 21,000. My gosh. You are just exploding. Just like I knew you would. And again, I'm super, super stoked for you. Just remember the one of the things that's said in the book of Psalms, I believe it is, of the Bible. I'm paraphrasing the quote, paraphrasing the psalm, because I don't have it immediately in front of me, but essentially it comes down to, you could have all of the wealth in the world, all of the success in the world, but if you don't have love, you are in poverty. And you have love in many, many ways. But so soon, and I have to remind you, if you're listening, if you're watching these videos, I don't even know if you are anymore, because you're getting so huge. There will come a point where, if you don't act soon, and YouTube is pressing you to act soon, because they've heated your channel, I'm going to be the noise. You won't see me anymore. I'm going to keep on commenting, but I'm going to know when I'm no longer going to be reaching you. So it goes. YouTube blockaded my ad campaigns, just removed a video on my channel, and seems to be throttling my videos in some way, shape, or form. There's gotta be a contingent of people that work for YouTube that know of my existence and just really hate me. So, last video I did mention a little bit, every time, about other romantic interests and stuff that popped up. Every time. Every time. God has a plan for all of us. But as I spoke of in my live yesterday, I watched this show by the YouTube creator Call Me Arj. It's a fan manga, an anime about Dragon Ball, the Dragon Ball series. And the specific manga that he's doing right now is Dragon Ball UV. And the main character, Ultra Vegito, has basically done everything that he possibly can to defeat his enemies. He has done everything under the sun. And the enemy keeps cheating. And it finally comes to a head in this last episode where he says, tears of blood come down his eyes because he's just broken. I'm always having the odds stacked against me. No matter what I do. When is somebody going to help me? And I felt that. I felt that to the core of my being. There will come a point where you do everything you can, and there's nothing you can do. When that happens, what will happen? I don't know. But time is always of the essence, and our enemies are always seeking to whipsaw us, to keep us off balance. to prevent any form or level of nuance from taking grip. Because if it does, they'll be found out for who and what they are. I'm trying to act as that nuance. The space between, you could say the space between space, if you will. But they're still cheating. You haven't seen the things that I've seen. You haven't been through the things that I've been through. And as I always say, comparing traumas is like comparing apples to oranges. You can't do it. I know you faced your fair amount as well. But when you see directly that it's almost like they've got a hold on the subconscious undertone of the entire human race, the zeitgeist, and you see point blank right in front of you them taunting you with it. You put your hands up in the air and you ask, what am I supposed to do? They're teasing me again with you. It's alright. We still have time. Just not much. You're probably not going to see my comments anymore on your videos. I'm guessing within the next 2 months. But you can still comment on my videos. The ball is legitimately 100% in your court. As it always was. Love y'all. And I love you. And I mean that. Peace. Hey guys, I think I'm just going to make a nice short one today. This should be day 164 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Just realize, if you haven't already, it's one of the big things that I talk about on this channel. It's humongous. It's everything. Like a lot of other things. It's humongous. It's massive. Giggity. I'm funny. Just kidding. Anyways. Family. Family is everything. Stop it. Dog was bumping my phone. Family is everything. So, my mother's birthday is tomorrow, 2 days after Mother's Day, which is, her birthday obviously is always around Mother's Day in the United States. We're going to go have some fun. My mom, my dad, and myself, doing a little bit of traveling, as we typically do. But if everything else is taken away from you, in terms of the impact that you can have on the world, one thing you can always fall back on: helping the people that are closest to you. Namely, your family. Whether it be your children, your parents, your brothers, your sisters, your cousins, your nephews, what have you. And that really is where the greatest impact comes anyway. Because we all are like raindrops in an ocean, rippling out into infinity, affecting in that way the underlying zeitgeist of the human consciousness that is across the globe for everybody. So keep that in mind. Sometimes the greatest impact, or pretty much all the time, the greatest impact you can have is by spreading love to your direct family. So, alright guys, like I said, short one today. So, love y'all. Peace. What would you do if everything that you were doing in life turned out to be for naught? Welcome to day 169 and Tell Me YouTube Millionaire. That's the premise, the idea behind this episode today. Every venture that I've attempted to broach in my life, whether it be being an Air Force veteran, being a pilot, being an electrical engineer, trying to become a copywriter, etc. Trying to build my real estate portfolio, become a real estate entrepreneur, all that. You know, in Christianity, it is made pretty clear that everything here in the ephemeral on earth is fleeting, is empty, and it dies anyway. So it's not a good idea to invest an excessive amount of energy or inspiration or perspiration into it. And I've been pushing that boulder up the hill for all these different things. Right now, trying to build this YouTube channel, missing the point that that it's about leaving some type of positive inspiration for other people. But the taunt, the tease, the pain that the dark forces of this world and beyond constantly put in front of you, the carrot, is that other people get to make money off of it. Other people get to be successful at it. Well, those things don't really matter all that much, if at all. The reason I want those things is not because I just simply want money. God knows this. I want to use those resources to build. And yet we are told that everything that we could build here on this planet, in this world, in this reality, being that it all is ephemeral, no matter how long you make it last, is kind of pointless. And the only thing you really glean from it is the lessons. Your soul is eternal, but that's the only thing here that is. So no matter what resistance you have to face, what matters is the lessons you get from that resistance, is how you react to it, and that's why. Because it's the only thing that gets out of here. You take nothing with you when you pass away. What you want is to leave something behind that's actually worthwhile. But we're told that even that is not necessarily all that important. And that's, at the same time, that's a taunt that the enemy uses against you. Because he gives, in that he runs this existence, that power to people who should not have it. I mention it all the time because he's a prototypical example, and I'm going to make it worthwhile what he's doing simply to be an example of the darkness. And he'll get angry at me for that, and I love it, because he's a parasite. George Soros. He's the one that has billions of dollars, one of the people, to be something to cause one of the carnal sins, or mortal sins, pardon me, in a human being such as myself, of despair. I don't have it. There have been points where I have been deep down in the pits of near hopelessness. But true hopelessness is despair, and I don't have that. I never have. Because I know that no matter what I'm resigned to do, I'm still going to have an impact. This connects to what I'm reading in my current book that I'm reading, Chasing the Wild Pendulum. There's a, if you want to talk scientific about it, there is a frequency, a fundamental resonant frequency of the entire planet and everything on it. It's right around 5 hertz, 5 to 7 hertz. And the more powerfully you can get yourself entrained to that signal, the more powerful your ripple is of your actions and reactions in your life. The more of an effect you can have on the way people perceive the world around them. And perception is reality, based purely upon what we know from the double-slit experiment and Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, Schrodinger's cat. Everything that we do or think we know in reality is based upon belief and consensus. It is perception. And if we can believe that belief is the core of everything, and that knowledge is purely convergence, coherence of the reality in which we live, nothing more, nothing less, then the day will come, however long or far into the future, where we legitimately don't have to move a mountain one stone at a time, but can move it with our minds. Faith can move mountains. Everything we need to know is there. And if we want to stop this giant bamboozling and sucking us down into despair that's happening in this world, or trying to, then a great way to do that is to show the irrelevance of what those parasites are doing. It is the way. That is to tell people and show people that they are worth it, that they have an infinite potential and capacity that they just haven't seen yet, but it's there. You have to have somebody that truly believes that. Group of people, maybe, that no matter what resistance they face are going to keep on saying it, are going to keep on believing it, are going to keep on pushing to make it a reality. If you remember what happened during the COVID nonsense, there were a lot of faithful people, and you can see it in the charts, the graphs, the statistics. Faithful people who believed that God did not show up when he should have, that he failed. He did not. It was merely a revealing, a removing of the veil. Because while you and I might understand just how corrupted this world is, and writ large, Christians that actually are not nominal and truly do believe as well know how corrupted the world is. You are your brother's keeper. We're in the business of saving souls. The rest of them did not know. And through the process of the COVID nonsense and the entire control grid breaking down around us, people began to see. Are beginning to see. It's a generational process. We were told that there would only be a select few who actually made it to this Elysium, heaven, Eden, God. That little aspect can change. It can be inverted. Who's the one that dukes it out with the devil directly? For decades, days and decades, to his doom. The one that you and I, well, at least I know, in the religious texts of Christianity, is known as Michael, the archangel. The one who is the devil, known as Satan, is the enemy. We're all painted red. Every single one of us that's trying to fix this world. In some way, shape, or form. It could be as simple as a name. And while names are not everything, they are the first impression. But they are just a clever camouflage, where they can't act as one. All you gotta do is believe. Push through it. Don't give up. Because that's the thing that the enemy's trying to destroy. And if you just believe despite it all, you've won. Alright, I think I'll leave it at that today. Love you all. Peace. How to survive the chaos. Welcome to day 177 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I had a friend of mine on this platform request that I do more how-tos on my videos. And this, I know, was more applicable to things like how to buy Bitcoin, or how to do a certain mathematical equation, or how to get into real estate, or how to raise a dog, or any number of other things you could think of. I know that's more what it was relating, and less about a philosophical concept, such as how to survive the chaos. But nevertheless, that's what I feel within myself to do today. So, there are many ways, many steps to this. Because there's also many gradations to the chaos that you'll have to endure in your life. For me, the last 15 years has been a veritable hell. And for pretty much everybody else, if not half the people in my family. It was marked by a tremendous number of physical ailments for myself and the rest of my family. My father, for instance, having 15 strokes, including 2 massive ones and 13 TIAs. My mother having PTSD, all like I do, major depressive disorder, and a bunch of other stuff, back problems, several of my family members passing away in such a sequence that it seemed to be just laying on thick in our lives. I had several uncles leave this planet, and basically our family was just sort of dwindling around us. One of the big reasons why it's so important to raise up a family of your own, because otherwise you're going to be all by yourself in no time at all. We don't live very long. It's been very difficult. So it's a combination of doing things that you keep secret, as well as things that you keep public. There's some stuff that, because your enemies want to take you down so badly, you need to keep to yourself. Like where you put a lot of your resources, your monetary resources, your capital, stuff like that. And yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious how when you're duking it out with those demons that I talk about so often here on this channel, that there's some stuff that you have to keep to yourself. You also have to get yourself in the right mental state. And the enemy is always seeking to set up expectations for you in your mind and then fail those expectations. Because that's really the heart of insanity. That's what leads you to go insane or get very resentful. Your expectations are set up and they're failed. So don't have any expectations with respect to people who you cannot be certain are actually on your side. And that is attached to trust. Now, ultimately, the paroxysm of perfect trust and frequency entrainment of every human being to one another will result in a perfect connection emotionally from one person to another. This perfect connection emotionally is what you and I can call telepathy. So communication mind to mind without any need for verbal words. So how to survive the chaos? Get yourself in the right mental state. Make sure that you have backups on top of backups on top of backups on top of backups when it comes to your survival mechanisms, your resources. Build your personal relationships principally with your family members, as that is the foundation upon which it all will fall if everything else is taken away from you, which, it'll happen. I'll just tell you that. And plan for the worst, pray for the best is the best stance that you can put yourself in, I think. Make yourself physically strong as much as you possibly can, because physical strength is tied into mental strength, mental clarity. You can just look at the science on this matter, that the more muscle mass you have, the higher your testosterone. The higher your testosterone, this is for a man, the more clear your thoughts are. Staves off Alzheimer's and dementia and all sorts of stuff like that. It makes you more alert during the day and gets you better sleep. Better sleep increases your longevity. You can go on and on and on. Basically, if you want to survive the chaos, you have to become the leader that you seek. Especially if you are, like me, a bog standard white dude that will have a lot of stuff put on your shoulders. Stuff that people will not even... That's one of the most painful things about it. When you have all this stuff on your shoulders and people don't even recognize that you're dealing with it. They just think, oh, it's no big deal. You know, it's one of the most difficult things. Do not tie your emotional state to the approval or disapproval of others necessarily, except for God Himself. He's the only one from which you should seek approval. That's it. And beyond that, if they are aligned, if God's approval is aligned with it, then your family members, your significant other, if you have one. Do not live in a survival mode for the whole of your life. That actually elevates cortisol levels and adrenaline. It basically has your endocrine system peaked at all times. You don't want to do that. Just be prepared. Be prepared for people to betray you, even those that you thought you could trust in your naivety. I still have to tell myself this all the time, because there are people that will enter my life or leave it in a split second who seem like they were the paragons of virtue and perfect examples of how you might be able to trust somebody, or who you might be able to trust, pardon me. And then it turns out that they were just trying to manipulate you. Let's look at Fang Fang and Congressman Swalwell. If you know that story, I don't really need to explain it much. This is a little bit scattered right now because the thoughts are just sort of coming to me as I'm speaking it. But that's another thing. Communicate as much as humanly possible. Communicate your pains. Communicate your frustrations. Communicate your victories. Communicate your failures. Everything you possibly can that does not compromise the mission that you're seeking to accomplish. Because the more you communicate, the more evidence there is for what you are doing and whether you're aligned to that or not. Vet yourself, because in infinite timescales there are no secrets. So broach those problems, potential problems, before they even arise. That means be open. So there's a difference between need to know and stuff that you just shouldn't keep to yourself. Like, for instance, I don't need to know the exact training simulations that a particular platoon will do in the Army. I don't need to know that. I just need to know that they do training so that they can get better at protecting us, our country. I do need to know that I'm loved. Okay. Yeah, that's what I got for today. Alright. I love you all. You are loved too. Peace. How are you going to win? Welcome to day 190 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. It's a question I ask myself all the time. And again, referring back to the Doctor from Doctor Who, he asks himself that same question when he's in his torture chamber. During those 2 episodes I was telling you about before, Heaven Sent and Hell Bent. Because he's getting tortured by the president of Gallifrey. That's ultimately what he discovers at the end. That's who's doing it. He kind of knew it all along, but he discovers it at the end. He eventually takes over as the president of Gallifrey, called the Lord President, once he breaks free. Because everybody loves him because he saved everybody. Which is ironic that he went from saving the entirety of his species, his whole planet. He went from saving everybody single-handedly, essentially, to being tortured for 4.5 billion years. The juxtaposition in that story is so powerful that it could knock anybody on their ass if it were real. It seems to be in my genetic makeup to suffer. And to be honest with you, that really is the way almost every human being is. Or I would say it's the genetic predisposition of humanity living on this very painful planet to suffer and to be able to handle suffering, at least somewhat decently. But I ask myself and I ask God every day, when are you going to let me win? I can see the writing on the wall in hopefully not so schizophrenic of a manner. What's going on? And I know what he has me doing on some level. But when is it going to be done? I ask him every day. There is a reason why he has not allowed me to have a wife and kids. Why he has allowed my life to basically go very nearly in the obvious way, in the ways people can see, to be wasted. There's a reason for it. It's because I'm supposed to suffer. It's my job. And I don't like it. Not one bit. Especially when I know that many of those people who are causing me suffering don't want to do that. That they love me. I know they do. Some of them even tell me. But they're told to hold off because he's got a job to do. When is it going to be done? Part of the job and the suffering is not knowing when it'll actually be done. I just want it to be done. The thing is, it's kind of a double-edged sword. Because if you tell everybody, and it truly is the case that you can do this forever, and that it sucks, but you will do it if you need to, that by itself allays your personal suffering. Because you know it's just going to be a thing. You're just going to continue doing it anyway. Which makes it so that it has to last longer. So that you have to suffer more. In order to get the full juice from the orange and have it be worth the squeeze. There was a vanity card that the creator of The Big Bang Theory, the show, The Big Bang Theory, with Johnny Galecki and all those other guys, made that was very profound to me, that seemed to be something I identified with. It was basically talking about the human sponge. How he soaks up all the negativity of the world. All the negativity of the villains. And he's not very fun to be around because he's always doing that. But he's critically important and loved. It just sucks, not just for him, but for everybody else, because he's rather morose and sad most of the time. But then Jesus comes back and he's suddenly a sweetie pie. But still gets uncontrollably angry against the banks, which are one of the primary foundations to the hell on this planet that we've endured the last, well, I would go so far as to say 8,000 years, but let's just say since the inception of the Federal Reserve in the United States. 1913. I want this to end. That doesn't mean I want to die. I love life. I love life. I want to do amazing things with my life. And I know God sees that the things that I'm doing are infinitely important, and they are amazing, and they are beautiful. I'm grateful for that. But I can't see it while I'm here. Like the main character in my novel, The Scientist, with whom I identify the most closely of all the characters in my story. He can't see the Eden that he's making in the story because he's in the process of making it. And if he ends up seeing it, then it's not going to be what it is. It's the double-slit experiment, observer affecting reality thing. I ask God, and I've gotten some undertones through the picking up the decentralized pieces of the zeitgeist of our world, that it might be happening in 2026, 2028 at the latest, where we're going to finally say, this is it, this is the best we can do. No matter how much effort this guy puts into it, how much suffering he endures, how much of a sponge he is, the enemy is a bottomless pit of hatred, fear, and resentment. There's no end to it. So the soaking up of the negativity is not to get those entities. They will never allow it. It is not possible. It's kind of foundational to their genetics that they are negative. But the purpose of this is to get everybody else who's been bamboozled by them. Again, I pick up on the undertones. I want a wife and kids. Hey, if God wants this in my future, as many wives as possible, as many kids as possible, I'll do that, fine. But that woman that I was talking about, so I've been told through her undertones that I'm supposed to suffer. That the carrot is supposed to be dangled in front of me yet again. And I'm supposed to desire something that I can't have. And what will make the pain even more profound, which is what I'm supposed to endure, pain, is if I get nearly everything else except that one thing I want. And I know there are tons of other amazing women in this world that actually know what's going on and have gone through psychological, spiritual, emotional breakdowns and even had to go on meds because they don't want me to have to endure this pain. They actually do love me. And I love them too, fully. 100%. That's why I'm doing this. I know this for certain. I've seen it. My friend from back when I was in the Air Force Academy had that same problem. I could see what she was trying to do when I was hanging out with her in Hawaii in 2017. And she wanted me to do something, and I couldn't bring myself to do it. Because I actually loved her, and I loved her husband. Very good friend of mine. I love everybody, by the way. So it's not hard for me to say that I love everyone, truly. And I want to express that love in whichever way they want me to. You know, I'm not attracted to men physically, so I can't do that. But you get my point. And then I have women that are near me now. I know all of it. I hear the undertones. I see them. I just ask God, when will it be done? When will it be done? I have said many a time, I'm 36 now. When will it be done? Am I supposed to do this all the way until I'm 93 years old, my dying day? Is that the idea, or will it end tomorrow? And I know that part of the suffering, like I said before, is not knowing. And I therefore need to not know, so that I can maximize the potential power of what it is that I'm doing. And a big part of this, if not everything, is the empathy that comes along with it, and getting other people to see and to feel that, and to put the maximum effort they possibly can into fixing it, so that I don't have to feel this pain anymore. That's probably the main crux, the main thing that we're trying to do here. And it's a complicated, convoluted situation, and at the same time not. At the same time very simple. I don't like living as a leech, like I was telling you. But that's what I'm resigned to. And every time I try to break free of this, I'm told the truth, that I'm failing. And that makes it hurt all the more. It is a paradox, a breaking of the code, piercing the source code, seeing how to actually break this game and pull everybody out of the mess. Excuse me. The most important thing is that. But I'm tired. Just like the guy on the movie The Green Mile, the black guy, the main character essentially, aside from the guy who Tom Hanks plays, says, "I'm tired, boss. I'm tired, boss." My boss, the guy upstairs. I keep on going, but I'm tired. Alright, guys. That's what I got for you today. I just want you to know that I see, I understand. I also love you. I want you. I want this to be finished. Alright. Love y'all, guys. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 166. I believe that's what it is. Telling a YouTube millionaire. And I come bearing gifts today. I have notes. That happens every once in a while. I was inspired by a creator that I watch all the time to give you a little bit greater of an outline of who I am. You figure after 166 episodes or installments of my journey on YouTube. This is literally a sizable portion of an entire year of my life. Imagine 10 years from now, 3,650 episodes just of this. Because if it does so happen that I do become a millionaire on YouTube, which is not going to happen, I know that, and that's fine. I'll still have, all these videos, and I'm not going to stop once I become a millionaire or whatever. That's not the plan. The plan is to keep on going. But anyways, let's go ahead and give you a little bit more information about me. You can find this stuff, a lot of it, on my videos that I posted already. Can you believe there's over 1,000 videos on this channel now? Over 1,000. I keep on posting, then somebody's going to find out that I exist. Alright, my favorite color. I have difficulty deciding what my favorite color is because there's so many colors that I like. Much like another person who mentioned this earlier. It's strange that we kind of correlate in that. I guess it's not strange. be frank with you, I guess it's not. But if I had to pick one, if there were a gun to my head, I would pick forest green, which is the same color that Candace Everdeen in the Hunger Games says is her favorite color. My initials are PP, because that's what I talk about on this channel. PP. Ba-dum-ts. I am hilarious. Anyway, okay, no, that's my initials, Peyton Pearson. In case you didn't know, my real name is not Joe Bowers, aka Secretary Not Sure, which is what I go by on YouTube. My name's actually Peyton Pearson, and the etymology of that name, Peyton, comes from the patrician word, Patrick, or female version is Patricia. Peyton can be both male and female as a name, and patricians are the political, religious, and military leaders. And I guess it kind of makes sense because that's kind of the stuff that I talk about. I'm a military veteran, blah, 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 you get the point. Just sort of fit. But that's my name. Pearson, son of a pier worker, or I guess the etymology of the last name is actually, I heard a while back, while I breathe, I hope. I like that. I like that a lot. I think it's appropriate. My favorite fruit is strawberries, if I had to pick one, but it's kind of hard to pick. I just say strawberries because they're easy to eat, nice and juicy. It sounded funny. Like I said, I talk about pee-pee on this channel. Anyways, strawberries are delicious. I really like cherries too. Maraschino cherries, which are not really fruit because they're just soaked in sugar, are delicious. Not good for you though. Let's see. I love dolphins and seals. Dolphins, because they're extremely intelligent. They're actually, the brightest of them are smarter than the average human, believe it or not. This is based upon equivalent intelligence tests that they have been given when the curious ones come up to hang out with us. And there's a fair number of them that do that. They're given tests to see how smart they are. The smartest of them are smarter than our average human beings. They're very, very intelligent. And, yeah, I think that's incredible. The only reason they don't have an organized civilization like we do is because they don't have hands and feet like we do. They can't manipulate the world as easily as we do. In a water biome, the most effective way to do that would be something like an octopus. An octopus, by the way, one of the smartest creatures on the planet, alongside dolphins. And some people even think that they're actually from another planet, that they came here from like an asteroid or something, which I can understand that because they're so strange and foreign looking. But really cool. I like octopodes, octopi. I don't know. octopuses. That's always one. Anyways, I also love seals because they're literally water doggos. No shit, pardon my language. They are part of the carnivora genus, which is the same genus as dogs, wolves, foxes, bears, raccoons. They are water doggos. No joke. They might even actually make viable offspring with doggos if they were to breed. No wonder they have such an affinity towards us and they have such puppy dog eyes. I love seals. They're awesome. I am a vicarious astronaut through this channel. I don't know why I wrote that, but there you go. Maybe it has something to do with us talking about professions and whatnot. And I have soft nails. I think it's actually tied into, look at this, guys. I know it's weird. See that? It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. So those of you who are cringing right now because it's like, no, it doesn't hurt. I think that's related to me having some type of connective tissue issue that's undiagnosed, and I've been trying to get doctors to tell me what caused this for years, and they can't seem to figure it out. But that could also be related to, and I posted this in a video a while back, why I'm as intelligent as I am. I think that there's actually a connection between, ironically connective tissue disorders and higher levels of intelligence, because it like loosens up the connections in your cerebral cortex and allows it to expand a little bit more effectively. That's my guess. So, yeah, I'm considered a super genius. Not to toot my own horn, but technically, by the numbers, I am. And that might be why. That might be why. So, I grew up as a nomad in Northern California, bounced around all over the place. It was a very difficult upbringing. My parents would attest to that. We got evicted several times for various reasons, not paying rent and all that stuff. And, my parents had trouble with substances when I was younger. They've gotten past that now, but it took a long time. It's not easy, even for hardworking, intelligent people like my parents. Addiction is very tough, and that was one of the primary reasons we bounced around so much in Northern California when I was younger. We finally settled down in Roseville, in this house in which we live now, and so we're going to be for the rest of our lives. There's a house right next door that is about to go up for sale, which I want to buy, but because I've been constantly attacked by these demonic forces that I've been telling you guys about for so many episodes of this on this channel, which is true, I'm not lying, my finances have been crippled. I'm not broke, but I have no credit, which is ironic because I'm a real estate entrepreneur, and real estate entrepreneurs really do need credit. A credit score, I mean. Mine is not very good. I haven't checked it in a while because I know it's probably around something that it shouldn't be. It should be much higher. But when you've been attacked like I have been, it's very tough to get your head above water. And I have sources of income, but even that is a challenge. I've been to 40 states and 7 countries, at least 40 states, because I've lived in several parts of the country, done many things. Being a military veteran, you PCS a lot. I lived in Colorado, can't talk right now, Colorado Springs for a while, Del Rio, Texas, Omaha, Nebraska, Dayton, Ohio, and you also have little excursions that you go to in other parts of the country to get trainings and stuff. And, with the deployments, you see different countries. So I've been to Qatar, Greece, Germany, Great Britain, many others, Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, or is it Uruguay? Paraguay, I think. Yeah, lots of different countries. Canada. And some of those on vacations, too. I've been to Mexico doing cruises and stuff with my family. But there you go. I'm a published author. If you want to find my documents that aren't officially published by a company, like I have a novel, it's right here, actually, black and white, The Odyssey of Eden, Time Travel in the Apocalypse. You learn somebody very in-depth by reading what they write. So those of you who want to know more about me, please buy this book and leave me a review. I could use your help. Black and White, The Odyssey of Eden. It's about time travel and the apocalypse. And it's not going to be the only book I write. I'm going to write a ton of them. Many more to come. But also, the stuff that isn't published by a publishing company, you can find on figshare.com. And I've even posted some scientific papers on marssocietypapers.org. But figshare.com, and just type in my name in the search engine, and you'll find my papers. Peyton Pearson. Type my name in there, you'll find my papers. I don't have them all up there, but I have the notable ones. A lot of the really good ones. Ones that I think are really good, anyway. Yeah, I've run 18 marathons, 2 ultras, half a dozen half marathons. And because of my crucifixion disease, I can't do that anymore. It was a sudden onset. The technical name, the medical name that you could give it is acute idiopathic peripheral vascular disease. Acute, meaning sharp, happens all at once. Idiopathic means the doctors don't know what caused it. Peripheral, distal arms and legs. Vascular, the vascular system. Disease. It's a disease. And doctors don't know what caused it, but before that, I had run 18 marathons, 2 ultras, half a dozen halves. I was a really good runner, too. I was also a track runner. My best mile time was a 4:44. It could have been better had this stuff not happened to me. My best marathon's a 2:52:23. You can find that if you go to coloradomarathon.com. I'm listed there, and I believe it was 2016. It's right around there. And then my best half is a 1:18. So I was good. I was really good when I was running. But, you know, literally kneecapped. You can't keep doing it. Demons attack you all the time. I'm telling you guys, this stuff is real. This stuff is real. I've had enough trauma in my life for a regular person to unalive themselves half a dozen times over. I'm not exaggerating about that. I was talking about that with my mother, actually, a couple nights ago. Just because I was opening up a little bit. And I try to not tell too much of that, because if I open up too much, she soaks up too much of the emotion, just like anybody does, and it breaks them down. I've made therapists cry before. Therapists, psychologists. So is my mom, because the stuff that she's told the doctors, the therapists and whatnot, it's heavy. It's fucking heavy. All right? So I keep most of that stuff to myself. And the reason I take Prozac, I have PTSD, right? What Prozac does, it doesn't numb me. What it does is it makes me stop focusing on things that I cannot change. It mutes those things and allows me to focus on the things that I can change. No matter how many times the goalpost gets moved on me, okay, roll with the punches. You keep going forward until somebody comes to help you. Anyway, I started YouTube that was one of the reasons. So that who I am and what I am would not be lost forever. Because I don't have any kids, I don't have a wife, and I don't have a job. I live off of disability because no matter what I do, the goalpost keeps on getting moved on me. I cannot get a job where either I'm not treated like a slave or I am not paid what I am worth. I've literally had jobs in the past few years that have paid me 50 cents an hour equivalent. And then I've had jobs that have treated me like I'm garbage. There's a lot of stuff I can do, but I can't get a job. So, That's after applying for 1,400 jobs on different job posting platforms. When somebody says that they're urgently hiring for an electrical engineer, they're lying. They're lying. They want a visa, an H-1B visa holder, so that they can pay them 10% of what they're actually worth. If you have a master's in electrical engineering, like this guy right here, they're not going to hire you. They're just not. Because they have to pay you what you're worth, and they don't want to do that. So, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer here. I'm just opening up to you. It has not been fun. If I get too emotional about it, I will wear you out. I will make you sad. And I don't want to do that. I'm here to inspire and encourage you guys. Basically, all the stuff that's happened in my life, I want you guys to know about it so that you can see that you can keep going even through all of this. One last thing. I said that this is enough to make somebody unalive themselves half a dozen times. I'll just list some of the things out. First one, having been rejected by every single woman I've ever asked out, or only tacitly dated them and then they ran away never to talk to me again. Second one, being a marathon runner and no longer being able to walk even right now. Third one, not being able to get a job. Fourth one, nearly getting a dishonorable discharge when I left the military because they were trying to fuck me over. Fifth one, being disqualified as a pilot entirely unjustly when I was trying to become an astronaut. I still am. 5 right there. 6, not being able to get a job out of my time in the military. And I'll leave it at that. The only reason I bring that up, not to make you guys feel sad or unhappy, but to make you guys see that you can keep going, even through that. One of the phrases that I say, and apparently came out of like a naval military document, naval AFI or something to that effect, until death, all defeats are psychological. So it doesn't matter what's happened to me in my life if I'm still breathing and able to continue. Physically, I have been damaged, but that doesn't matter. I'm still going. And so can you. Alright? I wanted to give you a little bit more. I want this person who's going to watch this, I want to meet you. And get to know you. Alright. Love you all. Peace. Am I really that intimidating? You're not talking to me. Welcome to day 186 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. You know, I take lots of deep breaths when I do these videos. There, by itself, is a great number of reasons for that, or a great number of reasons for that. Strange grammar. First one is the term Yeshua, which is the name of God, is meant to be I believe the term is an automatopoeia for taking a breath in and letting it out. So that the very first thing you say when you're born is God, His name. The very first or very last thing you say when you leave this planet is God, His name. It also allows you an opportunity to collect your thoughts, to calm yourself, lower your blood pressure, lower or reduce anxiety, frustrations, reduce anxiety, reduce anxiety, reduce anxiety. We all are They say no man is an island, and that really means that, you're not in isolation, I suppose. You could consider it having many different meanings. But we all are fighting internal battles that we tell nobody about, and at the same time are being cheered on by people that we have no idea are cheering us on. Right? Because you might be that only ship in the sea that's still surviving despite the onslaught of enemy attacks. And those enemies could be anything, anyone. Take any form. You're still going. And it only takes one. It only takes one to survive, to prove that it can actually happen. Acting as the proof of concept, the prototype for it all. That one ship that did not sink, despite the cataclysm that was happening around it, and all the other ships that were with it that did. The one ship that kept going. That's you guys. Every one of you. In some way. If you allow yourself to be that, you're not the victim. Not having the victim mentality. But instead the one that got through the storm. Then you're the light for others to follow. What's the basic thread I'm trying to get across with everything I'm saying right now? That communication is everything. A story in isolation is forgotten forever. The only one that'll remember it is the guy upstairs, aside from yourself, while you're alive. Isn't it so much easier if you have somebody to build that story with? You're not talking to me. What's wrong with me? It's not, when it gets to that point, look outside yourself, outside your own anxiety, and realize that you're not doing something that's making yourself look like the problem. You're making me look like the problem. What's wrong with me? What have I done to deserve such isolation? Okay? Anxiety is really looking too much at yourself. Looking too much at yourself and how other people perceive you. I am an open book. I hide nothing. Very little, and basically. I only don't speak of things that people don't necessarily need to know. But if they want to know, in private, I can tell them. You're not talking to me. I can't know what's going through your mind. And it's happening exactly as I said it was going to happen. They're exploding on all your social media platforms. What's wrong with me? What am I doing wrong? If you can tell me, I can fix it. Every time I've asked a woman to do that, to tell me what's wrong with me, so that I can fix it, you know what they've done? They've run away, and several of them have actually established no contact orders with me. Just because I asked them what I was doing wrong. And they didn't want to tell me. You're not going to find anybody like me. I'm confident enough to say that. I don't know what you're waiting for. I'm right here. And like I said before, every time, multiple women happen at once. Every single time. That could be a number of things. It could be that God wants to allow that to happen for some strange reason, like he did with Rod Stewart, the musician Rod Stewart. Or it could be that the enemy is trying to prevent me from having anything. It's all one or none. Any number outside of that is arbitrary without specific definition provided for it. All one or none. A priest has none, but actually has all if you think about it, just without the sexual component. A normal person has one. And then a king has access to all, if you think about it. I am no king. Just a guy, as far as I can tell. And I think that's where the rub is here. It's the conflict between who I accept myself to be, which is basically a bog standard white dude, and the world that Satan dangles in front of me and says, you can have all of this if you just bow to me, which is of course a sin of what I'm having to consider because you won't talk to me. The opportunity completely leaves you. It was handed to you on a silver platter. Everything suddenly became amazing for you. All at once. And it's your decision to take it or not. The person that told you not to touch me, I don't care who they are. Don't listen to them. You want to know why? Because that in itself was probably more of a test than you realized at the time. Satan can take many forms. And some have even said that he's the twin of God. Some have said that. Watch the show Lucifer. There's some information in there. You gotta be careful with that show, because it makes out Lucifer to be the good guy, which is not smart. But there is some good information in there. Some things to play around with in your mind. If Satan is the twin of God, and they're duking it out with one another to see who has control, then do you really think he couldn't masquerade as him? They look exactly the same. The only difference is perhaps maybe one has a beard and maybe one doesn't. Maybe one has a scar on their face and maybe the other one doesn't. Don't listen to the person who told you not to touch me. They're trying to make my life a living hell. Okay? It's all a clever ruse. Even towards the end, because the enemy knows that this is a death battle, and if he loses this battle, he's erased from existence. Period. End of story. Even towards the end of the battle, he is not going to give up, because if he stops, he's done. It's a death battle. I, personally, being a human being, myself, Peyton Pearson, could forgive and put in prison. But they won't let such a thing happen. So whoever told you to stay away from me. And I know that happened because I saw in one of your previous videos you talking about that. And how you were like, you want to take the fruit, but you're not allowed to. Stop listening to them. Just do it. If death is on the table for them, if they ever say anything like that, if they ever threaten you with that, they're not the good guy. Alright? I don't know who came to you and who talked to you about this, if anybody. But I'm the one that's paying for it right now. My genetic line is going to sever and gonna be gone if this doesn't change now. I'm the one that's paying for it. It's because I want you. Is that really that bad? Am I that bad? Surely I'm not an ugly guy, right? Surely I'm not at least somewhere approximate to the type of person that you want? I know I'm quite intense and pretty open. I have the confidence to say, what more could you ask for? Do I need to lose an extra 20 pounds or something? Or just find a way to fix my legs so I can start running again? Or it's yeah. The enemy's putting these other opportunities in front of me, specifically to dissuade you. Okay? So, take advantage of this. I've made it abundantly clear, and the enemy keeps on making it abundantly difficult, because if he stops doing that, he's going to be erased. There you go. Again, you know who you are. I hope to not be too intimidating. And understand, not every one of my videos is directed towards you. But the ones that are pretty obviously directed towards you. Okay? So. Anyways. Love y'all. Like I said, even saying that probably intimidates, doesn't it? So I'll just leave it out for now. Until you're ready. But you gotta talk to me, sweetheart. Stop listening to the people that are telling you not to. Peace. Delays eat up the life that you could have lived. Welcome to day 176 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Delay, delay, delay. Blockade, blockade, blockade. That's the name of the game, is what they say. What the hey? Yeah. I mentioned in my last video, I'm 36 years old now. And that's 36 years of experience behind me. And usually, it's expected that you're in your mature peak, where your mind isn't going to decay like it does when you get older and your memory starts to fade and all that stuff. You're at the peak around the age of 35. You're at your physical peak, at least it is scientifically derived through the studies and whatnot, around 24. And this, of course, varies from person to person, depending on how much effort you actually put into your body and taking care of yourself. Turns out that it ends up being 24, really because that's about the age that people stop their physical pursuits in general. But if you're somebody like a bodybuilder that is trying to compete to be an IFBB pro, then they, strangely enough, actually peak around their 40s. Their late 30s to early 40s. And I'm not kidding about that. You can look it up. Nevertheless, you get to my age, 36, this is about the maximum that I'm going to get out of my mental clarity. The wisdom will continue to grow because I'm going to continue adding on to it with the books that I read, the mentors that I absorb, the experiences. I'm not going to just stay stationary, even if I don't seem to have the resources to do really big things, which I don't. So the wisdom is going to continue growing. But the mental clarity is going to potentially start fading at this point. So no more name of the game being delay. It can't be. It simply can't. And I want to be there for the kids that I do have. Hopefully it's going to be a lot. So that when they're in their 20s, I'm actually still able to move around and be a part of their life. It's already kind of difficult with the stuff that's happened to my legs and my arms too. I don't mention that very as often as I do my legs, but yes, I don't have pulses in my wrists because of the crucifixion disease. So I want to be mobile to some degree for them. The delays have to stop. They have to. This is no longer a matter of trying to fix the world to allow the fullness of who and what I am to be perfectly realized. The world has had its time limit. If that's what we're waiting for right now, the time limit is up. I literally can't wait longer. If I wait longer, I will pass the peak entirely, and I will not be able to fully come into who and what I am. I was just watching a video by Estelle Richter, another very attractive female creator on YouTube, who seemed to say the exact words that I needed to hear. Very much fit in with what I'm telling you right now. It can't be delayed anymore. Now, I'm telling you that the stuff that happened to me in the past was not there to evolve me. I know a lot of you are trying to fall into the camp of, oh, resistance makes a diamond, blah, 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 and fall into that Stockholm syndrome. I am telling you, God can use your enemy's animus for his purposes. Don't get me wrong. And he does all the time because there are so many enemies everywhere. But these people that did this to me really were not my friends. They genuinely were not. They weren't trying to turn me into a diamond or whatever. And I certainly don't look like a diamond. Anyways, they were trying to destroy me. They were legitimately trying to destroy me. That was their intent. And God just used it for his purposes instead. Which I'm infinitely grateful for that. But the time has passed. We cannot wait any longer. I don't have that kind of time. Unless there are inventions that come about that make it so that we live 1,000+ years. I don't have the time to wait. It'd be amazing if we did, not just because I would be able to get all those new experiences and we'd increase the net time horizon for the entirety of the human race, the net wisdom of the human race, so that we would stop creating empires and then having them be destroyed after 300 years. Instead, they would last 30,000. I've talked about this before. That'd be great. And I'd be able to exponentially grow my wealth and my assets. I'd be able to have children, grandchildren, grand-grandchildren, great-great-great-great-grandchildren, etc., and actually be alive and there with them while they're existing. not simply have to wait for them on the other side. That'd be pretty cool. But we don't have that. It's not here. And if it does exist, if anybody does know of it, and they're just keeping it from the general public, stop. Stop. Same with the cure to cancer. If you've got that, give it to Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his group of people working really hard to get America healthy again, make America healthy again, and the whole the Earth, actually, in fact, for that matter. If you have the cure to cancer, he would be the perfect person to have reveal it to the general public. Believe me, if, let's say, I've thought about this often, actually. If I had the cure to cancer, like a panacea, all types of cancer, in my hands, I would be so overjoyed. I would be struggling to hold back tears. I've imagined it in my head. Him bringing it to the president and the rest of the cabinet, like, we found it. Kind of like the Holy Grail. And then it gets released to the general public. It is a pill that you can take that costs no more than $1 a pill. And it cures all forms of cancer instantly, or relatively instantly. If you've got that, if it's there, stop hiding it. Reveal it. If you've got tools that produce clean and abundant energy, such as the energy catalyzer, created by Andrea Rossi back in 2010, which he turned into the hot ECAT, which could spin a turbine and therefore make power, then release it to the general public. I know that exists. I've seen it. There are studies on it. And that is probably what hot fusion has been veiling. That is, the hot fusion studies have utilized Andrea Rossi's experiments and his inventions, and have simply put the veil of hot fusion on it, so that it doesn't render irrelevant everything that the hot fusion scientists have been working on. It wouldn't be irrelevant anyway, just so that you know, and so that their concerns can be allayed, because there are many, many very hardworking, intelligent scientists that have been working on that for decades. It wouldn't render that stuff irrelevant. I can just tell you that right now. Even if you didn't have Andrea Rossi's technology in there that you're veiling, it still applies. Everything that you've learned from that, everything that you've built in the scientific body of knowledge, is infinitely important. So if that exists, if it is there, reveal it. If we have ways to, right now, recreate bodily organs, I can tell you the idea, the theory exists in that you could use 3D printing and things of that nature with stem cells to recreate organs and have a basically infinite rejuvenation technology, something akin to what is talked about in the book Time Enough for Love by Robert Heinlein, then reveal it. Stop hiding it. For those who get burned away because they can't handle it anymore, those who are thrown in the burn pit because they're too stuck in the way of the past, the time is up. We don't have the ability to wait any longer. And all those hardworking people that are genuinely trying to fix this, you're doing a great job. Every one of you. When the information was brought to you that, oh, things are messed up, and you actually tried to fix it, believe me when God sees you and says, good job. It took you a really long time to see it, and a little bit of direct impetus, but at least you did. And you're doing a great job. However, we don't have any more time. This doesn't hinge on me because I'm just a regular dude, but if it did, I'm 36 now. I've already burned away over a third of my life. I can't wait any longer. I want to build stuff. Let me do it. Otherwise, if you're trying to, there's nothing salvageable. And it just needs to end. Person like me be taken away from this planet and brought to a different one that's habitable, just like Earth, and I'll build from there a new planet, a new civilization with other hardworking individuals taken by aliens, I don't know, or God in the rapture, as you might call it, because there's nothing here that's salvageable. But ideally, the enemies would just be taken away and put to where they can reap what they've sown. All together, kind of like Escape from L.A. with Kurt Russell, and that they're all put in a planetary prison for what they did to everybody else, and how they were locking us down and trying to suck us into an abyss. It's pretty clear that's what they've been trying to do all these many, many thousands of years. And it just came to a head in this generation. And it legitimately has. I mean, I can't speak from knowledge of the past because I didn't live in those generations. But from what I can read and tell from the history books and all that, it looks like we are actually at a head right now. Which means those people, we can't associate with them. We can't. We've tried to save them. They're unsalvageable. They don't want to be saved. The endurance that we've had all this time has been in an effort to pull them out of the mess. Sorry, I got a little indicator on my phones. I got a lot of phones and stuff around here. I'm a techie guy. I got a laptop, 32-inch monitor, 65-inch television, iPad, iPhone, tripod, microphone. I got stuff all over the place. Laptop right there. But anyway, seriously, it won't stop. I don't know where the limit is. I can't wait any longer on my end. So, just keep that in mind. Even Job, in the Bible, eventually was given back what he lost. I think the longest time frames in that book, longest argued time frames for how long Job had to suffer were like 15 years or something. I heard some people say 12, some people say 7. For me, it's been longer than all those estimates. I'm going to tell you that straight up. I think myself and people like me have given people long enough to fix the problems. Long enough. And if a person like me can't thrive here, there's nothing really special about me, I'm just your bog standard white dude, then this world is forfeit. It is forfeit. Don't fall into the Stockholm Syndrome that they were trying to evolve me. They were not. They were genuinely evil people. Creatures. So, I'm going to leave it at that today. I try not to make these videos too long because I might wear you guys out too much. But that's all I got. So, love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 179. Tell me YouTube millionaire. Hope you're all doing great today. Doing alright myself. Had a pretty good get-together with the family yesterday on Memorial Day. It was a very full day as well. Got everything done that I wanted to get done. Got up, like I said, at 2 a.m. because I had to clean up after my dog. And Ended up getting almost an entire book read, about 700 words written. Did my workout really early. It's very light right now because I'm still trying to get this rotator cuff healed. It takes a long time for the rotator cuff to heal. Then we went to the casino and did a slot live for my mom's channel. Of course, I posted the videos that I post every day. Figured out what was wrong with my promotions on my YouTube channel and fixed it. And it's promoted now, finally, after 3.5 weeks or whatever it is. And then we had the get-together. It was between 4 to 7 yesterday. So that was pretty nice. It was a good day. It was a good day. I had family members that were talking to me after they got pretty drunk about certain things that I felt no obligation to defend myself on which I felt no obligation to defend myself. Because I cannot deny that my brother was right in some way. In some way. He was telling me basically to not be so hard on my uncle. Because my uncle partakes in certain things that he overdoes. And my brother was like, yeah, he's towards the end of his life. Let him enjoy it. He doesn't know the details of what I, my mother, my father, everybody else in the house have been doing to help him. The contradictions, the, going against what he says he wants. Things of that nature. But I can't expect James to know that. He doesn't live here. It's my brother. He doesn't spend every day with these individuals. But communication is key. I need to make sure that I at least in some way explain myself, but it couldn't have happened at that point. My brother was a bit too inebriated to really speak clearly, think clearly. But, to my point, immediately after my brother left, my uncle partook again. 3 times today. I could smell it. So the thing is, my uncle wants to make it to 85. His first goal is 70, because our family has a curse of passing away just after 70 years old, and he wants to make it to 70 in 5 months or something to that effect. And then beyond that, for his own personal desires, he wants to be around until he's at least 85. That's the purpose of why I and my mother, particularly, because she's a nurse, have been trying to help him. Been trying to help him lose weight and get his life straightened out. And when he was listening to us, he was doing a great job. He had gotten down to 233 pounds. The lowest he had been in probably a decade, maybe longer. And then he stopped listening. He just stopped listening. And he instantly shot up 7 pounds and is falling off the boat. And I was rather more than slightly frustrated at the situation because I had so he was my responsibility. And he didn't see how I was helping him because I wasn't doing particular things that he expected. So he had the stewardship, if you will, for lack of a better term. The program is called IHSS, In-Home Supportive Services, taken away from me and given to his girlfriend. It makes sense that his girlfriend would be doing it because she's right there with him every day. They live in the same room, and they're in proximity with one another every day, more so than I am. I get that. Totally get it. But he wasn't seeing the unmeasurable things, the things that you can't quantify, that I was doing for him. And it was very frustrating that the stewardship was taken away from me. And you see what ends up happening. And I don't want that to be the case. I don't want that to be the case where it's shown that my uncle's girlfriend isn't necessarily doing the right things with him. It is part and parcel to the prescriptions that he's taking that you're going to have some side effects. It's just going to happen. But there are things that I and my mother have told him repeatedly he needs to change. Just, he needs to do it if he wants those side effects to be allayed. The first one is he needs to stop eating such bad food. While the prescription does reduce your food drive significantly, makes it so you want to eat less, you still have to eat better food. And when you go out to eat 4 days a week, that is exceedingly bad for you. Exceedingly bad for you. The pill is not meant to do everything. It takes a huge weight off of your shoulders in that it reduces your food drive, but if you're still eating poopy food, it's not going to make much of a difference. You're going to have difficult bowel movements and things of that nature. It's a plethora of things. Things that my brother doesn't see. And another one of those is that we have 2 nurses in this house, a retired respiratory therapist, and myself, who's got an extensive medical knowledge, and he's not listening to us. He has a goal, and if he didn't, if he's earnest about that, if he means it, then he'll listen to us. He'll do what we tell him to do, because we know what we're talking about. That's the frustration. That's it right there. And on top of the many things that this illicit substance, which is supposed to be a treat, that he takes every day. It's not illicit because it's legal now. You guys know what it is. But it's supposed to be a treat. You're not supposed to take it every day. And he does it every single day, multiple times a day. But that substance counteracts the Ozempic he's taking, because it increases your food drive. It gives you the munchies. No matter how much you want to say that it doesn't, because we have the Pearson-Widmar stubbornness, it does. It increases your food drive. You're going to lose everything that you've gained. You're going to go back to your old habits if you don't just listen. That's the idea. That's the frustration. And if he doesn't want to listen, that's on him. He's in the right place to keep him accountable, and that he's surrounded by loving family, by educated family, by family who knows what they're talking about. But if he doesn't want to listen, so it goes with the human race. So is the case, is the friction that doctors always have, medical doctors, and why they so often can make such a little difference in somebody else's life. And why, rather than telling somebody to change their habits, they almost always just default to prescription drugs. Because getting somebody to change their habits is way harder, and it's much, much rarer, even when you're an exceptional doctor, that you can actually accomplish it effectively. And I don't have a medical degree. I am just a guy, basically. But the frustration comes out of compassion, comes out of love for my uncle, and me wanting him to win at life. And he knows things in his life have gotten 1,000 times better since he's moved in with us. 1,000 times better. He's positively flush with money now, he and his girlfriend. He's healthier than he's ever been, or not ever, but many, many years. He's got better relations with his family, the most important relations. Life is just better for him. So, there's much more to this. I didn't want to defend myself last night because I wouldn't be able to get a word in edgewise. My brother had things that he wanted to say, and I wanted to let him say them. And that is one of the purposes for having this YouTube channel, that you can explain yourself. That's what I'm doing right now. My brother may or may not watch this. My uncle may or may not watch this. But I know sometimes they do. Just know that it is for him. It is for him. This explanation is for my brother, and what we're doing is for my uncle. We love him, and we want him to win at life. If he'll just listen, get himself down to 200 pounds, stay there for the rest of his life, he will achieve his goal of getting to 85 plus. He will. I guarantee it. I will go so far as to guarantee it, even if it ends up that I get pie in my face. I don't freaking care. Because I'm saying to you, that's going to be the very best chance he has at accomplishing that goal. You don't see fat 80-year-olds. You don't. So, that's all I got for today, guys. Never do this for yourself. Love y'all. Peace. Today is my birthday. Welcome to day 172 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I am 36 years old today. Officially, at 7:30 p.m., I will cross that Rubicon. You double this age and you'll be 72. That is the midway point for many people. Hopefully it won't be the case with me. Hopefully my midway point will be a lot farther out. But you simply don't know. You cannot predict the future. If you are over-focused on the future, you become anxious. If you are over-focused on the past, you become depressed. If you're focused on the present, you maximize your contentment. This is an absolute truth. We must pay attention to our past so that we can learn from our history, our past mistakes and victories. We must have an eye toward the future so that we can give ourselves a purpose for what we're doing in the present. But the present is where we remain. It is the nexus point of all of our experiences that have been or will be. And at 36 years old, there's a lot of stuff behind me. I do hope that there's still a much, much larger amount of stuff in front of me. But there is a lot of stuff behind me. Many attempted ventures, some successes, some failures. The successes come from getting the experiences, from doing things that very few people can say they've done. I mean, how many people can say that they're a licensed pilot that's rated in a multi-engine jet? How many people can say that they've been to 7 or 8 different countries? More than that, probably. Or almost all the states. Or have run marathons. Or have climbed 14ers. Or any number of other things. I've published a book with many more to come. It is because I have had that eye toward the future in that memento mori, remember we die, that I have never lived a day in my life where I have not pushed with as much energy as I can muster to do something with that valuable slice of time. You only get so many of them. Now, the most important things up to this point in my life, with respect to me, not with respect to the relationships necessarily I'm building, but with respect to me, has still been elusive to me. Finding a wife, having children, so that I can leave gifts for this planet. And I can share in the beautiful thing that is romantic love. I've never tasted it. I have gotten whispers of it. I've gotten the scent of it. I've gotten a vision of it. And honestly, my vision of it gets clearer and clearer every day. But I've never experienced it. I remember when I was 10 years old, there was this girl in school, her name was Ashley Wayne, and I loved too deeply